Chapter 51. Simply put, double return is a move that returns a physical attack received to the attacker with double the force. If you successfully predict the enemy's attack and use double return, the enemy is generally done for, if not dead then severely maimed. The very next second after Leon's sword struck the slime, he experienced the same fate as some modern top sorcerer. Bisected. Ugh! Leon's eyes widened as he fell to the ground amid everyone's shouts, with blood gushing like a fountain. In the few seconds before he lost consciousness, he saw his own lower half standing in place. What on earth happened? When he awoke again, what he saw was Drew's thick beard, as the latter placed his furry hand on Leon's waist, searching back and forth. Finally awake, Drew wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "It wasn't easy to heal you. Luckily, I had asked the priest to inscribe several healing magic scrolls, and with my best efforts, I managed to prevent you from dying." Dwarf Drew, despite his rugged appearance, is actually a mage with a formal degree from the Magic Association. He specializes in supportive types of magic, such as healing, speed enhancement, and offensive boosts, handling these skills with ease. In emergencies, he would also take out the giant axe at his back and join the battlefield himself. Leon, as if drained of vitality, covered his face and said, "What's the deal with that blue monster?" Maru looked at him concernedly and said, "I heard it's a newly discovered monster, boss. Many have encountered it already. It's said that once it steps on your shadow, you can't run away. There are lots of requests in the guild to capture a live one." "I know that." Leon gritted his teeth with a creak and growled, "What I'm asking is why it can reflect my attacks. It looks so dumb, so why can't it use such advanced magic, why?" It seems like he confused Pokémon abilities with magic. Calming technique. Seeing that Leon was on the verge of breaking down, Drew quickly cast a spell to calm his emotions. A green light flashed over his head, and Leon, like a monk that attained enlightenment, instantly regained a clear expression. "Sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper." He slowly sat up, feeling a pain in his waist, but under the influence of the calming technique, even the pain was reduced. "Boss, let me help you," Tall grabbed his arm. Due to NDD's sudden appearance, Leon only managed to slay half of the tree man before he fell unconscious. After his collapse, everyone had fought a battle to temporarily clear the area. After resting a bit, they had to continue on their way because more monsters were attracted by the commotion here. Although Leon was tricked by NDD earlier due to insufficient information, as a seasoned silver rank adventurer, he still had strength and quickly led everyone out of the encirclement. Compared to the strategy group, the mid-level monsters were barely a challenge. Whether it was jumping skeletons or groups of animated corpse knights, they only felt pressure at the first encounter. Once accustomed to the monster's attack rhythms, they would no longer get hurt. The only thing that was mentally unsettling for everyone was seeing the same kinds of giant rats as in Sick Village here. These rats had green skin instead of brown, spores instead of pustules, and parasitic plants instead of maggots on their bodies. But isn't this just a reskin? When Tall smashed some giant rats with a hammer, the spores on their bodies burst immediately, releasing a nauseating stench that even a little inhalation could induce terrifying illusions. No lethality, but it greatly stimulated the mind, naturally liberating more spiritual power. Besides the giant rats, those monkeys that threw feces were also here. And their equipment had upgraded. From throwing poorly shaped fecal clumps to feces pots, hitting someone hurt more and was more insulting. And they would get poisoned too. Drew kept a stern face as he expanded the magic barrier. The range was large enough to cover all his comrades, which also meant a greater consumption of his magic power. But that didn't matter, even if their magic power was exhausted, they absolutely did not want to get smeared with feces. On this point, whether it was the strategy group or ordinary adventurers like Stirran, there was absolute consensus. Looking at it, the team was lacking in long-range attackers. Paytan could have used air blasts to attack the enemies from afar, but he was missing now. This left the strategy group helpless against the monkeys in the trees, only able to pick up stones from the ground to throw at them. Magic scrolls could be used to kill the monkeys from distance, but it wasn't worth it as these bastards were not that harmful. "I really want to rush out there and finish them off." Tal's hands clenched his weapon as veins bulged. "Don't be impulsive," Maru solemnly said, "if you get smeared with that stuff, no laundry shop in the entire city will welcome you. We can't just sit here doing nothing. The monkeys are gathering in greater numbers." "No," Leon suddenly said. "Haven't you noticed? They are deliberately leading us somewhere." Maru expressed surprise, I didn't notice at all. The feces is blocking my view, I can't see a thing, Tal grumbled. Drew, can you maintain the barrier skill while preparing a large area magic? Leon asked. I'll try. Drew said, but it will take a long time, help me pour the magic potion in my mouth, I can't spare my hands. While pouring the potion, Leon explained. Although the surroundings are all forest, the further we go, the narrower the space becomes. These twisted trees are like walls blocking the space on both sides, these monkeys are using our anger to lead us to a narrow place, a trap. Boss, your choice of metaphor is a bit awkward. We'll turn their trick against them and catch them all with magic. Indeed, Leon, being an experienced adventurer, was absolutely right. A few minutes later, the monkey's sly attack finally stopped. Squeak, squeak. The continuous sharp screams echoed around, chilling to the bone, countless pairs of eyes glowing faintly in the dark staring at them. The area was tightly enclosed by impenetrable trees, forming a natural circular coliseum. Surprisingly, the area here was not narrow, but rather spacious. Several logs were scattered randomly in the field, their purpose unknown. Why aren't these monkeys coming down? Leon frowned, feeling like he had missed something. Squeak! 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 The calls of the monkey group suddenly became intense, even the ground trembled as if something was about to emerge. Everyone, get ready for battle. He drew his long sword, staring at the treetops. On the treetop, a white figure leisurely hung from a branch, flanked by a pair of long blades gleaming coldly. Leon narrowed his eyes. That looked like a white-haired monkey. Double-bladed white ape, from Sekiro. Required spiritual power per unit, 80. Life force, E+, strength, D, intelligence, E+, endurance, E+, speed, D+, overall combat power, D. Chapter 52. This white-haired monkey. Leon gripped his sword, thinking to himself. Just from its stance, one can tell it's terrifyingly strong. It's not just any monkey, it's a dual-bladed monkey, a ferociously looking monkey. He's not referring to how high its stats are. If it were solely based on stats, even a roasted whole pig could fracture the white ape's bones in one go. Leon meant that the white ape's skill, or rather, its martial arts were strong. Looking at its full muscles, sleek physique, the legs subtly powering up, and its seemingly casual but actually focused gaze, he already knew it was a top tier among monkeys. A sudden urge to spar surged in his heart. I want to duel with him, Leon said, this white ape obviously knows swordsmanship, let me take him on. I get it, Maru waved her hands, saying helplessly, if, boss, you can't hold on, we'll all rush in and gang up on it, right? After all, that's what we've always done. That's not called a gang up, that's too crude, Drew, stroking his beard, corrected, it's a recognition and respect for the enemy's strength. I really want to fight it too, Tal stared eagerly. Next time we come here, it'll be your turn. Leon walked until he was a few steps away from the white ape, holding his long sword, and assumed an offensive stance. He came from a family famous for swordsmanship, having learned excellent skills from a young age, with his greatest feature being his proficiency in offense, overwhelming his enemies like a fierce storm. Hey, come down. The white ape glanced at him, flipped off the big tree, holding a long blade in each hand, stood leisurely without a word, truly possessing the airs of a master. Squeak, squeak. The surrounding monkeys shouted even more excitedly, and that's when the dual-bladed white ape made its move. What quick blades! With a bang, it had sprinted in front of Leon, its dual blades striking down heavily. Leon was no weakling either, he lifted his sword to parry the white ape's weapons, suddenly changed directions, and aimed a sword slash towards its chest. Bang! An exhilarating sound of clashing metal ignited, and amidst the sparks, the white ape perfectly blocked Leon's heavy slash. Some skill there. Leon smiled, his sword techniques becoming increasingly vicious, appearing ready to continuously attack the white ape, giving it no chance to counter. On the other hand, although the white ape could parry each strike, the strength in its arms was gradually weakening, and its D-level strength was insufficient to contend with Leon for an extended time. Sekiro is still of lower tier, like Fire Bull, Red Ghost. Other elite monsters in Otherworld are no match even for a Minotaur, only Sakura Dragon, Resentful Ghost, and similar have some substantial strength. Gong Chi-ying placed the dual-bladed white ape in the dungeon primarily for its skills, which are specifically powerful against adventurers, or rather humans. Moreover, agile human-like monsters are actually more troublesome to deal with than larger monsters, having a stronger disrupting effect than combat power. Leon's breathing grew heavier, and his strength was gradually decreasing. Perhaps it would be wise to stop and recover. But seeing that the white ape was about to give in, his competitive spirit drove him to continue swinging his sword. Not just influenced by competitiveness, he wanted a battle to wash away the shame of dying at the hands of NDD, a seemingly insignificant monster. Every time he remembered being killed by that trivial monster, he was filled with uncontrollable rage, impacting his judgment. This kid is getting greedy for kills. As everyone knows, being greedy for kills is a hallmark of an expert, only feasible when you have completely mastered the enemy's moves. Without understanding the opponent's moves and recklessly being greedy for kills could only ping. A crisp sound of metal clashing, this ting was much more pleasant to hear than the previous bangs during the sword collision. Looking back at Leon, his sword got knocked away. In game terms, his stance got broken. His expression still perplexed, he swung his sword to block, but it was too late, the dual-bladed white ape sneered and slashed down. Bang! Another sound of metal clashing, but this time it was the dual-bladed white ape's turn to be stunned. Because its blades broke. Leon looked at his king silver armor that now bore 2 scratches, then at the white ape's broken dual blades, and suddenly couldn't hold back any longer. Ptahaha! He immediately seized the opportunity, striking down the white ape with his sword and securing victory. The decision to take out alone and craft this fine set of armor was truly brilliant. He couldn't help but feel proud of his past foresight. Even Sekiro, wielding the indestructible Zawan, couldn't cut through Robert who was wearing the armor, so it's quite normal for the dual blades of white ape, a mix of otherworldly enchanted armor, to be shattered. It was a victory of defense. Not just Leon was laughing, even Gong Qiying, who was spying on this event, couldn't help but laugh out of irritation. Damn it, focusing only on the monster's strength and forgetting to upgrade weapons, and then unexpectedly encountering a problem. But this group is quite capable, the first to find this place. Gong Qiying acknowledged their strength. The design of the middle area required defeating elite monsters at 2 locations to obtain keys that would open the stone door leading to the big tree hole, and the strategy group was currently at one of these key locations. The teleportation treasure box in Sick Village would teleport people into traps, and if one were lucky enough to escape the traps, they would arrive in the middle area. For those with strength, this indeed provided a shortcut as the location of the traps was relatively close to where the dual-bladed white ape was. In fact, the placement of the teleportation treasure boxes throughout the dungeon was strategic. There were always trap mechanisms nearby, and successfully navigating these traps could lead to clues or items and other rewards to clear the current area. Of course, these rewards were relatively hidden, and without being an avid map master or a bit of luck, it would be impossible to find. Laugh now, just let yourself laugh, said Gong Qiying with a sinister smile. He never said that the elite monsters guarding the key were only as tough as dual-bladed white apes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing the white ape killed, the monkeys became furiously enraged, their cries as vexing as demons, exceedingly irritating to hear. Only hearing the sounds of rustle, 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 3 or 4 more dual-bladed white apes jumped down from the canopy, glaring murderously at the strategy group, and even the ordinary monkeys found a knife from somewhere, surrounding them completely, ready to charge. Humph, beasts will be beasts. Drew snorted coldly, the magic he had been charging finally found its moment to be released. He raised his left hand, and a round ice ball suddenly rose into the sky. The temperature dropped sharply, even causing snowflakes to flutter about, and a thin layer of frost formed on the ground. As a monkey screamed and rushed over, a mini ice storm instantly formed, completely freezing it into an ice sculpture. Then, the storm circled around the people, forming an impenetrable defensive line. Mid-tier ice magic. Storm Ice Prison. It can be used to trap enemies and also protect oneself. The ice storm moves with the user. Just as everyone was about to engage in the final fight with the monkey troop, Maru suddenly pointed and said, "Everyone, look, a purple light point." In the deepest part of the tree arena, a faint purple light lay among the dense vines, like a waterfall of vines cascading from the towering trees, making it unclear what was hidden behind, but the bright purple light point lay there, emitting a deadly allure. A dual-bladed white ape noticed their intention and immediately dashed towards the purple light point, trying to snatch it before them. This was a plot designed by Gong Qiying. Under normal circumstances, monsters would not be interested in the light point. Maru. I know. Maru crouched down, shooting out like an arrow released from the bow, not only grabbing the purple light point first but also kicking the dual-bladed white ape away. Let me see what treasure this is. It was a golden ring, beautifully crafted. The moment she took the ring, a message appeared in her mind. Petite ring replica. Slightly enhances life force and endurance. Can also be used to open a certain door. Before Maru could rejoice, she suddenly heard a strange noise behind the vine waterfall, like heavy breathing. But with such a heavy breathing sound, its owner must be a very large creature, right? She instinctively looked up, making eye contact with a massive creature hidden behind the vines. This pungent smell hitting her nostrils, it must be a monkey hiding inside. But this one is way too big. Ow, 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 ow. The lion ape let out a roar. Lion ape, from Sekiro. Spiritual power needed per unit, 380. Life force, C, strength, D++, intelligence, E+, endurance, D++, speed, D+, overall fighting capability, D++. Chapter 53. Ah! Maru screamed in fright and took off running. The lion ape swung its huge hand and smashed it onto the ground, causing dirt and rocks to fly everywhere. Pebbles rained down on Maru like a torrential downpour, with a round rock coincidentally landing right under her feet. Yikes! She slipped, and just as she was about to face-plant into the ground, she somehow managed to maintain her balance in an awkward posture using some extreme maneuver. But at a cost. Her petite ring flew out of her hand. Oh no! Maru turned to grab the ring, but the lion ape's speed was not to be underestimated. At that moment, it leapt forward, roaring furiously as it crashed towards her. Mage's hand. In this critical moment, a phantom hand grabbed her body and violently pulled her out of the attack range. The full weight of the lion ape slammed down, causing the ground to tremble dramatically as if there were an earthquake. Even the surrounding trees fell over, and some unfortunate monkeys were smashed to death underneath. Thank you, Drew, Maru gasped in relief, steadied her spirit, and drew her dual blades in a battle-ready stance. Be careful, Drew simply advised, holding his magic wand, murmuring spells under his breath. So this is the leader of the monkeys. Leon confidently adjusted his hair, his dazzling blonde hair shining brilliantly. The lion ape looked fierce and terrifying, its white fur bristled with battle intent, and the large long sword sticking out of its neck added to its demon chi. He raised his sword towards the lion ape and said spiritedly, "Let's go, everyone." Low-tier revitalization technique. Low-tier strengthening skill. Flame attachment. Mid-tier sharpness enhancement. Mid-tier rock defense. You've been enhanced, go now. One after another, buffing spells flashed across his body. Tall, already sturdy by nature, now had his muscles ballooning, veins popping, and his hammer even emitting flames, just like a legendary hero. TMD, who could defeat him now? Roar, roar, roar. The lion ape pounded its chest and roared. Come on. Tall swung his massive hammer around like a giant bear and rushed forward. Their full-force hammer clash saw the lion ape's giant paw collide, creating an explosive sound in the air, and both of them retreated and then lunged forward again to brawl. Despite the size difference, the noise they made was like two colossal beasts betting their lives in a fight. During the fierce combat, Tal's skin started to show signs of green, his sharp fangs bit viciously into the back of the lion ape's hand, tearing off a chunk of flesh. He was half green-skinned orc, usually appearing no different from a human, but once his blood boiled, he would transform into an orcish figure, only to gradually revert once calmed. Roar! The lion ape cried out in pain and abruptly slapped him, sending him flying. But Tal rolled in the air and landed heavily, mocking the lion ape with a taunting roar. The eyes of the lion ape turned red, and in that instant, Tal's figure in his eyes became a despised enemy who must be dismembered to quench his vengeful spirit. Come here, you beast! Tal thundered his chest, battling the increasingly ferocious lion ape, and as the surrounding monkeys panicked and tried to flee, any that were too slow were crushed into a pulp. The lion ape leapt into the air, aiming to smash Tal with its hardened back. Tal quickly stepped back but still got knocked unsteady by the shockwave, just as he was about to chase the monster while it hadn't gotten up. The lion ape suddenly rolled over, thrashing around like a spoiled brat, hitting Tal solidly twice, causing him to spit out blood. The lion ape roared excitedly, ready to pursue its victory, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in its feet, followed by imbalance, and it fell to the ground. Behind it, Maru's figure flickered like a ghost. She shook the fresh blood off her dual blades, which had just slashed the lion ape's legs. Her most proficient combat skill was Accelerated Slash, which greatly increases her speed in an instant to deliver a lethal strike. Though in facing an opponent much stronger, she could often only assist. The lion ape struggled to stand up, but at this moment, it suddenly felt a surging heat followed by the dazzling sunlight. Good job, Maru. Leon held up his longsword, the blade wrapped in dazzling holy light, piercing the sky as if it could slash through any obstacle in front of it. This was his family's combat skill, Light of Victory. Die! Amidst the lion ape's roar, Leon slashed down. At this critical moment, it curled up its body, choosing to endure the attack with its tough back. The blinding light dissipated, and the ground was soaked with fresh blood. The lion ape's back had a ferocious wound, but it still wasn't dead. Strike it while it's weak. Drew, help me restore my energy. Leon panted heavily, as the use of one combat skill drained his immense physical strength, and he needed magic to recuperate. Tal continued to rush towards the lion ape, pulling on it to give Leon time to recover, and Maru also appeared behind it, closely watching its plump ass. And at this time, it did a move most characteristic of monkeys, climbing a tree. Fleeing the battle. Leon sneered, it only gives me time to prepare my next move. Ooh! The lion ape howled, reaching behind and, accurately speaking, towards its lower back. Leon suddenly had a bad premonition, but he was charging his combat skill and couldn't even move. The lion ape moved, it pulled out from behind it a large clump. Shit! This clump of poop exceeded everyone's imagination, calling it a meteor wouldn't be too far-fetched, and it hurtled straight towards Leon. The only one who might have blocked the poop bundle was Drew, but he was too busy using other magic to restore Leon's energy to release a defensive shield. No. It hit the target perfectly, a slam dunk that even Kobe couldn't match. Plop splat! The poop splattered all over the ground, and the two at the epicenter. Although they wanted to scream, they couldn't open their mouths, as it would just flow in. Is playing with poop some disgusting stereotype of monkeys? Can't they come up with something new? Everyone's just tired of it. You, son, of a bitch. Eventually, Leon couldn't help it, his golden hair showing a weird green color mixed with the poop, and his whole body bathed in it, shot out like an arrow released from a bow. In a state of anger, a person's combat power can increase exponentially. Enraged, Leon displayed an unparalleled close combat ability, not only knocking the lion ape over with an uppercut but also grabbing the dual blades lodged in the lion ape's neck. D. He roared as he twisted the dual blades. Among the lion ape's cries and the sound of tearing flesh, the monster's head heavily fell to the ground. Bang! Even though its head was gone and it was completely dead, Leon still wouldn't let go of this disgusting creature, hammering its body with punch after punch. That's enough, that's enough. Tal hurriedly came over to hold Leon back, trying to comfort him amidst the filth. Boss, regain your senses, I'll treat you to a bath, all right. Let me go, I want to kill it, kill it. It's already dead, meow. Ah, in my old age I still have to encounter such vulgar things, Drew sighed, conjuring a stream of water to wash the filth off the two of them. They both turned their backs to the corpse of the lion ape, completely lowering their guard. Rightly so, who would stay alert against a corpse? It wouldn't rise again, especially since it no longer had a head. Yet, the headless lion ape's fingers twitched. Chapter 54. As Leon lingered at the entrance of Sane Dungeon, he would never forget the day he battled with monkeys in the forest. That was the most disgraceful moment of his life. Overwhelmed by filth, clueless. It was not just an insult to one's character but also to the soul, the ultimate assault on a man's dignity. No matter how lowly one is, after suffering such an extraordinary humiliation, the mind fills with thoughts of slaughtering the other party, cutting them into 8 pieces, no, 16 pieces, 32 pieces, 64 pieces, 168 pieces. Leon thought he had succeeded in his revenge, thought he had washed away the disgrace, but that roar shattered his dungeon dream. Squeak 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 squeak. Sane Dungeon. When the leader was killed, the monkey horde cried out excitedly, but the cries were tinged with a layer of sorrow. Leon cleansed himself of all filth, listening to the monkeys wailing, feeling ecstatic inside. It even brought uncontrollable laughter out of him. He was laughing maniacally, the monkeys were screeching wildly. Each monkey was howling heart-wrenchingly, sounds so loud that the strategy group could only hear the roaring, nothing else. Unable to hear anything else, even if the sound was right behind them. These monkeys have quite deep feelings for the lion-ape, Drew commented with emotion. Even though dungeon monsters are usually indifferent, they still hold such deep fidelity, alas. Old geezers become sentimental with age, Maru teased. This dwarf got his face smeared with feces and wasn't even angry, quite a strong mentality. Tall sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing on controlling his breath. The color of his skin gradually paled, and his fangs receded. Right, I just picked up a ring. Maru suddenly remembered the petite ring, intrigued by the inscription about opening a certain door. Could it be related to this level's mechanism? She turned around, then froze. Ha ha ha, Maru, what are you doing standing there? Come with me and wipe out the remaining monkeys. Leon guffawed, turning his head over, and he too froze. What the hell? He saw the mightiest of the undead that was supposed to be dead. The headless figure that should have fallen was now standing upright, wielding a knife in one hand and holding its head in the other, eerily upright. A beam of light shot from behind the headless lion-ape, casting the strategy group's members wholly under its shadow. Why is it standing up again? Could it be undead creatures? No, it didn't have the sensation of magic common to the undead, so what could be the reason? Everyone quick! Leon got halfway through his shout when an even louder roar completely drowned him out. It was the lion-ape. The skull it held in its hand let out an unprecedented roar, a cry carrying the wail of undead, the ferocity of beasts, the shrieking of insects. The situation escalated as the skies darkened, a vast expanse of red fog enveloping the group with a fierce roar, inciting a powerful sense of impending doom. Leon wanted to push his comrades out of the red fog, but when engulfed in the expanse of red fog, while hearing the piercing roar, a deep fear arose in his heart. Indeed, fear, the kind that makes one wish for death. Fear slithered through his body like venomous snakes, constricting his breathing tightly, as if intent on crushing every bone to pieces, visions of his deepest fears materializing before him. And at that moment, his horror bar filled up. Leon let out a short, sharp scream, then fell backward, faced up. Dead. Looking back at everyone in the strategy group, they all lay scattered on the ground. Dead. 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 The roar of the headless lion-ape could accumulate horror bars in the game. Once filled, it would trigger instant death, similar to a curse death. In the other world, the roar would awaken a person's deepest fears, and they would die in extreme terror. That is to say, only Feng Buzhou could fully withstand this attack. The reason the lion-ape could live without its head was due to something sinister within its body. Watching the members of the strategy group fade into streaks of light and disappear, the lion-ape staggered, holding its head, its thoughts indecipherable. A day later. Leon curled up on his bed, his complexion pale, his limbs cold, his body trembling. Ever since he was roared to death by the lion-ape in the sane dungeon, he had been like this. As if scared out of his wits, even the slightest noise could make him extremely fearful, and only by curling up under the blankets could he feel a tiny sense of pitiful safety. The resurrection technique could heal physical injuries, but it was mostly ineffective when it came to mental trauma. Sadly, the horror effect brought by the lion-ape directly targeted the psyche. Not only Leon, but all members of the strategy group were reacting the same way, trembling, extremely timorous, and fearful of the outside world. Don't come over, don't come. Leon stared intently at a corner of his room, as if there really was a vengeful ghost there. In his view, a woman bearing a striking resemblance to him stood there, looking at him with a scornful gaze and laughed mockingly. Leon, our family's disgrace, have you had enough of playing adventurer games? Why are you too scared to come home? Are you afraid of being beaten skinless by your sister? He he he, do you still remember how I made you cry in front of our father at that banquet? Since then, father has stopped talking to you, you've embarrassed him. Is that why you ran away from home? Such a cowardly act, you can never surpass me, you will always be the family's disgrace. No, no, no. Leon's anger actually overcame his fear, and he leapt off the bed, screaming and flailing his arms in an attempt to shatter the illusion before him. However, the more agitated he got, the louder the laughter of the phantom became, eventually turning into the roar of the lion-ape. The fear was so intense it seemed to melt his brain. He burst through the door and ran wildly through the astonished gazes of the onlookers, as if running fast enough could leave the fear behind. Fortunately, he ran fast enough that people on the street did not recognize his true identity, otherwise, the lion's reputation would have been thoroughly disgraced. The lion was supposed to represent courage, but his behavior now was less than that of a sick cat. Not knowing how long he had run, he suddenly came to his senses and found himself standing in front of a store. The sign read Matter Magic Tool Store, a very ordinary name. He suddenly noticed that passers-by were staring at him. He had run out in his untidy pajamas, which was indeed eye-catching. In a panic, he ran into the store. If this was a regular magic tool store, they should have clothes with special effects for sale. "Welcome, may I help you with some?" The store owner suddenly looked Leon over, causing him to feel uneasy. "Ha, it looks like you need this," the owner chuckled, pulling something out from under the counter and placing it on the table. It was wrapped in yellowed paper, seemingly a powder. Leon glanced at it and saw the label on the paper wrapper. Horror Dispelling Powder. Chapter 55. What is this? Leon opened his mouth, but his voice was so hoarse that he startled even himself. Having left the sane dungeon without even touching a drop of water, unable to sleep, and afflicted by fear, his current state was no different from an animated corpse. No wonder nobody on the streets recognized him. The once proud and vibrant Leon would never have looked like such a defeated figure. Horror Dispelling Powder, a powder that can dispel fear, perfectly suited for your current condition. Gong Qiying pushed a paper package towards him and said, "1 silver coin each, fair and square." 1 silver coin? This guy must be crazy. Leon thought that 1 silver coin could buy a high-quality blood healing potion, or 2 to 3 mid-tier healing potions, the efficacy of 1 mid-tier healing potion being equivalent to Drew's healing magic. So, does this shop owner believe that this packet of powder could rival a blood healing potion? Horror Dispelling Powder, he had never even heard of such a thing, not to mention, dispel fear? Are you saying I am afraid of something? That's impossible. Leon's mental state was very unstable now. Gong Qiying's description of the effects of Horror Dispelling Powder sounded sarcastic and mean in his ears, fueling his rage. Haha, a fool is a fool, thinking that strangers are mocking you? You're nothing more than this, little brother. Shut up. That derisive voice came from behind again, almost driving Leon mad. He spun around and flailed at the air as if trying to slash the haunting ghost. Just as he was about to hit the counter behind him, a pair of strong hands suddenly restrained his arms. "What are you doing, Before Leon could struggle, his mouth was pried open and stuffed with a whole packet of Horror Dispelling Powder. The powder quickly absorbed the little moisture in his mouth, choking him into a coughing fit. When he truly began to struggle, Gong Qiying couldn't hold him any longer, allowing him to step back 2 steps and stumble to the ground. "You! Cough cough cough!" Leon, pointing at Gong Qiying, was furious and about to say something when suddenly, as if a pause button had been pressed, he stopped completely. Because he realized that all the chaotic voices in his head had disappeared? How is this possible? He muttered to himself, staring at his hands, his eyes clearing the moment he ingested the Horror Dispelling Powder. There are many mysteries in the world. Like whether playing pen fairy with an Apple Pencil could summon jobs, or whether collecting 7 golden basketballs could bring Kobe back to life. Whether the path Miyazaki Hide took home from school passed through the Crimson Corruption, whether the amusement park he often visited was called Sane Ancient City, whether his pals had surnames Yang and Feng. Which map is the most torturous, the Road of Suffering, the White Blood Church, or the Floating Prison? Leon's current dilemma was, could this unheard of powder really cure his abnormal state? He was stunned for a long time, and only after being sure that there were no strange voices around anymore, he complicatedly said, "Thank you, boss." This ordinary-looking prop shop owner actually had such a miraculous item, it was truly surprising. From his upbringing, Leon knew now was the time to show gratitude. 1 silver coin, thanks for your patronage. Ah, right, Leon patted himself, awkwardly realizing he had not brought any money. Indeed, who would put money in their pajamas? Sorry, I didn't bring any money, could I have my companion come over later? He stopped midway through his sentence, suddenly recalling that everyone in the strategy group was currently in the same negative state as he, likely almost debilitated. Boss, could we negotiate something? Leon smiled sheepishly, never feeling so destitute. Could I have some credit? I'll go home and get the money. Sure, Gong Qiying nodded indifferently. Didn't you just say to have your companion bring it over? They are all just like me. He fell silent for a moment, lifted his hand as if to smooth his hair, a signature move he made when he felt confident, his shimmering blonde hair boosting his stylishness by several notches. But this time, he felt his arm incredibly heavy, unable to lift it, so he just let it hang and asked, "Can I borrow a few packs of horror-dispelling powder first? I'll heal my companions and rush back with the money." Only those who have experienced fear know how terrifying it can be. The things you feared the most in the past surge like waves. A wave pulls you into a dim, lightless deep sea, surrounded by indescribable creatures lurking around, but they just happen to materialize into your fears. After waking up from that state, he wanted to immediately free his companions from their fears, not wanting them to wait even a second longer. Although he was often proud and sometimes hot-tempered, he still cared deeply about his companions. Gong Qiying sized him up, not saying a word. "I swear on my face, I won't bail on the debt." Leon parted his hair, revealing a pale but somewhat handsome face. "Are you going to tear off your face and give it to me?" Leon blinked, seemingly not expecting such a response. After a moment, he realized and asked, "You don't know me. Should I know you?" Gong Qiying deliberately said, though he actually recognized him long ago. "I." Leon opened his mouth, but in the end, said nothing, feeling a bit disappointed and yet, happy. Disappointed because his fame hadn't reached the level of a household name, happy because his embarrassing moment wouldn't spread. He took a deep breath and said, "All right, I'll go get the money now. Please prepare 3 packs of horror-dispelling powder for me. I'll be back soon." Because he hadn't eaten or drunk anything till now, he felt weak, but for his companions, he still had to drag his sick body to run. "Wait." Just as he was about to leave, Gong Qiying suddenly stopped him. "Take these with you, and we can settle the account together later." He lined up a few packs of horror-dispelling powder on the counter, smiling, "Looking at your face, I can tell you're not one to break a promise. I'll trust you for now. Dare to skip out on the bill and you won't be able to continue Insane Dungeon." Leon was deeply touched, grabbed the horror-dispelling powder from the counter, and said loudly, "Thank you, boss. I'll be going then." "Wait, there's one more thing." Gong Qiying tossed him a piece of candy, saying, "Eat this, restore some energy. I'm really afraid you might suddenly die on the way, this costs money too." "Candy?" Leon popped the candy into his mouth, chomping on it twice, tasting apple, both sour and sweet. He suddenly discovered that his energy was rapidly recovering, almost as if he had drunk a physical potion. Meeting his surprised gaze, Gong Qiying casually said, "Produced by Food Paradise, don't make a big fuss. Apple jelly candy, from Dawn Legend. Spiritual power required per 10 units, 5. No combat ability. Consuming restores a small amount of energy." "Thank you, boss." Leon's thanks were even more heartfelt now, and he turned to leave. "There's one more thing." Gong Qiying tossed over a pair of slippers, saying, "Put on the shoes before you leave." Chapter 56. The good news was that, under Leon's ghostly dash, the horror-dispelling powder was delivered to his companions in time to remove their abnormal statuses. The bad news is, since their condition after returning from the dungeon was extremely abnormal, many had poked holes in their temporary excuse of not entering the sane dungeon. Their secret competitiveness had been exposed. The reputation of the strategy group became somewhat delicate overnight. This matter was neither too big nor too small. At most, it shattered the myth surrounding the strategy group. It seemed that even the mighty strategy group could be broken by the dungeon. Hehe, looks like I'm not much different from them, we're all losers who die inside. Some who blindly idolized them also had their illusions shattered, casting strange glances at Leon. He was on his way home to get money, and when passing by the Adventurers Guild, he encountered some people whose gazes told him everything. Good news takes a long time to ferment before people hear of it, but bad news spreads like wildfire in less than an hour. It wasn't a big deal to be secretly competitive, but showing off in front of everyone, packaging yourself as a one-try conqueror of the dungeon, that did some damage to your reputation. Far from being morally corrupt, but for Leon, it was undoubtedly a devastating blow. He had 3 major hobbies in life: showing off, acting cool, and playing the saint in public. Aren't these all the same thing? Due to childhood trauma among other reasons, he became someone craving attention, hoping to receive cheers wherever he went, like a star. So he diligently practiced his swordsmanship and earnestly studied adventurer knowledge, making a name for himself through numerous adventures, becoming an experienced silver rank adventurer. He earned his fame through sweat, a motivational story, but he had a flaw. He loved to boast, and the more he boasted, the bigger the tales. The most typical was bragging about solo clearing the dungeon when in actuality, he was secretly practicing. Once the lie was punctured, the other members of the strategy group weren't too bothered, but for Leon, it was as if the sky had fallen. "Boss, the money." Leon walked into the Matter Magic Tool store with a faltering gait, absent-mindedly placing a bag of coins on the counter, even forgetting to take back the change before turning to leave. A hand held his shoulder, a voice from behind said, "Since you're here, take a seat." He was almost helplessly pressed into a chair, staring blankly ahead with a distracted look. The lion-apes mechanism is pretty terrifying, traumatizing the kid into stupidity, Gong Qiying mused. Ever since his magic tool store opened, most customers were average, buying trivial trinkets. He didn't want to sell his treasures to those customers who obviously lacked potential, firstly because even if they bought them, there wouldn't be much promotional effect, and secondly, they were not Yuan people with money. He didn't expect his shop to boom, it was more like a medium to stay connected with the outside world, and also served as a promotional channel. He found recently that interacting with people alleviated his mental state. From the memories of the animated corpse Gedwin, he knew that many dungeon lords had been driven mad by solitude, including himself who had become demented and nearly died in the prolonged loneliness. Aside from natural tendencies, most intelligent creatures need social interaction. Interacting with others is like leaving anchors in the world, these anchors stabilize their spirits. This was the finding of a certain school of thought, which Gong Qiying agreed with. These days, apart from repairing the dungeon in real time, he spent most of his time at the Bed City Public Library, greedily absorbing knowledge of this world like a gluttonous demon dragon. He kept his interactions with people to a minimum, just enough not to get too involved. At most, he haggled with customers when he felt lonely. He realized that the real use of his body was to understand the outside world and to interact with a few promising individuals, not to make a spectacle, roaming and showing off everywhere. Today, Leon had stumbled into Gong Qiying's shop by accident, which took him by surprise. It was a coincidence that met the books, as he was the only one who had the horror-dispelling powder, probably the only cure for the horror state. Probably because magic in this world might also heal it. Since he was here, Gong Qiying decided to give some guidance to the lost sheep. "What's bothering you, is it love?" Gong Qiying placed a cup of hot tea in front of Leon. The other party dumbly shook his head. "Money." Leon continued to shake his head. "Illness." Leon still shook his head. "Career." Leon still, no, he didn't shake his head but instead looked at Gong Qiying with surprise, as if to say, "How did you know?" Gong Qiying almost couldn't maintain his smile. "Damn, how would I know? I've asked all the fortune-telling topics, if I couldn't ask it out, it would be a wonder." Leon thought Gong Qiying was a stranger who didn't recognize Lion Leon, so he was somewhat relaxed in his presence and managed to engage in a conversation. In reality, if his mind wasn't really in turmoil, plus just recovering from a negative state and not being fully clear-headed, he would never chat with a stranger. To put it simply, Leon was very susceptible to being swayed at the moment. He finally spoke up haltingly. "Boss, it seems like I've done something wrong." Gong Qiying turned to face him, like a true listener. "As a child, my mother passed away early, my sister always bullied me, and my father ignored me. I had no playmates in my childhood." He practically started his tale from the beginning of creation, sharing all his childhood experiences. "That's why I wanted to stand out. I wanted to be noticed, I wanted." He lowered his head, as if confiding and talking to himself, "But I messed it up." Was being caught bluffing all it took to get him like this? Gong Qiying looked at him with pity, thinking that the psychological resilience of people from another world was quite lacking, nowhere near as thick-skinned as the people from the internet era. "Do you think that in this matter, you were wrong?" Gong Qiying asked softly. Leon hesitated and said, "I suppose it's my." "No suppose about it, it is your fault." The sudden loud statement stunned Leon for a moment. He lowered his head again, expecting to hear some words of reprimand for his boasting, but Gong Qiying was not that kind of person. He spoke with varying emphasis. "If your strength could smash everything, if you could blast those who doubt you into mush, who would still think you're just bragging, calm. In the end, what you lack is this." He pointed to Leon's hands. "My hands. It's PAWA. Strength. Gong Qiying pointed to his temples and said, use your head and think, friend, really think. The root cause of everything now is your lack of strength. If you had enough power, even if the king scorned you, you could. Could do what? Leon pressed. Beat him up. Gong Qiying slammed the counter suddenly. Leon was completely taken aback by this outrageous suggestion. Beat up the king? Then I would be taken down by the guards. Then beat up the guards. Hey! If the king doesn't accept it, keep beating him. If the ministers don't accept it, keep beating them. If the guards don't accept it, beat them too. Only by constantly fighting, by making them submit to your strength, will you become a real star. Everyone will love you, respect you, fear you. Leon appeared stunned by this speech and actually showed a look of longing, even if just a little. Looking at Leon's expression, Gong Qiying slowly said, if your father doesn't accept it. Leon subconsciously said, then beat him up. He finished speaking and quickly covered his mouth, astonished at why he would say such a thing. Gong Qiying was very pleased and continued, if your sister doesn't accept it. Beat her up. Leon blurted out. If the adventurers beat them up. That's great, you've even learned to jump in with answers. Gong Qiying patted his shoulder, contentedly saying, so, it all comes down to training your strength, young man. Leon now treated Gong Qiying as a master who resolved doubts and asked, please tell me, boss, where should I go to train my strength? You finally asked this. He took out 3 envelopes and laid them in front of Leon, saying, the path to redemption lies within. 10 gold coins each. Take your chance. Leon looked down and saw the writing on the envelopes. Information about the bonfire. Information about the flaming straight sword and cancellation. Information about the lion ape. Chapter 57. Leon walked out of the tool shop with 3 more letters in his hand. 30 gold coins, that wasn't a small amount, spending such funds was painful for him, and even more disheartening, he currently didn't have that much readily available capital. Hence, he pawned his lion's ring, a magical tool that could slightly invigorate one's spirit simply by wearing it. Sadly, it was useless against the horror state. This thing was a memento he took from his family, but as his thoughts changed, he felt he didn't need this trinket anymore. Rib. No sooner had he left the tool shop than he impatiently tore open the envelopes, greedily reading the contents. Information about the bonfire, in the deep stench of sick village, the fire's remaining ashes long for flame. Ignite it, and then, the moment to feast upon rations will come. Information about the flaming straight sword and cancelling, in the bottom layer of the uninhabited village, within the forest vibrant with 100 elves, venture to the ceiling prison where the little demon stone statue resides, defeat the knight from the ancient city, acquire his weapon, and the secret of cancelling shall be revealed to all. Information about the lion ape, the gigantic ape that drank the impure water, even decapitated, can stand up like an insect. Its secret lies within the severed neck. If there is a weapon that can tear it out. It's all riddles. Leon muttered to himself with a touch of resentment. But these riddles didn't quite feel like riddles, they seemed decipherable. For instance, the hint about the first bonfire was quite obvious, nearly giving away the location, except for the last line whose meaning was unclear. But it's just a bonfire, can it really help one grow stronger? Flaming straight sword, the name itself emitted a weird sensation, not to mention the bizarre cancelling. It felt like once cancelling was used, one would be beyond redemption. Lion ape, although he didn't know why the shopkeeper gave him this envelope, it coincidentally fit his needs. After recovering from the horror state, other than getting stronger, he wanted to seek revenge on the lion ape. If it weren't for the ambush, he could have definitely defeated that massive ape. And with the horror state making him look shameful, the lion ape had risen to the top of his list of targets to kill in his heart. Gradually feeling better mentally, he now believed Gong Qiying's words didn't seem so correct, yet they held a subtle truth. Rest for 2 days, then enter the dungeon again. On his way home, he deliberately took a detour to avoid the Adventurers Guild. Right now, his humiliating defeat had become a hot topic among adventurers, and he didn't want to voluntarily get close and be gawked at like a monkey in a show. Even though Gong Qiying had given him some guidance, he still hadn't figured out how to face the adventurers who once admired him. He couldn't really beat them up, could he? Believing that one could convince others by beating them up. What kind of nutcase would come up with such logic? I will never agree with that. Leon arrived in front of his rented mansion only to find someone waiting for him at the door. An adventurer? His complexion changed, but upon a closer look, he realized it wasn't an adventurer, as he recognized the person. Zhang Ka, what are you doing here? He asked with a gloomy face. Zhang Ka, a servant of Leon's family, was also his childhood playmate, but also, his sister's attendant. Ever since Leon had a falling out with his sister, under her directives, Zhang Ka had been picking on him, sometimes secretly playing dirty tricks to embarrass him in public, the harm not severe, but highly insulting. Leon's father knew all about these things but didn't care about Leon, so how could he expect such an odd parent to stand up for him? Without the master's silent consent, would a servant dare to make such a ruckus? In a way, this guy was also one of Leon's childhood nightmares, but since he was a part of his sister's camp, he directed all the hatred towards his sister. Master Leon, long time no see, Zhang Ka deliberately emphasized the word master, his handsome and fair face hiding a mocking expression. Spit it out if you've got something to say, Leon said, holding back from kicking him out immediately, which showed his recent improvement in self-restraint. Don't be so impatient, young master. Think back to our joyful times. I even took you to catch a little fragrant pig. Then you recorded the scene of me being chased around by the fragrant pig's parents with a photography crystal and played it at my birthday party. Leon didn't say a word, just stared at Zhang Ka. At this moment, his blonde hair was disheveled and wild, somewhat resembling a lion's mane, and with those golden eyes hiding anger, he actually looked like a real lion. Zhang Ka, feeling awkward, shrugged his shoulders, took out a gold-embossed envelope, and handed it to Leon with one hand, saying, "Next month is the young lady's birthday, and a grand banquet will be held. You haven't been home for so many years, the young lady hopes that you, the young master, can come back and visit." Leon watched as a mere attendant dared to hand him something with such a casual attitude, and his fist involuntarily clenched. Zhang Ka stretched out his words, sneeringly said, "Haven't you been home for so many years? Don't you want to go back and see? Everyone says you've become successful. Maybe this time, the old master might be willing to see you, hey." As he spoke, his smile showed up, devoid of any other meaning, full of mockery. "Beat him up." The voice of Gong Qiying exploded in Leon's mind like sudden thunder. "No, I can't." His reason told him that using violence arbitrarily was bad behavior and violence couldn't solve any problems. Zhang Ka saw that he hadn't reacted for a long time, frowned, and was nearly stuffing the invitation in his face. Feeling disrespected, he intensified his tone, saying, "If you make a proper apology to the young lady at the banquet, perhaps everyone will accept you again, young master. You want to return home, don't you? I know, you've been struggling out there just to show defiance to the old master, recruiting a bunch of rubbish, and somehow, you actually made a name for yourself." Anger piled up. Zhang Ka didn't finish his words because a fist had already greeted his face. "How dare you insult them? Beat him up! Beat him up! Beat him up! How dare you hit me?" Zhang Ka fell to the ground all at once, covering his swollen cheek, shrieking, "The young lady won't." His words were interrupted once again by a punch. Leon did not utter a word, but his fists kept coming down one after another, each strike full of force and now imbued with rage buff. To hell with the idea that violence can't solve problems. It's just because you're not violent enough. I endorse the beating. Zhang Ka's body twitched, and he stopped moving. Leon wiped his bloodied fist on him, glanced at the gold-embossed envelope, and stomped it into the mud with his foot. "Next month is my sister's birthday banquet? Fine, I'll definitely go." He took one look at the family door, then turned and left. No waiting, today Leon would re-enter the Sane dungeon. Chapter 58. This is a sunny afternoon. The queue in front of the teleportation gate of Sane dungeon is still packed with people. If they don't increase the number of gates soon, they might waste the hard-earned traffic. People are entering and exiting all the time. Most of those who come out are carrying strange animals and plants, all procured from the food paradise area. Treasure hunting in food paradise has already become a routine for many. Knowing the routes well, it only takes 3 to 4 deaths to successfully enter the food paradise once, and the gains from that one time are enough to cover all previous expenses and still leave a substantial surplus. Food hunters, as people who treasure hunt full-time in food paradise are called. Suddenly, a commotion arose among the adventurers waiting in line, their attention fixed on one particular group. Hey, look, isn't that the strategy group? I heard they just came back from a big defeat the other day. Ha, they always boast about how powerful they are, turns out they sneak into the dungeon secretly. So dishonorable. By the way, why did nobody notice when they sneaked into the dungeon? Did they use magic that alters their appearance? Amidst the discussions, the members of the strategy group stood tall and proud. Leon the lion, Tall the strong, Maru the silver cat, Drew the rock. With poker faces, they walked to the front of the teleportation gate. The adventurers who were originally at the front stepped in but recoiled in fear at the sight of them, pulling back their legs and letting the strategy group go first. The crowd fell silent momentarily until the strategy group had all gone through, then the noisy chatter resumed. Was that really Leon? He seems like a different person, so terrifying. Didn't you notice how grim they all looked? Could they be cursed? He glanced at me, and I was nearly scared to death. Inside the sane dungeon, Gong Qiying was observing everything through a crystal ball. Ever since the strategy group entered the dungeon, they had displayed overwhelming power, clearing out all the monsters along the way, demonstrating what it means to speed through a cesspit. Each of them seemed stimulated, unlike before when they would chatter and heckle during battles. Now, they were all intensely focused on slaying monsters, demonstrating high skill and seamless cooperation. They were like a giant lawnmower right now. It is hard to imagine that they could exhibit such power right after recovering. Are they serious now? After they moved into the heavily infested sick village area on the upper level, their relative speed slowed down, but they quickly matched their previous pace. With the experience from last time, Leon didn't take the fork in the road with the teleportation trap but chose the widest road with the most monsters. This decision proved to be very correct, as this was indeed the right path. Roar! The huge living corpses roared as they charged forward. Tall, a huge figure himself, took on 3 at once, knocking them down, with Maru moving in for the finishing cuts. Swoosh, swoosh. Hidden blowgunners on the rooftops fired a volley of poisoned darts. Drew quickly raised a magic barrier, blocking the first wave. When the barrier shattered, the second wave of arrow rain came, and Leon and Tall swung their weapons vigorously to defend, while Drew and Maru, one covering long-range shots and the other slashing throats up close, quickly cleared the blowgunners before dealing with the remaining animated corpses. Click-clack-clack. A huge living corpse knocked down did not die but made strange noises. Subsequently, a massive beast, indescribable and resembling writhing black snakes, emerged from within the corpse. Human's pus. Spiritual power required per unit, 99. Overall combat power, D. The sudden appearance of the monster shaped like a huge black snake threw the strategy group's combat into disarray, especially with 2 or 3 more huge brothers lurking ominously nearby. Still following a familiar tactical distribution, Tall was MT, Leon was main C, Drew supported, and Maru kite. After sustaining some injuries, they quickly grasped the battle style of Human's pus and successfully defeated it. Thus, the path covered by Stirran's hound step, through the heavy-set Brother Street, was officially declared conquered by the strategy group. Indeed, strength is the ultimate argument. Afterward, the giant curse frog brought them even less pressure than the bizarrely shaped Human's pus, they burst it into gold coins in no time. It was merely playing the boss. After the giant curse frog died, Leon finally saw the bonfire he had long yearned for. It was different from what he had imagined. It was just a pile of ashes with a strangely shaped sword stuck in it. The blade being spiral-shaped. Could such a thing really kill anyone? He tried to pull out the spiral sword but the instant he touched it, he burnt his palm, though there was nothing on the hilt, it felt as hot as fierce fire. Magical. Leon smiled, feeling he had found the right place, and then ignited a flame and threw it into the bonfire. Boom! The bonfire blazed up instantly, the bright light brimming with vitality and warmth, as if the world would not end as long as the fire kept burning. When their pupils reflected the light, a hoarse voice suddenly rang in the ears of everyone in the strategy group. In the ancient times, before the world had differentiated, shrouded in thick fog, everywhere there were grey rocks, towering trees, and the immortal ancient dragons. A deep melody started to play from nowhere, and everyone's consciousness seemed to be pulled into another world, where strange scenery slowly unfolded accompanied by the hoarse narration. But one day, the first fire was lit, and all differences arose from it. A blaze dispelled the fog, and the world burned fiercely. In the darkness, born races found something around the fire. A few races born from darkness, tempted by the flames, found the king's soul beside it. The music suddenly intensified, as if people were singing in unison. One mysterious figure after another emerged. The first dead, knight. Isurus the witch and daughter of chaos. Sunlight King Gwyn and his knights. And the dwarves, whom no one had ever seen. They gained the king's power and challenged the ancient dragons. The intense and forceful music, and the grand and majestic warfare unfolded before everyone. The Sunlight King pierced the body of the ancient dragon with the thunder spear, the first dead released the death miasma, Isurus's witch's flame storm scorched everything, and the scaleless white dragon stood on the ancient dragon's corpse and roared. Everyone was momentarily captivated. A roaring fire danced in front of them, and under the blessing of the fire, the world prospered. The era of fire thus began. The music abruptly stopped, and Leon and others were instantly snapped out of it. The bonfire burned quietly, as if nothing had happened. He sat dumbfounded in front of the bonfire, his mind still not recovered from the scene he had just witnessed. Was that an illusion, or what? Why did it feel so real? Could it have been something that happened in the past? What exactly was that? Chapter 59. The members of the strategy group looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to say. A moment later, Maru asked with a trembling voice, "You saw it too? What exactly is that?" Tal was still captivated by the grand spectacle of the ancient dragon war. Gwyn's mighty sunlight spear left him in awe. In the face of the sunlight spear, even the seemingly invincible immortal ancient dragon looked as feeble as a common fowl or dog. Such power, arguably more than just legendary. Leon looked towards Drew. The dwarf was the most learned among them, as he was a magician, and an official one with a degree at that. Just the knowledge needed to pass the certification was enough to make an ordinary person dizzy. Drew didn't have time to pay attention to his companions, constantly stroking his beard and muttering to himself, "It's not right, it's not right, is history really like this?" The history of this world had actually been lost. Even the elf book library, said to have recorded thousands of years of history, had in fact only a bit over 1,000, at most 2,000 years. It is said that a demon king, who waged war 2,000 years ago, is the root cause of the lost history, having initiated an apocalypse war that engulfed the world. How vast was the scale of that war, how many forces participated, what were the names of the demon king and the hero, these things were now unknown to modern people. All that was known was that after that war, history became blank, and the history before the war seemed to have been erased by some mysterious force. All historical books disappeared, the long-lived wisdom dragon clan and the witch demons all vanished without a trace, and the elf clan was slaughtered until only clueless children remained. Knowledgeable elf sages were turned into skewers. Life on the continent suffered heavy casualties, and few survived. For a long time, the question of survival was a major concern. By the time people had gathered their wits to organize history, it was already too late. Undoubtedly, the history of 2,000 years ago would never be known again. However, people had never stopped trying to seek the truth of history, and now, there is a rare object that still exists, which contains records of history. That is the dungeon. Dungeons are said to date back to the ancient era. Each dungeon is said to have its own story, each truly occurring and completely a part of history. If one could gather the stories of each dungeon, perhaps it would be possible to restore the truth of what happened back then. Unfortunately, up to now, only a handful of dungeons have had their stories uncovered, the rest remain a complete mystery. People believe that even if a dungeon undergoes some abnormal changes, no matter how drastic those changes are, the history embedded in its story will not change. Which is why Drew thought, could what we saw at the bonfire be a history of the ancient era? Oh my goodness, is it really that explosive? The stories of other dungeons often narrow down to documenting someone's love and hate, the historical past of a specific race, or the legendary experiences of an individual, forming a narrow range that is simple and understandable. Meanwhile, the same dungeon directly presented a vision of the world's birth. Compared to it, other dungeons suddenly seemed dull and uninteresting. Our world was born from flames? But that's not right, Drew murmured to himself. Gwyn, Isurus, Knight, the immortal ancient dragon, if they are as important as shown in the visions, they should have replaced the holy light god, the dark wind goddess, and established their own churches. The gods worshipped by the various churches had existed since before the loss of history, and their doctrines are a hot topic for archaeologists, such as the process of the gods' births, etc. Unfortunately, most of the content is nonsense and is basically worthless. The high and mighty gods wouldn't personally explain history to humans, and even in recent decades, there have been fewer and fewer people blessed by the gods. O gods, have you closed your eyes? The last words of the previous Pope of the Holy Light Church. How about it, got any clue? Leon eagerly looked at Drew and asked, could it be that it's really? Drew shook his head, stood up, and said, let me use the summoning ritual to seek inspiration from the souls of our ancestors. With that, he began to stagger as he started casting, muttering incomprehensible spells. He looked more like a shaman than a magician. The so-called summoning ritual was a magical ritual to seek help from ancestors related by bloodline. The ancestors conjured were random, with varying qualities. The soul of the ancestor would provide a word or two, which might be somewhat helpful, but most of the time, all you would get was some ambiguous sentences. If this magic was truly effective, people would have used it to summon their ancestors to understand history long ago. If Drew's mind wasn't so overwhelmed by this huge amount of information, he wouldn't have wanted to use it either. Not long after, he heard a strange voice by his ear, the whisper of ancestors from a distant era. Dead animals, tasty, roasted with fire, even tastier. The rocks by the river, pick up the grey ones, it is fun to smash them against other rocks. Drew's expression could no longer be contained. Which era did I summon my ancestors from? He disheartenedly ended the ritual, thinking perhaps he shouldn't have used that thing from the start. I can't be sure, this matter is too big and involves too much, it's not something I can decide on my own, Drew said, looking at the campfire with complex eyes. After getting out, I need to visit the Magic Association and report this to the president. Who would believe that the Sane Dungeon hides the history of the ancient times if told? The group's mental state was unusually excited by this video. Far from their previous expressionless and cold-blooded assassin-like demeanor, their spiritual power emitted was quite substantial. Originally, they had bought a large batch of horror-dispelling powder from Gong Chiying, holding on to their anger and seeking to take revenge on the lion ape, but they never expected this unexpected gain. After a heated discussion for half a day, they discovered the upgrading function available at the campfire. As expected, another round of amazement ensued. The strategy group needed an even greater soul amount to level up, even the least needing Maru required more than 4,000, and Leon needed as much as 10,000. Even if he alone wiped out every monster in the upper levels, he would just level up. Boss, you use this, Maru handed the giant curse frog soul to Leon and said, you need it more now. Everyone knew about that mess in Leon's family. Without a word, Leon gratefully used the giant curse frog's soul. Everyone was so well acquainted that there was no need to formally express gratitude. He had already decided that he would come here daily to farm souls and gather as many as he could before setting off for home. The information about the flaming straight sword and the little demon statue also mentioned the ceiling prison, suggesting that these should be the exploration targets. What Leon and the others didn't expect was, they had barely entered the middle region for less than half an hour when they already found the little demon statue. On the ground, there was a circular altar made of bricks and stones from unknown materials. The center emitted a faint glow, but there was no response when they stood on it. Could it be connected to the statue? Leon touched the little demon stone statue, and the following text appeared before him. Find and defeat 3 witty beasts, and the prison will unlock itself. Not just text, but even simple sketches of the 3 witty beasts appeared. They were bear, lobster, and a large hand with many fingers. Are these really the original witty beasts? Chapter 60. Bear, shrimp, hand. Except for the last one being a bit bizarre, the other two seem pretty harmless, and the rough sketch of the bear is even somewhat cute. It shouldn't be too difficult. Leon looked up at the sky and saw 3 blue light columns descending, each touching down at different locations. After everyone had come into contact with the little demon statue, they were all able to see these, surmising these were the locations of the 3 wisdom beasts. Let's head to the nearest one first. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he always felt that these 3 light columns were quite close to the ceiling prison, as if to improve the efficiency of the decryptors. As they approached the first light column, the light disappeared. A clearing was what the light had previously enveloped, indicating they needed to search for the exact location of the wisdom beast themselves. Was it the bear, the shrimp, or the hand here? Boss, there's a light point over there, Maru suddenly pointed out a spot of white light on the ground. The light point sat neatly at the center of the clearing, surrounded by a dozen sharp spikes resembling bamboo shoots, looking a bit odd. Wait a moment. Leon warily scanned the sky, but there weren't any monsters up there, let alone an ambush. There's nothing in the nearby forest either, Tal cooperatively combed the surroundings in sync with Leon. Strange, a light point without monsters? This wasn't typical of Sane Dungeon. Something felt off, but Leon couldn't quite put his finger on what. I'll be quick, just grab it and come back, Maru said as she walked toward the light point. Leon stared at the light point, deep in thought, always feeling that the nearby bamboo shoot-like stones resembled. He happened to glance at his own hands, whose nails hadn't been trimmed in a while, a bit pointed, and suddenly, his eyes widened. Maru, don't move. It was too late, Maru had already stepped into the circle of spikes. Hearing Leon's shout, she instinctively tried to back away. Whoosh! It moved, the spikes moved. They violently clenched into fists, and even though Maru was already retreating, her foot still got caught. At this moment, the true identity of the spikes was revealed. It was a giant hand with several fingers, adorned with jewel rings. So this was one of the 3 wisdom beasts. Ah! Maru screamed, swiftly drawing her dagger to wound the hand monster, seizing the opportunity to pull out her left leg. Enraged by the attack, the hand monster's many fingers writhed angrily, providing a visually striking impact, its weirdness on par with undead creatures. Alongside the giant hand monster's fury, many smaller hand monsters emerged from the ground, each wriggling its body, a scene distressing enough to make one lose sanity. What disgusting things! The strategy group charged in to confront the group of hand monsters, engaging in a blood-soaked battle. Before long, Leon plunged his long sword into the giant hand monster, putting an end to this wisdom beast. During the melee, Tal was hit by a strange magic released by the hand monster, his movements instantly restricted, allowing the smaller hand monsters to take a few swipes at his face. He was the only one injured. The hand monster's strength wasn't formidable, it was just its horrible appearance that could be intimidating at first glance. No, where's the wisdom in this thing? Maru said with disdain, so disgusting. Because it ambushes. Drew said. Something my cat can do is considered wisdom. Who knows, Drew said indifferently, it's not like they put it here just to disgust us on purpose. He felt he might have unintentionally stumbled upon the truth. The group headed toward the second light column, but as they proceeded, the fog around them thickened, with a damp smell permeating the air, visibility sharply declining. Why is there fog all of a sudden? Tal waved his hand as if trying to disperse the mist, which was, of course, futile. Stop! Leon said softly, halting everyone. Crackle, crackle. Roar. Suddenly, a deep beastly roar came from ahead. Everyone squinted into the dense fog, discerning a massive, dark silhouette. It was a giant bear. At this moment, the loon bear was busily scratching a large tree, oblivious to the presence of the strategy group behind it. Leon glanced at the ferocious bear in front of him, then remembered the cute little bear from the sketch. No idiot could possibly make a connection between the two. Let me handle this. Tal clenched his fists, eager to engage in hand-to-hand combat with powerful creatures, and this giant bear was just to his liking. Be careful, Drew, as usual, cast supportive magic on him. Feeling the surge of strength, Tal roared and charged straight at the loon bear. No, Tal, why do you roar so loudly? Now you've been discovered. Leon was speechless. Roar. The loon bear turned around in confusion, only to be solidly tackled by Tal, the powerful impact smashing it to the ground, shattering the earth. Haha, my strength has the upper hand. Tal shouted joyously, but behind him echoed Leon's furious scolding. Watch out for the monster, you idiot Tal. Watch out for the monster? Tal looked up, just in time to lock eyes with the loon bear. The latter's gaze seemed to say, haven't you had your meal, brat? Impossible, I clearly used 70% of my strength. Before Tal could react, the loon bear opened its mouth and let out a wild roar, and not just Tal, even Leon and the others felt a momentary standstill. A single roar had firmly controlled the strategy group. It was all because they didn't bring high-level earplugs. The loon bear violently shook itself, flinging Tal away in the blink of an eye, then burst forth with a speed that belied its large body, lunging at them. Drew hastily blasted a fireball, but the magic had no effect on the bear, not slowing it down in the slightest. The resilience of the bear Ember King was just too high. Boom! It landed solidly on Tal, exacting fierce revenge. Tal. Maru, frightened, immediately rushed over to check on her teammate, but Leon held her shoulder. Have you forgotten Tal's lineage? Leon said, he won't die that easily. The very next second after he spoke, a strange roar came from beneath the loon bear. Wag! With the roar, the mighty loon bear was shaken. In its bewildered expression, the glowing green and demon-like tall actually lifted it up. Wag! The loon bear was thrown away. The loon bear fell to the ground, sustaining minor injuries. The loon bear charged again. Not to be outdone, Tall spread his arms and also charged at the loon bear, both man and beast fighting in the oldest form of combat. Hand to hand. The earth trembled, trees fell one by one, the commotion of the fight was just too much. If I don't go help him out, Maru said helplessly, he looks addicted to fighting, this won't end anytime soon. Go ahead, go ahead. Maru bent down, shook her waist like a cat, and darted out in the blink of an eye, her cold blade aiming straight for the loon bear. However, just then, pfft! Out of nowhere, a high-pressure water jet shot out, hitting Maru with precision and sending her slender form flying far away. Ah! Faced with this sudden change, everyone was stunned. Where did that water jet come from? Weren't there no monsters nearby? No, over there. Drew, deliberately using the strength-enhancing magic eagle eye, instantly found the culprit. Far, far away, at the location of the third blue column of light, above a pool of water. A huge lobster was charging up, preparing to shoot a second water jet at them. A hit on Petite Maru from 800 meters away? That's a cheat, definitely a cheat. Chapter 61. Ultra-long range, supreme power, huge size. Leon and his group had never seen such a lobster. Can magic hit it? Leon turned to Drew, who shook his head with difficulty. This distance was too far, ordinary magic couldn't reach, and he was just a support magician, was he supposed to headbutt it? Maybe he needed a mad fire sniper. Seeing Tall struggling against a bear, Leon made a decision quickly, I'll go kill it. Drew, go check on Maru, why hasn't she gotten up yet? Drew swiftly cast several buffs on Leon and simultaneously used wind magic to blow him in the direction of the lobster, heading himself towards where Maru had been blown away. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the monsters here, each one is bizarrely powerful. While in midair, Leon was charging his combat skill, preparing to unleash Light of Victory once more to slay the lobster with the quickest efficiency. This type of shell-encased monster typically had low intelligence, he must strike before it could react. Pfft! Leon was blasted down by a water jet, smashing hard onto the ground. He suddenly raised his head, his face flushed with disbelief. How could the water jet be so fast and impactful? And it could fire a second shot in such a short time? The combat skill Light of Victory would bestow a temporary tough state on the user, preventing interruption from some attacks unless the impact was too great. How could a lobster be so strong? The shot had made Leon's half-body numb, no wonder Maru had trouble getting up, anyone with a fragile frame would have been sent straight back to respawn. No longer underestimating, Leon charged at full speed towards the lobster, dodged two water jets, and finally got to the side of the lobster. He launched the combat skill Heavy Slash. With one slash, he directly cut off half of the lobster's body. Nice! But just then, a large claw smeared his face, sending him flying several meters away. Puh! Leon crashed into a tree, abruptly spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. How could the lobster still be so resilient? Despite suffering a fatal injury, it seemed unaffected and launched another attack? He couldn't understand, logically, an injured creature should show pain and sluggishness. Simply put, the resilience of the Shrimp Ember King was too high, not causing any stun from his attack. Fortunately, although it had high resilience, it had suffered a fatal injury, the lobster struggled for a bit before collapsing and completely dying. Wag! Tal's excited roar came from afar, it seemed he had achieved victory too. Leon breathed a sigh of relief, the ordeal was finally over, he was physically and mentally exhausted, these monsters weren't actually strong, but always managed to annoy unexpectedly. The spiritual power he emitted in response had increased to 3 or 4 times the usual. A light point. Suddenly, a purple light point appeared beneath the lobster's body, this thing even dropped equipment. Leon picked it up and was stupefied. What the hell is this? Limb-connecting lobster head. Combat skill, water jet emission. Launch a long-range stream of water that can interrupt enemy actions. He looked at the small lobster head in his hand, similar to a boxing glove, puzzled about how such a bizarre weapon could possibly exist in the world. Before he could think further, a line of text suddenly appeared. A seal has been opened somewhere. Finally. Leon quickly gathered his companions and returned to the ceiling prison. Although Maru had been shot, she was timely treated and now fine. Tal was still green and vigorously pounding his chest in excitement. Drew was in good condition, though he had used about a third of his magic power and would need an hour or two to naturally recover. Overall, everyone in the strategy group was in good shape and ready to re-enter the ceiling prison. Everyone be prepared. Leon thought of the information written on the envelope. There was a knight from the ancient city in the ceiling prison, and defeating him would grant them the flaming straight sword and annulment. Since the flaming straight sword and annulment were deemed very powerful by Gong Qiying, the knight who wielded them must also be a formidable and righteous fighter, right? He imagined a sturdy, valiant knight uncle in his mind. He has always had a favorable impression of very powerful individuals. Upon entering the ceiling prison, the strange scene inside took everyone by surprise. The space was confined to a not very large circle, with something like a stream of magic power blocking the surroundings, preventing anyone from leaving. Being confined in such a small area, that knight seems quite pitiful, Maru said. But where is he? Drew looked around, seeing no one. Wag, wag. Tal was still in a state of excitement. Leon walked forward a few steps when suddenly, a peculiar sound effect played, and a dark blue silhouette slowly appeared before him. Everyone held their breath, eager to behold the majesty of this powerful figure. However, his equipment was not quite what they had envisioned. Tall, he was indeed very tall, but a pointed-top black hood, the tail end of the hood hung like Majin Buu, and the pitch-black eye sockets seemed to flicker with a thirst for victory. Extremely fat armor, yes, an armor that could strangely be described as fat, worn as if flaunting a big belly. A few little pots were hanging on the belt around his waist, containing some indescribable green substance that smelled foul like excrement. These three items combined gave the knight before them a very odd appearance, as if he was desperate to win by any means necessary. Perhaps the most normal thing about him was his weapon, a dark medium shield in his left hand and a similarly unclean straight sword in his right hand. Could that be the flaming straight sword? Doubts surfaced in Leon's mind, but more so was a sense of crisis. His sixth sense told him that this knight was far more troublesome than the bear shrimp hand trio earlier. Come on, knight, let's see your strength. The knight across suddenly swung his straight sword, tilted his head, swung again, and moved the shield while swinging. Ah! Maru poked Leon surprisedly and asked, did you see what he just did? No. The opponent raised his shield while swinging the sword, and in that instant, his sword withdraw action simply vanished, connecting directly to the second strike. It was as if cancelled. SSS. Alarms blared in Leon's mind, feeling something bad was about to happen. He, I must win this. The knight opposite suddenly sneered sinisterly, taking large strides toward them. Soul vs Avatar Ring Capture Version. Spiritual power required per unit, confidential. Overall combat ability, C. This thing was concocted by Gong Qiying using different monsters. Chapter 62. At this moment, there should be an exhilarating music playing. Hey ho, hey ha, the deer scythe clanks so bright. Hey ho, hey ha, ring capture glows when it swipes. Hey ho, hey ha, our favorite is the moisture-laden sickle. Hey ho, hey ha, thief hood, return to your place. Copied from Taiba, Dark Souls. Taiba is truly a treasure trove. Leon had never felt a battle could be this suffocating. He had thoroughly learned the strength of the flaming straight sword and its cancellations today. Every attack has a recovery period. If you swing a sword, the recovery is sheathing the blade. If you shoot an arrow, it's drawing the bow. But the flaming straight sword is different. In the game, you just need to lift the Black Knight shield with the left hand to cancel the recovery, allowing for endless attacks on the enemy. In reality, this translates to ding 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 dang dang dang. The avatar of Soul V chopped out more than a dozen strikes in 1 second, sparking continuously on Leon's shielded guard without ever stopping. If he dares to lower his shield, he would be chopped into mincemeat in an instant. Where did the shield come from? Drew hurriedly crafted it with magic when things looked bad, and it would vanish once it has withstood a certain amount of attacks. Leon had tried parrying the enemy's attacks with the shield and then striking back at the right moment, but to his surprise, once hit by ring capture, he would uncontrollably become briefly stunned. Even less than a second of being stunned was enough for Soul vs next slash to land. This was essentially an unsolvable situation. He could not face Soul vs Avatar head-on alone. But I still have companions. With the help of his teammates, everyone bludgeoning Soul vs Avatar together should be enough to win, right? The answer is no way. Whenever everyone made a move to gang up on Soul V, he would exhibit a stark contrast to his chubby appearance by escaping the encirclement with incredible speed, even throwing flying knives at them during his flight. Sigh, a marathon. Although the area of ceiling prison isn't that large, they just couldn't grasp him. Was his movement technique too good or what? Stop right there, you bastard! Maru was frantically chasing after the avatar of Soul V, her blades furiously cutting the air, ready to unleash a fatal combo on him if he dared to halt his marathon pace. Not only that, but Drew was also firing fireball after fireball from afar, trying to intercept Soul vs Avatar, while Leon and Tal were looking for opportunities to sneak in a stab. This looked like a sure win situation from any angle. However, 10 minutes later... Hey! Leon looked around, a bit puzzled. How come it's just me left? Soul vs Avatar was triumphantly brandishing his sword at him, looking smug. Maru, Tal, and Drew's bodies turned into streams of light, being teleported out of the dungeon. This was their second death in a short period, and even if they could revive, they would likely be dull and dizzy for a day or two because dying and reviving frequently in a short time can cause significant mental stress. From minor headaches to severe amnesia and confusion, they were becoming like the humanity-drained undead man. The only reliever of this side effect was time, perhaps along with magic tools and magic that can soothe the spirit. Leon blinked, replaying what had just happened in his mind. Amidst the chaotic scene, Soul V, who was running away, suddenly changed direction and managed to kill Drew, the only one capable of ranged attacks, while enduring everyone's blows. Despite the physical bonus from his dwarf physiology, Drew, being a fragile magician, couldn't last even a few seconds. Even more infuriating, after everyone targeted their attacks on Soul V, he pulled out a red bottle and drank it, healing most of his wounds right before their eyes. Damn it, the boss can regenerate health, how are we supposed to play? What followed was the endless marathon from hell. Given enough time, mistakes would be made, and Maru and Tal were sequentially slain, turning the tides in a split second. The reversal was so swift that Leon could hardly believe it. After flicking the knife, Soul vs Avatar tossed a few feces pots from his waist to the ground, instantly spreading a foul stench. Then he started to spin in circles, making a blood pressure-raising gesture. Thumb down. Indeed, it was the most mocking spiral thumb down. Playing Ring Capture's marathon runner Soul V had accorded the highest courtesy to those despicable adventurers who loved group battles. At this point, it's really hard to say who should be condemned. Gollum, Leon swallowed hard, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the sword. Is this the power of flaming straight sword and cancellation? How can I possibly stand against it? Useless, useless, you can't even beat your sister, so this is your life, hey. Hee hee. Just then, a long-buried childhood memory suddenly played in his mind, an ignominious past he didn't wish to recall. Just like how a comic book protagonist would remember the past when all his teammates are out and thereby gain burst seed strength, the obsession to defeat his sister emerged in his heart. This filled him with resolve. Huff. Leon took a deep breath, steadied his mindset, and pointed his sword with both hands at Soul vs Avatar. His golden hair, which had dimmed, was now blazing brightly, his battle nerve surging incessantly. I must win. Towards the despicable and shameless Soul V, the hot-blooded youth launched a valorous charge. Leon lay on the ground, his consciousness fading away. The last scene he saw was the fat boy squatting in front of him, throwing feces pots with particular gusto, as if winning this battle was synonymous with winning at life. Damn it! Using his last bit of strength, Leon cursed and hit the street with satisfaction. In the city lord room deep in the sane dungeon, Gong Qiying helplessly covered his face, letting out a sigh. Did I accidentally make Soul V too strong? This boss was originally a bit weaker than now, but everyone in the strategy group was quite capable, so he chose to strengthen him temporarily for dynamic balancing. He wanted Leon to get ring capture, but he didn't want to make it too easy for him. For instance, the original Soul V wouldn't use elemental bottles, and his marathon would only last a moment, and his movements wouldn't be so outrageous. Yet, the strategy group still got wiped out. Did I overestimate the strength of the people in this world? Gong Qiying leaned against the altar, scrolling through the City Lord panel, and murmured to himself. Do I really need to add these monsters then? In the available monster panel, there were a few he had specifically selected. Blast Scale Dragon. Earthworm Face. Curse Swordsman Cultivator. Royal Ghost. Shaman Village Mouse Shooter. Big Enoki Mushroom. Truly an array of otherworldly beings as numerous as hemp. Forget it, I'll talk about these later. With a wave of his hand, he closed the monster list and instead opened the dungeon micro model. He had been collecting data for the past few days, and it was time for an update. The first priority, of course, was the food area upgrade that ordinary people loved the most. Chapter 63. If one were to speak of the most popular place in the Sane dungeon at present, it would undoubtedly be the food paradise area. Weapons, equipment, magic tools, and the like are only needed by adventurers, but food is different. Everyone loves gourmet food, especially the kind never encountered before. As it happens, the food paradise perfectly meets these criteria. It is believed that any seasoned food connoisseur can find their preferred food here. Therefore, as soon as the food paradise was discovered, it was deemed to have significant commercial value. Supported by the Bed family, a whole street specializing in local delicacies of the food paradise area was successfully established, with caravans loaded with goods continuously moving in and out, spreading the local specialties to every corner of the world, as well as disseminating the news far and wide. As expected, the peculiar-looking and deliciously flavored gourmet food became hot commodities everywhere, and to this day, there is still an endless stream of people coming from afar. Some are merchants hoping to make a fortune, some are adventurers fulfilling commissions, and others are curious food enthusiasts eager to witness what truly constitutes a food paradise. In short, there are a lot of people. Anyone wishing to smoothly enter the food paradise area cannot do without one thing: hiring adventurers. On the request board of the Bed City Adventurers Guild, the commissions for hiring adventurers to accompany one into the food paradise area have surged, accounting for a frightening 70% or more of all commissions. People desperately need a safe and stable route to the food paradise, but alas, the locations of monsters and traps along the way are always changing, reducing even the most experienced adventurers' success rate to a mere 50%. Regarding this, Gong Qiying has stated, "I've designed 18 different sets of traps and monster configurations for this route. Each team that enters will encounter a random configuration. However, although the configurations keep changing, the overall difficulty is not too high. After all, people need to be attracted here, and one can't just prevent them from entering." So far, even though the various food ingredients of the food paradise cause a drain on spiritual power, the dungeon's spiritual power is still profiting immensely. How much has it profited? To the point where he could afford to carelessly dispatch molten furnace knights. He could upgrade his city lord authority once again soon, but after mulling it over for a night, he decided to hold off on the upgrade for now. If he were to upgrade, the accumulated spiritual power would be quickly depleted. In that case, his ability to withstand risks would significantly decrease. At least I have to wait until my reserve hidden spiritual power reaches twice the amount needed for the upgrade before I do it. Gong Qiying closed the upgrade interface and, taking advantage of the dungeon's closure time, began a series of renovations to the food paradise area. The overall layout needed no change, with only minor adjustments required in some small areas. The entire food paradise area is roughly divided into the absolutely safe zones, the dangerous zones with monsters like the roasted whole pig, and the super dangerous zone where the rainbow fruit is located, guarded by an array of even stronger monsters. To this day, people have only explored the safe zones and dangerous zones. The edge of the super dangerous zone is somewhat manageable, but once one ventures deep within, groups tend to mysteriously get wiped out. It's unclear whether it's due to the orders of the current guild branch leader Cedar, but everyday adventurous teams bravely enter the super dangerous zone and then perish. Gong Qiying initially thought that after repeated failures, Cedar would come to him for help, but surprisingly, that did not happen. Since Cedar did not come, Gong Qiying couldn't be bothered to meddle. In the safe zone, I'll add a batch of new food ingredients and reduce those that are less popular, and in passing. He hesitated for a while but eventually gave up the idea of planting a few potato mines in the safe zone, tossing this device into the dangerous zone instead. The absolute safety of the safe zones needs to be a reality, rather than damaging the reputation. He also took stock of the most popular food ingredients, ensuring that the most sought after by people were selected. Then, quite sneakily, he slightly reduced their quantity. Since they're so popular, you'll have to make a few more trips. Thank you for your patronage. Food ingredients produced in the food paradise area are impossible to cultivate in the outside world, thus, they can only be obtained by entering the dungeon. After finalizing the design, he fell silent for a while and began to feel that something was amiss. While the safe zones are supposed to be secure, refraining from placing some underworldly items was too agonizing for him. Just add a tiny bit. Gong Qiying didn't choose to add monsters, but instead increased the proportion of ingredients, some with peculiar effects. The river puffer whale, delicious but fatally poisonous unless its poison sac is removed, the hallucinogenic mushroom, equally tasty but causes nightmares when consumed, and the powerful banana with its super high voltage. No more adding. Just these 3. Gong Qiying's left hand tightly gripped his right hand, as if exerting all his might to control the demon within. Finally, the evil Gong Qiying was suppressed by the righteous Gong Qiying. The safe zone yields delicious ingredients, whereas the dangerous zone produces not only tasty but also many ingredients with special effects. Energy grasshopper, life durian, dissolve fruit, wenaya fruit. The monsters that loiter here, like the roasted whole pig, horned lion, gala crocodile, mushroom pig, and such, are all large in size and easy to guard against. To compensate for this drawback, Gong Qiying added some monsters. Little Ganoderma spirit, from Black Myth. Spiritual power required per unit, 65. Overall combat power, D. Little fungus sir, from Black Myth. Spiritual power required per unit, 65. Overall combat power, D. Pumpkin, man-eating flower, potato mine, from Plants vs. Zombies. These should suffice. Gong Qiying clapped his hands satisfied. As for trap mechanisms, Leon sat in the Adventurers Guild's second-floor lounge, his head filled with the scene of Soul vs Avatar pointing at him. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Hiss, such a headache. The side effects of being resurrected multiple times in a short period were showing now. Not only did he have a splitting headache, but even his memory seemed a bit fuzzy. It looked like he would need a good rest to recover. He really wanted to seek revenge against Soul V right away. Leon sighed, having no choice but to accept the fact that he had been defeated. It would probably take a couple of days before he could enter Sane Dungeon again. First he had to recover his spirits. Now, not a day could he spend without exploring the dungeon without feeling uncomfortable. Boss, Maru entered, pushing the door open, and said, I just heard people talking about something interesting downstairs. What is it? Leon asked listlessly. It's about the Sane Dungeon, Maru said mysteriously. These past few days it has started spreading around. We were so focused on exploring that we forgot to exchange information. As soon as it was related to Sane Dungeon, Leon's interest was piqued. Go on, spill it, don't keep me in suspense. All right. Maru spread her hands and said. Recently, many people have discovered a magic tool called Summoning Hook Finger Medicine that can summon assistants and fighters. What's that now? Don't rush. Maru leaned in close to him and said. Boss, have you heard of the Sun Warrior? Chapter 64. Sunday. Warrior. Leon savored this unfamiliar name. He knew what the sun was. It was hanging in the sky. But what was a Sun Warrior? It sounded like someone who took the sun as their faith, just like how the people from the Holy Light Church always call their knights Holy Light Knights. Somehow, it conjured up in his mind the scene he saw at the bonfire, that person referred to as the Sunlight King Gwyn. Could it be related to him? No, related to him? Speaking of which, Drew returned from death and immediately ran to the Magic Association in the nearby city without even resting. Leon genuinely worried whether he might drop dead on the way. But Leon also really wanted to know what the scene at the bonfire actually meant. Go on. Maru began to narrate her observations. A certain item known as Summoning Hook Finger Medicine has been gaining popularity recently. There's a place in the swamp where every time you go in, you can reliably find 5 or 6 of them. I even figured out the exact location. She said with pride. It's said that after using Summoning Hook Finger Medicine in the dungeon, you can see golden and red summoning marks. The golden ones represent assistants who can temporarily become comrades and explore the dungeon with you, while the red ones are called fighters, who you must battle as soon as they are summoned. Are there really people idle enough to summon adversaries in such an underworld-like dungeon? Disliking the fact that they're not dying fast enough? Wait, let me catch my breath. Leon rubbed his temples and showed a confused expression, asking. These so-called assistants and fighters, are they all real, living people, or what? What's their purpose in helping or fighting adventurers, and what's in it for them? Why are they able to leave behind summoning marks, are they using some special items? Maru opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words for a long time, finally puffing up her cheeks and saying, "How could I possibly know all that? I thought you were so confident." Maru slumped onto the sofa and said, "I just knew about the news a bit earlier than you, boss. How would I know what their purposes are or what items they use? But one thing I can confirm is that those people are all indeed real and alive." Leon raised an eyebrow. "How so?" "Because a lot of people have met their assistants in real life." Maru thought for a moment and said, "There's an elf named Stirran who's been quite the topic of conversation recently. She is one of the Sun Warriors, and it's said that the news about the summoning hook finger medicine was spread by her." Stirran. Stirran sat at the entrance to a fortress in the swamp region. On a small stool she brought herself. A golden glowing summoning mark lay at her feet, awaiting the call of a destined summoner. At her waist hung a short dagger, and on her back a longbow and arrows. She had once again donned her classic attire, the only difference being a bronze medallion worn on her chest, depicting a sun with a human face. Though the expression on the sun was quite serious, the overall look was somewhat abstract. This medallion was the insignia of a Sun Warrior. And she was the first Sun Warrior born from the same dungeon. Everything started not so long ago. That day, after reuniting with Gong Qiying, she heard from her companions about the delicacies area. Then, a large influx of people swarmed into the food district, and the number of quests related to that area surged. Naturally, their team took on many of them and for a long time were busy clearing these quests, earning a substantial amount of money. By the time Stirran finally managed to free up some time and wanted to seek out Gong Qiying again, she could no longer find his summoning mark anywhere. Ever since she delivered the magical materials he needed as requested, she hadn't seen Gong Qiying again, which made her quite depressed. But then she thought about it. Gong Qiying was always traveling around, he probably left Bed City to go on adventures elsewhere. Although she was somewhat reluctant to let go, she guessed that was where their fate ended. She hoped that one day they might reunite somewhere. After that, she and her Morning Wind team committed to exploring the intermediate level of the dungeon, but regrettably, due to a lack of brute strength, they always died of all sorts of bizarre deaths. For example, they were pitifully beaten by a giant white ape and several monkeys wielding dual blades. Or there was the time they saw a cute yellow monster resembling a little mouse, but as soon as they approached, they were electrocuted with 100,000 volts, charred on the outside but tender inside. There was also the time they killed a strange monster that looked like a chubby black creature, only for them to inexplicably die along with it, and Stirran still does not understand the principle behind it. The answer is that the gang ghost used its life-linking ability. After numerous deaths, the whole team lost their motivation, sinking into depression. They just couldn't beat the challenges. Truly, they couldn't beat them. The only current solution for breaking through was leveling up at the bonfire. But there's a problem. Gong Qiying designed the stats so well that for someone like Stirran, who is of average strength among adventurers, to level up even once she would need to wipe out the entire swamp area's monsters and include a few fat brothers from Sick Village. You see, she had only leveled up about 10 times, and now she was stuck. To level up again, you must go deeper into the dungeon to slay more monsters, like in the intermediate level. The souls dropped by these monsters are worlds apart compared to the ones from the upper levels. One double-bladed white ape is worth 2 fat brothers. So why, after adventuring in the intermediate level for so long, had their strength not increased? Because after death, the number of souls carried is reset to 0, unlike in games, where they can be picked up again. They rarely managed to return to the bonfire with enough spiritual power for leveling up, they mostly just died out there. That was truly tragic. However, not long ago, Stirran found a new way to enhance her strength. During an adventure in the intermediate level, she was separated from her companions and by chance discovered a cliff at the edge of a forest. Standing at the edge of the cliff, she could see the rising sun in the distance. She knew this sun was just an illusion created by the dungeon, but as the sunlight pierced through the gloomy clouds and cast its light upon her, she felt an overwhelming warmth and brilliance, involuntarily developing a longing for the Sunday. At that moment, Stirran suddenly remembered Gong Qiying and something he said during one of their encounters, which she didn't understand at the time. Praise the sun. Later, Gong Qiying explained that it was a phrase often spoken by a hero he had met. He mentioned that those who believe in the sun are good people. They delight in helping others, give hope to those in dire straits, and aspire to become avatars of the sun, using their own light and warmth to comfort others. At that time, Stirran wondered if Gong Qiying's help was also due to his belief in the Sunday. She never did ask him about it. At the cliff, she saw an altar with a statue long destroyed and unrecognizable. But as she approached, a line of text suddenly appeared. Do you wish to make a pact and become a sun warrior? She chose yes amidst her confusion and thus attained a sun badge and a withered hook finger, which could be used to draw a summoning mark and allow others to summon her. This further solidified her belief that Gong Qiying was a sun warrior. Although she couldn't see him anymore, the scenes of Gong Qiying helping her were still vivid in her mind. So, Stirran thought, perhaps she could help others as well? Therefore, she drew a summoning mark in front of the stone statue Ghost's Gate, wanting to assist those who couldn't get past this obstacle. Then, she discovered an unexpected delight. Helping others defeat bosses awarded her a considerable amount of soul rewards. Chapter 65. When Stirran alone defeated the twin stone statue ghosts, she could obtain nearly 1,000 souls. When teaming up with others, the soul amount from the twin stone statue ghosts remains the same, but it is divided equally among the participants of the fight, meaning the more people entering the dungeon together, the fewer souls each person receives. Could this mechanism be encouraging adventurers to level up alone? But that increases the danger too much, only leading to more deaths. The first time Stirran served as an assistant, she was summoned by a copper-level adventurer team with only 2 surviving members. These 2 were out of supplies and considering giving up when they accidentally used the summoning hook finger medicine and discovered the summoning mark. In their moment of despair, the sight of the assistant brought tears to their eyes. Stirran helped them defeat the twin stone statue ghosts and, logically, after dividing the souls among 3 people, she should have received around 300. However, on that day, she received more than 900. That's 3 times the amount, nearly as if she had tackled the twin stone statue ghosts alone. She wanted to ask how much soul amount the other 2 received, but they were newbies among newbies, not even having conquered the swamp area, let alone finding the campfire in the sick village. Later, after much experimentation, she concluded. As an assistant helping the summoner defeat monsters, one randomly obtains 1 to 5 times the souls. If she could trigger multiple soul multipliers during assistance, it would be much faster than leveling up by fighting alone. From then on, she fell in love with helping others. However, Gong Qiying would never make a losing deal. The cooperative mechanism actually has a setting that absolutely benefits the dungeon. Currently, few people can obtain the summoning hook finger medicine, so Stirran sold the information about its refresh point and, with her partner's consent, also sold information about the campfire. Only then did she realize that a very small number of people already knew about the campfire, yet Stirran was the first to openly sell the information at the Adventurers Guild. It appears that there are people who managed to get through the sick village, they just haven't publicized it, with experts hidden amongst the common folk. As they anticipated, the information about the campfire caused quite a stir once it emerged, even temporarily overshadowing the culinary area. Hearing that there was a place in the dungeon that could enhance one's strength, everyone became curious, and under extreme temptation, adventurers' enthusiasm was once again ignited. Then tragedy struck, they didn't survive long enough to find the campfire. The dungeon seemed to react to the people's fervor, with monsters and traps appearing in even more cunning and tricky positions, brutally wiping out a large number of people. In such situations, adventurers began to band together, hoping for safety in numbers. Hence, the summoning hook finger medicine started to become prominently important. In times of difficulty, people's imagination is endless, any means of escaping danger are utilized. And Stirran discovered that she was currently the only sun warrior in the sane dungeon. Without going to the mid-level sun altar and signing the covenant, one could not obtain the hook finger, and without the hook finger, the summoning symbol could not be drawn. Even though she released information about the sun altar and related details, the number of sun warriors did not increase because nobody could find the sun altar, and Stirran couldn't remember its location either. As a rare sun warrior who had disclosed information, Stirran undoubtedly became a highly discussed figure. Incidentally, due to being the first to figure out an approach to the culinary area, both Morning Wind Team and Hammerfall Team's fame surged significantly. Now, some adventurers who simply cannot defeat the twin stone statue ghosts pray to encounter Stirran, since once a summoning mark is taken by someone else, it disappears. Someone is summoning me again. Stirran felt a call from afar, and moments later, her figure vanished from the spot, materializing as a golden spiritual body in the summoner's world. In the summoner's world, 2 adventurers were shivering, hiding in the swamp, camouflaging themselves within a pile of monster corpses. Even though the stench was assaulting their nostrils, they dared not react, nor even move a muscle. Because even the slightest noise could mean death. Splash, splash. The sound of webbed feet stepping in the swamp was unpleasant. At the fortress entrance, several exceptionally bizarre-looking monsters were wandering around, seemingly searching for traces of the two adventurers. Their body characteristics were similar yet different, the similarity being webbed feet, but the differences were significant. Some were covered in steel-hardened feathers with black python heads above their necks, some had 4 heads and 8 arms looking like a mountain of flesh, others resembled tiger beastmen but had purple tentacles wriggling behind them. Yes, their true identity is Demon Clan. Why did the two adventurers encounter the Demon Clan? Baron and Sari, those were the two adventurers' names. Merely mentioning names might not evoke an impression, but their adventurer team was called Hammerfall. Yes, the very same Hammerfall team that discovered the gourmet district with Stirran's team. Their once nicknames were Weak Lowly Priest, Sari, and Taciturn Glasses Magic Swordsman, Baron, typically just background characters. Ever since the discovery of the gourmet district, their team hadn't operated together in a long time. Because their team leader, Kairaj, is now a superb fishing man, who rushes to the dungeon every day with eyes bright as if addicted more than to drugs. And the remaining team members lacking in strength had to team up with other adventurers if they wanted to explore the dungeon. Baron and Sari joined a newly acquainted 10-member adventurer team, planning to investigate what exactly this bonfire was, everyone harboring the dream of becoming stronger. However, their dream shattered suddenly after defeating the twin stone statue ghosts. Because 4 people suddenly transformed into the Demon Clan. The 4 Demon Clan members began a massacre. Now only Baron and Sari survived, everyone else was killed in quite a gruesome manner. What's more critical? Their bodies weren't transported by the teleportation crystal. Whether the teleportation crystal malfunctioned or the Demon Clan tampered with it, in any case, being discovered by the Demon Clan now, would likely mean death for them both. Before hiding among the corpses, they spotted a summoning symbol by chance, thinking of a recent rumor. Holding on to their last hope, they chose to summon Stirran. Please, save us, whoever it may be. Their hearts were nearly consumed by despair. The footsteps of the Demon Clan grew closer and closer, so close that their growls could be heard, nearly discovering the whereabouts of their hiding place. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Just then, a strange melody began to play, and all the Demon Clan looked towards the fortress entrance, where a golden spiritual body slowly formed. You guys, hey! She usually intended to greet them, but upon clearly seeing the current scene, she paused momentarily. Stirran blinked, and instinctively said, "So ugly." Chapter 66. During her time impersonating the sun, Stirran encountered all kinds of people. Most were very polite, but there were always oddballs. Some felt that since she'd been summoned, she should devote herself to being a perfect nanny, adopting an air of superiority. Others were conspiracy theorists to the core, believing Stirran's unpaid assistance had to be ill-intentioned, and they criticized her harshly. Some had a decent attitude, but their adventuring experience was a mess, often dying in the strangest places, beyond Stirran's help. Whenever she ran into the first 2 types of people, Stirran would go for a run to bring back a horde of monsters, giving those nutjobs a lesson. Since an assistant's attacks can't harm the summoner, Fire Master, and she had no means to sever the link, this was her only strategy. Wait for the Fire Master to die, and she'd be sent back. Right, whether an assistant is sent back or dies, they don't leave the dungeon, they return to the place where the summoning symbol was drawn, a detail Stirran greatly appreciated. But, if summoned too many times in one day, she'd inevitably suffer from a splitting headache, for reasons unknown. I digress. Having been an adventurer for so long, what haven't I seen? Stirran used to say this with confidence. However, now looking at the bizarre Demon Clan in front of her. My apologies, but this, I truly have never seen. Is the summoner not here? Stirran quickly looked around, but didn't spot any human traces. Could it be that the Demon Clan summoned me? Why would the Demon Clan appear in the dungeon? Could it be related to the recent uproar? I remember rumors saying the Demon Clan could disguise themselves as humans and infiltrate cities. But the Bed family called in magicians and priests to search around the city multiple times, never catching another disguised Demon Clan member. The caught demons all mysteriously died one day, leaving the matter unresolved, but the security forces in Bed City have been increased. Watching the demons, who were slow to react and still unclear about the situation, Stirran raised her hand and shot an arrow. Pfft! The arrow buried deep into the tentacled demon's belly, eliciting a pained scream. I may not be old, but my arrows are still sharp. It seems they're not the summoners, that makes things easier. Stirran smiled confidently, slowly turned around, and then took off running. Ayo ayo! Angry roars and the sound of pursuit came from behind. Her actions had clearly enraged them. This is tactics. Facing 4 demons at once was beyond her capabilities. The only way to win was to defeat them one by one. For that, a marathon was in order. This shared a similar strategic wisdom to what happens when the Soul V Invader meets a group of 3 squatters during a game. And she was running towards Sick Village. Although she didn't have a complete grasp on the terrain of Sick Village, she could still make use of the traps appropriately. It's the classic mob piling strategy. Swish, swish, swish. Every time Stirran opened up some distance, she'd shoot a few arrows back, continuously wearing down the demon's stamina, who bravely retaliated. Their hardened feather wings shot out like bullets, and Stirran, caught off guard, sustained several cuts, scaring her into checking for poison. Relieved to find none, she felt, oddly enough, a tinge of disappointment. All the blowgunners in Sane Dungeon were known for their poison use. The demons, notorious for their sly cunning, not using poison was somewhat disappointing. No, what am I disappointed about? Isn't this good news? Stirran quickly slapped her face, horrified to realize that she'd been tamed by Sane Dungeon, even beginning to complain about the enemy not being strong enough. She fled, they chased, and she was trapped with no way to take wing. Are we safe now? After a long while, when Stirran and the demon clan both entered Sick Village, Baron and Sari finally dared to stick their heads out. Should we go and help? Sari asked hesitantly. Baron quickly waved his hand and said, Are you crazy? How could we possibly beat the demon clan? But, they are fighting for us. I heard that assistants won't really die if they're defeated. Miss Stirran is not in life-threatening danger. If we go, we'll just drag her down and she'll have to protect us. Baron spoke quickly. What we need to do now is to leave the dungeon as soon as possible and report to the city lord, asking him to conduct a thorough investigation of Bed City again. Stirran was sprinting through Sick Village, with the demon clan hot on her heels. House after house looked practically identical, making it easy to get lost. I remember, it's there. She noticed that the path ahead of her was getting narrower, so narrow that only one person could pass, and there was even a corner ahead. Stirran decisively leapt, running along the walls, never letting herself touch the ground as she ran past the corner. The horde of demon clan, not giving it much thought, went straight into the alley in a single file line, and charged past the corner. And then the leading tentacled demon clan was fiercely pounced on by 2 huge living corpses hidden around the corner. The huge living corpses swung their huge clubs, whipping up a fierce wind, as the screams of the tentacled demon clan filled the air. Other members of the demon clan were temporarily blocked, and at this moment, several animated corpse soldiers leaped out of the rundown houses alongside the alley and rushed towards the demon clan. This narrow alley where only one person could pass was truly malicious. Good opportunity. Stirran revealed a happy smile, as she had died here once before, and she found it quite exhilarating to trick the demon clan. She activated some kind of combat skill that allowed her to stand on the wall like Spider-Man, pulled her longbow to its limit, a flame-like radiance converged upon the arrow, signifying that this strike would surely be extraordinary. The pounced-on tentacled demon clan, feeling the threat, roared furiously, waving its claws and fighting against the interference of the huge living corpses. Combat skill, Breaking Flame Strike. Breaking Flame Strike engulfs the weapon with flames. If the next strike is made with full force, there is a 50% chance of a critical hit to the enemy's weak point, but this probability increases with the user's combat experience. The arrow wrapped in flames shot out instantly, and at the same time, the tentacled demon clan finally tore the big brother apart, but it was too late to defend. AOW. With an unwilling roar, it was struck right in the forehead by the arrow, followed by a boom, its head exploded instantaneously, and burnt flesh scattered everywhere. The flames accidentally prevented the demon clan's regeneration, and if it could not recover for a long time, it might truly die. The hatred value of the remaining demon clan towards Stirran rose even higher, and they even activated Fury mode, doubling their chase speed. Stirran relied on her mastery of the terrain, moving quickly and occasionally using traps to torment the demon clan, momentarily seeming to have a chance at victory. However, not again. Am I lost? She stared at the dead end in front of her and was rendered speechless for a moment. Indeed, even after exploring Sick Village many times, she still got lost. Now, what should she do? The demon clan approached angrily, and in such a narrow space, she could no longer use her bow and arrow, so she had to pull out her dagger. She had to fight to the death, wondering if there would be a soul reward for killing the demon clan. Stirran crouched low, preparing to use one of her few melee combat skills. The demon clan members swung their mutated limbs, like a dance of countless demons. In this tense moment, she caught something out of the corner of her eye. What's that? Stirran's eyes widened in shock because she saw a figure she had been longing for behind the monster. It was the Molten Furnace Knight. Chapter 67. Oh shit, the Molten Furnace Knight. Stirran felt as if she had been heavily struck by a hammer, and those memories she didn't want to recall uncontrollably surged in her mind. That was the first time she was slashed in half, the very first time. And she had lost in such a baffling way, because a seemingly stupid blue slime had pinned down her shadow, rendering her unable to escape, and only then was she split in two by the Molten Furnace Knight. If they fought normally, she definitely wouldn't have lost so miserably. That's what Stirran believed. Unfortunately, she never found the teleportation treasure box that led directly to the vicinity of the Molten Furnace Knight again, let alone a rematch, and although there were still teleportation treasure boxes to the lower city, she simply couldn't find the Molten Furnace Knight. Come to think of it, she still didn't know the knight was called the Molten Furnace Knight, only that she had died at the hands of a mysterious knight-like monster. In the first few days after her death, she was having nightmares where she got killed by the formidable duo, the Molten Furnace Knight and NDD, in all sorts of fancy ways, leaving her restless. Now that she encountered the long-pondered old acquaintance in the same dungeon, how could she not be surprised and shocked? No way, how did this thing make it to the upper levels? How are the less powerful adventurers supposed to explore further then? Stirran felt her legs go a bit weak, but even so, she gave the Molten Furnace Knight a defiant glare. Hat! The demon clan felt an extreme sense of danger from the Molten Furnace Knight and immediately decided to change their course and kill him first. The Molten Furnace Knight didn't say a word, but the tilt of his head expressed his disdain for the monsters. Go for it, mysterious monster knight! Stirran found herself cheering for him in her heart. If she had to choose a way to die, she would rather die at the Molten Furnace's hands than be killed by the demon clan, at least the former looked incredibly cool. Roar! The monster made its move. Leading the charge was a monster covered in steel feathers. Its entire body shimmered with a metallic luster, its upper body more bird-like in form yet bizarrely topped with a snake's head. With such a body of feathers, it definitely couldn't fly, but its defense was surely top tier among these monsters. And those feathers could be shot out like darts, firing 20 or so at a time, their impact and sharpness not to be underestimated. Wait a minute, could its feathers even damage the Molten Furnace Knight's armor? That armor looked pretty thick. It probably wouldn't. Clang 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 clang. The clanging sounds of steel colliding erupted like firecrackers in a row, as the monster instantly unleashed, shooting out 40 or 50 feathers in a storm. And the Molten Furnace Knight? He simply raised his shield, the extremely high-quality big shield effortlessly protected him from the sudden downpour. Oh right, he has a shield. Stirran's mouth twitched a bit, realizing that her concerns seemed entirely superfluous. Roar roar. The monster was shocked that its attack could be blocked and emitted a strange cry as if its throat was choked. These monsters, transformed from humans, seemed to have some defects in intelligence. The other two monsters didn't stand idle either. Seeing the bad situation, they too brought out their specialty moves. The four-headed Meat Mountain Demon Clan executed its barbaric charge, while the skinny demon race plunged its hands into the ground, and in an instant, dense twisted plants erupted, attacking the Molten Furnace Knight. The adversary however, chose to put down his shield. What's he doing? Taking the attack head-on? Stirran remembered that many powerful beings like to demonstrate the terrifying gap in strength between them and their enemies by withstanding their attacks. No, she guessed wrong. The Molten Furnace Knight suddenly crouched down, and an ancient light flared up. In the next moment, huge hard horns suddenly grew out from his shoulders. The Molten Furnace 100 Forms Horn. Gaia! The feather demon race suddenly had a bad premonition, but it was too late to flee, they were too close, and most importantly, there was no way to avoid. They could only hope that the attacks from the other two members of the demon clan could stop it, but with the sound of slicing through the air, the molten furnace knight charged at an unimaginable speed, so fast that no creature present had the time to react. Boom! The attacks of the two demons missed, immediately creating a huge crater on the ground, clearly demonstrating the power of a bomb-grade strike. But attacks that miss are meaningless. It still comes down to the molten furnace knight. Gra-wv. The molten furnace 100 forms horn allowed him to slam into the feather demon race like a dump truck, both of them crashing through the dead-end wall and directly into the broken house behind. The screams of the feather demon race echoed through Sick Village, revealing a dying desolation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The house collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust that made people cough incessantly and obscured their vision. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, and Stirran tried her best to open her eyes wide, finally making out who was walking out. Without a doubt, it was the molten furnace knight. The law of smoke without injury completely failed at this moment. He carelessly threw the head of the feather demon race onto the ground and stomped it into mush with a foot. The remaining two demons retreated in terror, their instincts telling them to flee. But as soon as the thought arose, something deep within their minds immediately took control. Thus, their eyes turned bloodthirsty and chaotic, heedless of the gap in strength between them as they charged. Have demons always been this brave? Wah! A sudden scream. It was Stirran. The molten furnace knight kicked the obstructive her aside, casually swung the big shield to deflect the meat mountain demon race with ease, and with his free hand, he ceaselessly swung his sword, cutting through the plants controlled by the skinny demon race. Following that, he fiercely threw his great sword, impaling the skinny demon race with a chill to the bone, pinning him to the ground, unable to get up no matter how much he struggled. The meat mountain demon race lunged again. The molten furnace knight had no weapon and was turned away, a perfect opportunity to strike. Without even glancing at him, the molten furnace knight's back sprouted a thick tail that whipped him away. The molten furnace 100 forms tail, kid. Before the meat mountain demon race could get up, the molten furnace knight slammed the shield down on him, the heavy big shield pounding without pause upon his body in the blink of an eye. The meat mountain demon race turned into a pile of mush. Next, the molten furnace knight nonchalantly finished off the skinny demon race. Just like that, all four demons were wiped out. He looked towards Stirran but made no move. Stirran instantly tensed up. To be honest, judging by the way the molten furnace knight had just annihilated the demons, his true strength was even greater than Stirran had imagined. How on earth am I supposed to fight this? While she was nervous, the molten furnace knight, however, remained motionless for a long time, as if hesitating about something. What's happening? She tentatively took a step forward, the molten furnace knight's gaze followed her but he made no move. Why isn't he attacking me? A ridiculous thought rose in her heart. He couldn't be letting me go, could he? Stirran would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and quickly made a run for it. Just as her sense of propriety made her want to turn back and say thanks, the molten furnace knight's great sword loomed larger in her vision. Her world spun, and her upper body slammed hard onto the ground. Before she passed out, she saw her own lower body. Not again. How could this happen again? Stirran was speechless. Chapter 68. Watching as Stirran's corpse disappeared on the spot, the molten furnace knight's body turned to dust and dispersed. Gong Qiying used his teleportation access to appear here. Split in half, and the teleportation crystal can still transport both halves of the corpse? That's incredibly intelligent recognition, he remarked. At first, he had thought about sparing Stirran, but then he reconsidered. If any flaws were discovered, it wouldn't be good. The molten furnace knights even killed the entire demon clan, so why spare you? Could someone be manipulating from behind the scenes? Well, a normal person wouldn't think there's someone controlling the dungeon from the shadows, but it's always good to be cautious. Gong Qiying summoned several animated corpses and directed them to move the demon clan corpses together. This is the second time, he said as he crouched down, toying with the twisted remains of the demons. A faint white vapor rose from the corpses and seeped into his body. As mentioned before, Gong Qiying's animated corpse body could absorb the remnants of life force from corpses to become stronger, and the life force of the demon clan was several times that of other races of equal strength, which was a substantial supplement for an animated corpse. Absorbing it this time could be worth dozens of points of spiritual power upgrade. But his main focus for coming here wasn't on absorbing life force. This was the second demon clan invasion of the dungeon, and they even infiltrated an adventurer's team to carry out a massacre. This being the second time, it's hard to say whether there won't be a third, fourth, or even more incidents. This also confirmed that these demon clan members were indeed disguising themselves as humans to infiltrate Bed City. But, was it really a disguise? Is there a possibility that before they transformed into demons, they were truly human? Otherwise, it's hard to explain why the infallible demon detection magic failed. There must be a mastermind behind all this. Capturing him could answer these questions. Heading to the outside world was beneficial for Gong Qiying, giving him freedom to gather intelligence. Like the demon detection magic he learned about through inquiries. As for the mastermind behind the demon clan incidents, he did have a lead. Tamuda, the owner of the shop he was currently renting, a formal member of the anti-dungeon organization with a not insignificant standing within the group. This guy had been on the run for a long time, and his whereabouts were unclear to everyone. The demons Morgan, Yi, and Yair were all members of the anti-dungeon organization, and Tamuda had many connections with them. He fled the moment the demon incident occurred. So, he must know something. If only I could capture him, Gong Qiying mused, contemplating how to find out Tamuda's whereabouts. The simplest method would be to capture a demon and interrogate it, but these demons had intelligence issues and only knew how to howl incessantly. Ah, there's the answer. Just capture them before they turn into demons. His crystal ball had replay functionality, and Gong Qiying had immediately reviewed the events leading to the appearance of the demons to understand the causes and effects. During this process, he noticed that the demons, while still human, had normal intelligence. If it were possible to interrupt their transformation and capture them beforehand, he could extract the information. This was undoubtedly a challenging task because he didn't know which adventurer would turn into a demon, let alone if the transformation could be interrupted. But... hey, Gong Qiying chuckled, the difficulty is what makes it interesting. He liked to challenge others, and didn't mind being challenged in turn. As long as it was reciprocal, it was engaging. And the demons had successfully piqued his interest. At that moment, an animated corpse suddenly dragged something towards him. Gong Qiying looked and saw that it was the corpse of an adventurer. These people were slain by demons, their deaths were brutal, and revival and healing would probably require extra effort. Wait, why weren't they teleported out? Gong Qiying frowned as he searched through the adventurer's corpse, finding an unused teleportation crystal. Why hadn't it triggered? The pure white crystal was smeared with filthy blood, the evil aura within the blood polluting the magic inscribed in the crystal, rendering it ineffective. And this aura was identical to that of the demon clan. Hat! Gong Qiying instantly realized what was happening and couldn't help but laugh in anger. Dare to cut off his wealth, now he was bound to be at loggerheads with the demon clan until death. Stirran woke up in the resurrection house with an excruciating headache. It was not physical pain, but one that stemmed from the depths of her spirit. A sudden surge of boundless fatigue and pain welled up from her spirit's depths. If one had to describe it, it felt like having worked intensively for 7 days and nights without rest, as if she might drop dead the next second. That feeling again. The pain was so intense she didn't have time to contemplate the problem with the molten furnace knight. After being killed by the molten furnace knight and returning to her world, her headache struck, leaving her defenseless against a monster's ambush, and she found herself back in the resurrection house. Ever since she had become a sun warrior, she had served as an assistant at least 5 or 6 times a day, sometimes as many as a dozen, with equal chances of success and failure. While in the dungeon, she didn't feel much, but as soon as she left, fatigue overwhelmed her like the deep sea. What on earth was happening? Could acting as an assistant also exert additional pressure on one's spirit? It took almost all her strength just to sit up in bed. Fortunately, right before she was about to fall off, a nun noticed her and hurried over to apply healing magic. A gentle green light enveloped Stirran, making her feel somewhat more comfortable. "Miss Stirran, please rest up and try not to move," the nun gently advised. "Your body has just healed and is still very weak. Do you know me?" Stirran scrutinized the nun's face, certain she had never seen her before. "You don't know me, but I know you." The nun revealed a tranquil smile and said, "These days, the deeds of you assisting adventurers in the dungeon have spread. Everyone says you are a person of high moral standing, and those you've helped have been preaching about you. Is that so?" Stirran reddened slightly with embarrassment. She had initially helped others for her own gain, yet in the eyes of others, her actions had become selfless. This was indeed a subtle feeling. I've rested enough, I'll talk more once I'm home. Stirran struggled to her feet. How much is the resurrection fee this time? There's no need, the nun shook her head. Stirran asked in surprise, why? Because someone has already paid for you, naturally, you won't need to pay again. My companions, hey? Sigh, they must be embarrassed to know I've died again, sighed Stirran. However, the nun denied it. Still with a faint smile on her face, she looked at Stirran with admiration and said, it's the people you've helped, you might not remember them, but as soon as they heard you were here too, they all scrambled to pay your resurrection fee. The nun placed her hand on the doorknob but didn't push the door open. Instead, she winked at Stirran, saying, they're all waiting outside wanting to thank you. Do you want to come out and see? Remember to tidy up your hair, being messy doesn't look very heroic, you know. Stirran didn't know how to respond for a moment. It turned out, there really were people who remembered to thank the Sunday. Chapter 69. In the end, Stirran quietly slipped away through the back door. The nun said there was a room full of people waiting for her, and even more were on their way here. It was all too frightening. Even if these people all had good intentions, Stirran was still not good with such a large gathering, so she thanked the nun and asked her to convey her gratitude to everyone on her behalf. She also paid the resurrection fee herself, asking the nun to return the money to the adventurers, thinking it better not to have others spend money on her. Damn, did I really help that many people? It's only been a few days. Stirran donned her cloak with its hood pulled down to cover her face, heading home while enduring the occasional headache. On the street, she passed by a familiar-looking group, and she clearly heard what they were saying. I heard that Stirran is now in the Resurrection House, I'm very interested in her, we might be able to recruit her into our strategy group, said a handsome blonde man, Leon. Ugh, Maru drawled, I hope she has a mature woman attribute, a young girl would also do, just as long as she doesn't clash with my cute attribute. Stop joking, I heard Stirran has a team, and she has quite a reputation, Drew said calmly. Was he already back from the Magic Association? Then we'll just take her. Tal's proposal was simple and crude. Stirran broke out in cold sweat and quickened her pace. Lately, she really was just holed up in the dungeon, having only shared some intelligence at the guild and had no contact with the outside world, so she didn't know that she had become a hot topic of discussion. And now even the strategy group was paying attention to her. When she rushed home, an ominous premonition arose in her heart. Sure enough, there was an unfamiliar young man waiting at her doorstep, obviously looking for her. Stirran immediately turned to leave, but it was too late. He had seen her and came jogging over, calling out, Miss Stirran, please wait, I'm from the Adventurers Guild. The Guild? Stirran finally stopped and asked, does the Guild need something from me, to confirm intelligence again? But I really don't remember the map. No, the Guild staff waved his hands and said, you encountered the demon clan in the dungeon yesterday, right? Yesterday? Has a day already passed? Stirran realized for the first time how long she had slept in the Resurrection House. Since becoming the sun, in addition to fatigue, she did indeed develop a habit of excessive sleepiness. Yes, I did encounter them. The staffer asked anxiously, and they? Stirran spread her hands, they died. Ah! The staffer's gaze instantly filled with reverence. Did you kill them all by yourself? Stirran scratched her head, it's a bit complicated, can we talk about this tomorrow? I have a terrible headache right now. Don't worry, Mr. Cedar has personally prepared a calming magic ceremony for you, I came specifically to find you, the staffer smiled, also, Mr. Cedar would like to discuss the demon clan with you. The two adventurers you rescued from the demon clan are at the guild now. The adventurers I rescued? She hadn't even seen Baron and Sari from the beginning to the end, these two hid themselves too well. Her head started hurting again, lying at home would only let her tough it out over time. She might as well look forward to President Cedar's magic ceremony. Thus, moments later, Stirran arrived at the Adventurers Guild, and was led by the staff directly to the third floor. Only when discussing important matters would the third floor be put to use. Knock knock knock, the staffer knocked on the wooden door, saying, Mr. Cedar, Miss Stirran is here. Please come in. Stirran entered the conference room and immediately spotted Cedar sitting at the end of the long table. An imposing old man with powerful strength was her first impression. If she had to explain, she believed that Guild Branch President Cedar could defeat a Molten Furnace Knight. It's odd. Since when did Molten Furnace Knights become a unit of combat power? It was also her first time seeing Cedar, even when previously she came to the guild to openly share information about the bonfire, sun altar, and so on. She had not met this significant figure. There was only Cedar in the conference room. The two adventurers mentioned before were not present. Stirran hesitated before taking a seat at the long table's side and asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me, Branch President Cedar? Just sit there and do not move." Cedar spoke ambiguously. While Stirran was puzzled, she suddenly felt a surge of tremendous magic power rising from Cedar, branching into streams that flowed into the floor. Something has been awakened. A complex magic array suddenly lit up beneath her feet, one ring after another, with magic runes flashing in succession, even encircling her in the air. Stirran felt uneasy, but then a warm sensation emerged from the magic array, reaching the deepest part of her spirit, causing her to relax involuntarily, her headache disappearing in a moment. So this is the mind-soothing magic rite that person mentioned, truly effective indeed. The magic rite lasted for nearly half an hour, completely relieving Stirran of her mental fatigue. Cedar sat by without any hurry, his patience seemingly infinite, a trait for the elderly, who could sit motionless all day without feeling tired. After a while, the magic array dissipated, and Stirran stretched, her spirits thoroughly uplifted, and said, "Thank you very much, Branch President Cedar. Just call me sir." Cedar cut straight to the point and said, "I hope you can tell me in detail what happened after your encounter with the demon clan. I've already heard about the previous events from the two adventurers you saved. So who exactly are these two I saved? What do they look like? I didn't even catch a glimpse of them." Stirran recounted the events, but she kept one detail to herself. She had died twice, bisected at the waist by a molten furnace knight. That was too embarrassing to mention. Cedar listened and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he uncrossed his left leg and inquired further. "Have you seen any of the adventurers who died at the hands of the demon clan afterward?" Question marks popped up over Stirran's head. She had just been resurrected, where would she have seen them? Besides, she didn't know them anyway. Cedar laughed at himself and said, "Sorry, I'm too anxious, but circumstances force us to be urgent." "What circumstances?" Stirran couldn't help asking. "The demon clan," Cedar held up one finger. "We originally thought that the demon clan's infiltration level on the continent was 1, but now that their traces have appeared even in Bed City, it suggests." He slowly raised a second finger, then a third, and a fourth. Stirran grew anxious. "What should we do? Gather forces to purge the demon clan? How to purge if they can't be found?" Cedar shook his head and said, "The reason for calling you here is actually for another matter. In your previous report, you mentioned turning into a sun warrior because you obtained an item at an altar, correct?" Stirran nodded. "I've assembled an exploration team, and we will soon delve deep into Sane Dungeon to find the altar you mentioned. Would you be willing to join?" The elf lady expressed her surprise. "Are you saying you're also going?" "Of course not," Cedar smiled, "but I've found you partners who can truly be called elite." Chapter 70. Until Stirran got home, she couldn't figure out who Cedar had in mind as her new teammate. Could it be the strategy group? But I heard they had also flopped several times in the Sane Dungeon. What difference would it make if they brought me along? As for others, well, I do know a few silver rank adventurers who could be considered elite, but they're all out on distant missions and not in Bed City. Adventurers earn their living by accepting quests, which come in all shapes and sizes, not necessarily all related to dungeon exploration, and moreover, not many people have the talent for dungeon exploration. Adventurers like Stirran, who practically live in dungeons, are actually quite rare. Before Sane Dungeon, her main job was hunting boss monsters and clearing monster dens around the area. Once you get involved with Sane, it's for life. Fortunately, with the development of the gourmet area, the number of quests in Sane Dungeon has skyrocketed, and she could make a living by taking on a few slightly challenging ones. Her teammates, including Win, are currently advancing the exploration in the gourmet area. Stirran is not interested in that part, she's devoted to being a sun warrior. Forget who it is, Stirran flopped down on the bed, her evenly toned long legs swinging about as she kicked off her boots. First things first, time to sleep. No one can surprise me now, probably just the strategy group at most. After resting for a few days. When Stirran arrived near the teleportation gate of Sane Dungeon at the previously agreed meeting spot, there were already a few figures waiting there. From a distance, she saw a blonde young man, a girl who looked like a midpoint between a lowly and a young lady, a dwarf mage, and a big guy. Aha, it's the strategy group, she made a face as if to say, I knew it, so predictable and boring, and walked forward a few steps, raising her hand to greet. Just then, Tall suddenly bent down to pick up something, revealing a slim figure blocked by his large body, which caught Stirran's eye. She froze completely. Stirran's negative emotions plus 999. Why is it her? Why did it have to be her? I didn't invite her in my letter. That was a female elf looking somewhat similar to Stirran but much more mature in both presence and figure, her soft light green hair tied up in a neat high ponytail, and her leather armor showcased her curvaceous body. The silvery white staff on her back was quite noticeable, clearly an experienced adventurer. At that moment, she was happily talking with Leon, occasionally covering her mouth to giggle, perfectly displaying ladylike manners. The unintentional charm she exuded almost stupefied Tall. Drew couldn't stand it anymore and cast an extremely strong calming spell on him. So Tall immediately detached from worldly concerns, viewing everything as fleeting clouds. Caught between advancement and retreat, Stirran's face showed her inner struggle, contemplating whether to just leave and claim she overslept. What kind of excuse is that anyway? Too ridiculous. As she hesitated, the elf suddenly turned her head and stared at her, which made Stirran shiver. The next second, a fragrant breeze came, and the female elf's hand was already on Stirran's shoulder, pulling her into an embrace. Long time no see, my dear little sister, she breathed into Stirran's sensitive ear. Hiss. Stirran got goosebumps all over and quickly pushed her away, half angry and half panicking, pointing at her, You, what are you doing here? Mirka. So, her name was Mirka. Of course I came because I heard you were here. Mirka reached for Stirran, who quickly recoiled. Despite this, she smiled tranquilly and said, You've been avoiding me for so long, it's about time we met. I've gone through a lot to find you, even died several times in this dungeon. Who asked you to come looking for me, you cow? Stirran stood defiant, I will never go with you to that place, never. Cow? Mirka's face darkened, she still smiled, but veins had started bulging on her forehead. Stirran was different, cold sweat streamed down her forehead. Just when the atmosphere was getting increasingly bizarre, a refreshing voice came from behind Mirka. Ah, do you know each other? Leon looked toward Stirran, revealing a sunny smile just like a light novel protagonist's. This lady must be Stirran. I've heard a lot about you and have always wanted to meet you. Hello. Using the chance to greet Leon, Stirran quickly shifted behind Tall, who was in sage mode, cautiously peering out half her head, intently staring at Mirka. Leon, my savior. It's nothing, Stirran is my sister, my fourth sister. Mirka sighed while holding her forehead, it's just that this child hasn't gotten over her adolescence yet, she's a bit rebellious and has had some disputes with me, and she won't reconcile. Leon's gaze wandered back and forth between Stirran and Mirka. He wasn't a fool, he could naturally see that there was tension between the two. But what could he do? He could only laugh it off. Haha, what a coincidence indeed, to meet two beautiful elf ladies on the same day, this adventure is sure to be lucky. He attempted to smooth things over, let's all wait a bit longer, we'll set off once everyone arrives. The thing I admire most about the boss is that no matter how awkward the situation, he always manages to say something graceful, Maru commented. Don't undermine me, Drew patted Maru's head, who pouted in response. Due to the discord between Stirran and Mirka, the atmosphere started to turn odd, with only Leon trying hard to keep the conversation going, sweating from the effort. After a while, the final four members finally arrived. Their identities were somewhat unusual, two were magicians from the Magic Association, one was a Holy Light Knight from the Holy Light Church, and one was a flame cultivator from the Starfire Church. The Starfire Church, whose faith is in the fire god Frame, was nearly unsupportable and on the brink of dissolution in this era where the faith in the fire god had declined. Where did Mr. Cedar find such rare characters? Stirran couldn't help but wonder in her mind. The two magicians from the Magic Association greeted Drew and acknowledged each other. The Holy Light Knight, however, was stern-faced, looking quite unpleasant, as if there was a heretic hidden in the sane dungeon. Under Leon's introduction, everyone quickly got acquainted, confirmed their preparations, then headed to the teleportation gate. But, was there something off about the teleportation gate today? Maru's gaze sharpened, asking, why are there so many guards here? What are they fussing about? Drew stroked his beard, commenting, I've got a bad feeling. Everyone step back now. The head guard shouted, a new decree from the city lord, bed families workers must go first. All others immediately stepped back. Naturally, the adventurers shouted discontentedly, we have been lining up here since midnight, why should we step back just because you said so? Under normal circumstances, adventurers would somewhat respect the authority of the nobility, but today was different. Because with 500 to 600 workers needing to go first, this would waste at least an hour or two at the fastest. The dungeon isn't owned by the Bed family, this land isn't Bed family's domain either, why should they get to go first? Why? The head guard sneered, holding up a document high and loudly declared. King His Majesty has designated the same dungeon to be under Bed family's domain, from now on, everyone entering and exiting the dungeon must adhere to the rules set by Lord Philip. Those who do not comply will be forbidden from entering the dungeon. Chapter 71. Snap, snap. The head of the guards cracked his whip in the air, coercing people to continuously retreat. Once the decree bearing the king's seal was issued, even if people harbored dissatisfaction, they dared not voice it. There was no way around it. In most people's hearts, the king represented supreme authority, and the nobility was like a mountain weighing down on the people, one that could never be shaken. It might seem strange, in a world where cultivation is possible, where talented individuals can surpass all with their own power, overthrowing the whole world themselves, why would they still fear worldly power? What if I told you that most of the mighty are closely intertwined with this secular power? There might be some powerful individuals who defy the king, but they are far too few, and there's another important reason their strengths are not much different. The strong are all very powerful, moving mountains and changing the weather effortlessly, but paradoxically, there are no chasm-like gaps among the powerful, just like how Jujutsu Kaisen lacks Sukuna and Gojo Satoru, martial god in its early days lacked White Zoro and Chea, the remaining strong at 1-on-1 are evenly matched, 2-on-1 surely win, 3-on-1 utterly dominate, creating a peculiar balance with no one wanting to be the first to provoke conflict. Among the adventurers, even though there are gold level and legendary ones, the vast majority do not empathize with the lower bronze level. Damn it! This is too tyrannical. I thought the Bed family was helping develop food paradise out of goodwill. The adventurers reluctantly retreated while the guards flashed mocking smiles, casually waved their hands, and swarms of workers came forth, automatically dividing into groups of 10 to enter the dungeon. Even if only 100 of them succeeded in gaining something, it would still be a profitable venture. This was the idea of young Master Sally. His wisdom told him to use immense wealth at this moment, trading inexpensive lives for resources. This method was quite in line with Gong Chi-ying's way of thinking. That's too much, Maru, who witnessed the guards' tyranny the whole time, indignantly said, as expected, all the nobility in the world are the same, what do you think, boss? She turned her head to look but froze. Because Leon was clenching his fists, showing an expression of horror, as if he would rush up and beat up the guards at any moment. He wanted badly to thrash them, beat them up thoroughly. Leon couldn't understand the fury rising inside him. It was reasonable to be angry at the Bed family's domineering behavior, but why was he so infuriated? Strange, am I just a hot-blooded youth? That's when he recalled what Gong Chi-ying had once said. If the king does not serve your purpose, then beat him, continuously without stopping. Boss, are you all right? Maru's voice snapped Leon out of his thoughts. He looked at her concerned expression, forced a smile, and said, of course I'm all right, you guys wait here for a bit, I'll be right back. Leon then walked up to the head of the guards and said something, showing him a proof letter given by the Adventurers Guild. Although the guard looked impatient, he waved his hand to momentarily stop the workers, allowing the strategy group and others to enter first. As they entered the dark, foul-smelling dungeon, Maru still looked worriedly at Leon, making him feel both amused and sad. At that moment, a mage from the Magic Association spoke up. An unkempt middle-aged man wearing a wide-brimmed pointed hat, with a teasing tone said. The Lord here does have a good insight and acts one step ahead, but alas, it seems he's going to face a bleak outcome this time. Oh, do you know something inside? Mirka asked with interest, with Stirran also peeping forward. Another younger magician, looking just like a freshly graduated student, elbowed an middle-aged uncle frowning and said, Mr. Roger, please don't speak unnecessarily, we don't even know whether that matter is true or false, it's too hasty to judge now. Roger shrugged his shoulders, then crouched down and wrapped his arms around Drew saying, things that Brother Drew witnessed with his own eyes, could they still be fake? Perry, are you doubting the most accomplished dwarf graduate in the history of the Magic Association? That's because hardly any dwarves wish to learn magic. Perry muttered quietly, then said loudly, until I see the bonfire, I will be skeptical of everything. I don't believe that a mere dungeon could hide the secrets of world creation. As soon as this statement was made, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly went silent. What's the matter? He looked around and felt that everyone was looking at him strangely. Roger chuckled mischievously and said, aren't you the one who just revealed the whole truth? And yet you tell me not to talk unnecessarily. Perry's face immediately flushed, and he couldn't speak for a long time. The Holy Light Knight still had a stern face, he naturally had a bad complexion, and now it looked as if the whole world owed him money. He heavily humphed and said gravely, to claim the world was created by fire, spreading such heretical blasphemy, this dungeon should be completely cleansed by the sacred holy light. I will thoroughly inspect here, and then based on the situation, the holy light god will pass judgment. The flame cultivator from the Starfire Church dared not speak out of anger, could only scowl secretly at the other, as the words of the Holy Light Knight had just insulted the fire god, but who could blame them as the Starfire Church was in decline and dared not confront the Holy Light Church. In fact, every church in this world claims that the world was created by the god they worship, whose church is the most powerful, that's whose god created the world. Mirka revealed a smile. She also knew that the bonfire would broadcast images suspected of being the secret of world creation, but she had never witnessed it herself, and precisely because of this reason, she agreed to Cedar's invitation to join the exploration team. Everyone present knew about the bonfire's images, but only one person did not know. Who might that person be? Riebnvilcom. What are they talking about now? Stirran popped up a bunch of question marks over her head, feeling like an outsider. She muttered in her heart, aren't we here looking for the sun altar? Indeed, her task was to find the sun altar, but beyond that, the others had additional missions, to investigate the authenticity of the bonfire images, and also try to clear the Sane dungeon. Ever since the day he was killed by Soul V and left the dungeon, Drew immediately went to the Magic Association to inform them about the bonfire matter. The association was currently dealing with the sudden increase of the demon clan at the borders. Amidst their busy schedule they deployed Roger and Perry to conduct a preliminary investigation, and if there were indeed findings, they would send older, experienced magicians later. After returning to Bed City, Drew also went to find the branch leader of the Adventurers Guild, Cedar. Unexpectedly the other party already knew about this matter, and even proposed the establishment of an exploration team. There was a mole inside the Magic Association. This was Drew's first thought. His second thought was, what the hell does it have to do with me? So, he cheerfully agreed. Then Cedar took the initiative, bringing together the Holy Light Knight and the Flame Cultivator. The Holy Light Knight, a fervent believer, well-versed in all the classics of the strongest church on the continent today, liked to criticize heretical blasphemies, and the Flame Cultivator, whose faith in the fire god might have some connection to the bonfire, simply called them both. These people were all strong, putting them together formed the strategy group Pro. Surely they could bring surprises to the dungeon. The prior conversation made the atmosphere within the team somewhat tense, especially the Holy Light Knight, who almost wore his contempt for the fire god on his face, making the Flame Cultivator shiver in anger. In this distressing atmosphere, the exploration team braved through all difficulties, finally reaching the bonfire. The extinguished embers floated with the breeze, while the spiral sword serenely stood there, waiting for its visitors. Here we go again, Leon sighed. Once everyone had surrounded the bonfire, he ignited the flames. Chapter 72. No matter how many times they see it, the scene of the primordial fire igniting always stirs people's emotions profoundly. The vigorous flames that burst forth brought the first touch of color to the world, and from then on, everything was imbued with vitality. The immortal ancient dragons, mountain-like, could survive in any extreme environment, appearing so invincible, as if they would forever dominate the world. However, Gwyn's sunlight spear hunted the ancient dragons, and thus the story begins, narrating the dawn of the Age of Fire. The Age of Fire, thus begins. From the birth in flames, the war with the ancient dragons, to the onset of the Age of Fire, the story shown by the bonfire is filled with hope, as if the flames would forever burn, bringing eternal light to the world. Seeing this vision again, members of the strategy group still inevitably feel entranced, as if their minds have drifted to the ancient past. Leon feels a profound connection. He finds the idea that the world was brought to life by fire inexplicably romantic, as if his own life is ablaze. Unlike them, the others who saw this scene for the first time had much stronger reactions. Stirran was so lost in thought that it took her a long while to come back to her senses, only realizing when she stumbled and fell. Hey, hey! So bonfires produce visions? Why haven't I seen this before? She pinched her face, suspecting that what she saw was an illusion. Had I kindled a fake bonfire before? The story the bonfire tells is grand, mystical, and full of hope. She is also shaken by the secret seemingly pertaining to the world's birth. But what caught her attention the most is the Sunlight King Gwyn. The first time she saw the king, something deep inside her was profoundly stirred, as if through the Sunlight King she could see the sun itself. The sun is truly magnificent, like an extraordinary father. How I wish I could one day be as vast and full of fervor as the Sunday. The moment this thought came to her, she understood, because she is a sun warrior, that is why she felt this way. So, the Sunlight King and the Sun Warrior, with such similar names, is there a connection? When she signed the covenant at the Sun altar, she received a sun badge, and the moment she took it, a piece of information appeared in her mind. Sun Warrior, the glorious assistant, you will inscribe golden summoning marks to aid those in need, with the mission to lead the summoner to success. Become a holy light knight who wields the treasure sword in the name of gods and the sun, to guard your companions. It was this declaration that suddenly filled her with a sense of honor, as if her helping others wasn't just for the soul rewards, but also held a noble purpose. Yet, after scouring books, she couldn't find any record of sun warriors, leading her to believe for a while that it was a fabrication of the dungeon. But when she thought about it, that couldn't be possible. How could the dungeon, devoid of consciousness, have the capability to concoct anything? Stirran strengthened her resolve to find the history of the Sun Warrior and to promote its legacy. For this purpose, she set a modest goal, to clear the sane dungeon. Turning to the others, Mirka sat in front of the bonfire, lost in thought, the first among them to snap back to reality. Even though she had always been nonchalant about everything, she now slightly furrowed her eyebrows, subconsciously rubbing her fingers, a sign of her restlessness and unease. As she moved, a shiny badge fell out of her leather armor. She picked it up immediately and cautiously put it back. No one noticed this subtle detail, except for Gong Qiying. If the footage in the crystal ball was played backwards, one could clearly see that it was a dark silver badge, with a black crescent moon engraved on it. This is a badge that only followers of the Dark Wind Goddess's twin sister, the Dark Moon Goddess, could possess. The magician Roger suddenly sat down on the ground, with a joyous smile on his face, non-stop saying, this is really something good to see this time. His companion Perry couldn't calm down for a long time, suddenly feeling a huge turmoil in his heart. Cold sweat even ran down his face as he muttered to himself. No, it shouldn't be like this, the book clearly said. Roger suddenly slapped the back of Perry's head, earning himself an angry glare. With his hand on the other's shoulder, he said cheerily, how many times have I told you, Perry, read less, what's written in books isn't necessarily true, why believe in that stuff? But the books I read are stored on the 5th floor of the library. Perry retorted, the books on the 5th floor are all classified as forbidden books, no one is allowed to read them without the president's permission. Doesn't this mean that everything inside? He wanted to say they were all very credible, but was interrupted by Roger. Have you read the reproduction and upbringing of mother dragons discussions on how mortals could bear offspring with unturned mother dragons? Asked Roger. What? Perry knew at once that it wasn't any serious book. That book is also on the 5th floor, also a forbidden book, pure smut under the guise of scientific research, just to embezzle funds. Roger patted his back and said, anyway, I believe that what this bonfire is revealing is the actual history. Why? Perry asked blankly. Why? Roger scratched his messy hair, his roguish smile emerging as he gave a thumbs up and said. Because the Age of Fire sounds really cool, men's recognition of things is that simple. Compared to their lively discussion, the reactions of Holy Light Knight and Flame Cultivator, these two religious figures, were quite intriguing. The Holy Light Knight had his eyes tightly closed, veins throbbing on his forehead as if he had been forced to see something he shouldn't, posing a tremendous challenge to his psyche. The Flame Cultivator danced around in excitement, performing a joyous ceremonial dance on the spot, matching with his tattered red robe. He gave off the impression of a beastman shaman. As he danced, he shouted, "Long live the fire god, Long live the fire god, ha ha ha, the world is indeed born from flames, our doctrine is the correct one. But after dancing for a while, he stopped, scratching his head in confusion and mumbling to himself. But what is the primordial flame, Wen, and who is the deity knight? Why isn't my god frame mentioned? A blasphemous idea kept telling him in his heart, that the fire god frame he believed in might have nothing to do with the initial fire mentioned in the bonfire at all. But what does it matter, as long as the world was created by fire? A grin spread across his gaunt face, thinking to himself, who cares about fire god frame, I might as well just change him to fire god Wen. After all, frame hasn't responded to us in nearly 100 years, it's no loss to get rid of him. The flame cultivator was too excited, ranting and raving, completely forgetting that someone beside him was an extreme fanatic. Heretic! The holy light knight suddenly erupted, a strong slap sending the flame cultivator spinning like a top. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Blasphemous heresy! The holy light knight, as if his defenses were broken, his eyes burning red like a mad bull's, glared at the bonfire like looking at a sworn enemy, then did something that took everyone by surprise. He kicked towards the spiral sword. Chapter 73. The holy light knight kicked at the spiral sword. Kicked at the spiral sword. Spiral sword. However, the spiral sword did not react at all, it did not budge. As if there was an air wall blocking the holy light knight, his kick came to a sharp halt just 2 or 3 centimeters from the spiral sword, obstructed by an invisible force. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break through this barrier, which left him gasping for air in frustration, his kicks following one after another. At this moment, finally, someone intervened. Stop! X2. It was Stirran and Leon. Stirran rushed up with utmost speed, grabbing the holy light knight's arm from behind, but his physique and strength were too much for her to restrain once he began to struggle. As for Leon, his approach was even more direct and brutal. He lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch right to the holy light knight's face. With this punch, teeth flew and blood sprayed through the air. The holy light knight was snapped back to reality by the punch, staring blankly at Leon, whose expression at the moment was truly fearsome. Do you have any idea what you are doing? Leon raised his fist again. Luckily, Maru jumped over and held him back. Your actions could be desecrating a creation left by the gods. What if you destroy the bonfire? Can the Holy Light Church afford the responsibility? Everyone knows that the dungeon would automatically repair any damaged scenery, but the bonfire was so special that even Leon was extremely cautious around it. What if it couldn't be repaired once destroyed? The great mystery they had finally discovered would be lost. Thinking of this made him so angry that he wanted to throw another punch. Drew glanced at Leon, then at the Holy Light Knight, and sighed, this time not casting the calming technique on Leon. Hee hee. The flame cultivator, even after being knocked to the ground, still laughed while covering his face. In his view, the Holy Light Knight's anger was a sign of his defenses breaking down, because seeing the world not created by the Holy Light God shattered his beliefs. In short, it was a victory for the Fire God. Religious fanaticism harms people. Roger shook his head, patting Perry's head and said, Kid, you'd better not fall for religions in the future. Perry swatted away his hand irritably and did not speak, just staring intently at the bonfire. What had been an ordinary bonfire now seemed to him to be a mysterious entity, akin to a creation of the gods. After witnessing that segment of imagery, as if he had personally participated in the era of fire, no one doubted its authenticity. Perry also wanted to believe, but he was conflicted because the education he received from school taught him to seek multiple sources to prove something true, not to heed the word of any single source. Therefore, until he found more evidence such as murals, artifacts, texts, and so on, he decided to remain skeptical. Mirka was completely behaving as if watching a drama, like she was just a bystander. Eventually, Stirran released the Holy Light Knight, who sat on the ground for a while before getting up unsteadily, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The atmosphere grew even heavier, and even Leon couldn't help but criticize, why would Mr. Cedar bring fanatics here? They are all lunatics who would likely go berserk upon touching the bonfire. Leon recalled that before departing, Cedar had assured him with great conviction that the members of the team were all elite forces not to be underestimated. Unless this Holy Light Knight has some qualities I've overlooked, otherwise it's just that Mr. Cedar was mistaken, he thought. Unwittingly, he had begun to feel a curious affection for the bonfire, no, for the sane dungeon. On one hand, he wanted to utterly level this dungeon filled with underworld stuff, but on the other, he found pleasure here. Getting tricked made him furious, yet thinking back, it was quite fun, plus he could develop countermeasures for the next time, which allowed him to grow. Damn, have I become a masochist? Suddenly, Leon punched himself twice in the head and announced, "It's time to set out, to find the sun altar," before heading towards the passage. However, as he reached the doorway, an unexpected change occurred. A layer of white mist suddenly appeared at the entrance of the passageway, blocking the way. What's this? He touched the mist, which seemed thin enough to be easily dispersed by hand, yet it was impenetrable. "Boss, there's white fog here too!" Tall shouted, kicking and punching the white fog that had appeared at the entrance to the giant curse frog's boss room, but to no avail. Both exits were blocked, and they were trapped here. A familiar feeling, a bad feeling, arose in Leon's heart. "It seems like I always have this feeling every time I enter the dungeon. It must be you who angered the fire god. This is a divine punishment from the gods." The mental state of the flame cultivator was worrying as he pointed at the Holy Light Knight's nose and yelled. The Holy Light Knight glared at him, struggled up from the ground, his towering figure twice the size of 3 flame cultivators. But the latter was not at all afraid, standing eye to eye with the Holy Light Knight as if the fire god was really backing him up at this moment, bravely confronting him. Stirran watched the two nervously, ready to intervene and stop the conflict if it came to blows. Humph! To their surprise, the Holy Light Knight merely snorted and turned to join Leon in attacking the white fog, his manner much calmer than before. "Is this a good thing?" Stirran tilted her head in puzzlement. Dong! Dong! Just as everyone tirelessly struggled to break through the fog gate, a loud bell suddenly rang out, a sound that only occurred when the dungeon was closing. But it wasn't nearly time for closure, so why? Leon had a bad premonition again and felt that he could almost apply to become a prophet. Roar! A dragon's roar that suddenly emerged drowned out the bell. "Oh my god, there's a dragon!" Roger's eyes shone with excitement, his field of study related to monsters, and naturally, he was a monster enthusiast. "Idiot, shouldn't you be worried at this time?" Maru said anxiously. Almost everyone tensed up the moment they heard the dragon's roar. A dragon, a mighty creature, even the lowest of the two-legged flying dragons, is far stronger than other monsters, and their appearance would bring about the highest level quests in the adventurers' guilds everywhere. All the people present combined would be enough to subdue a two-legged flying dragon, but one should still be nervous at such times. Surprisingly, the roar gradually faded, and the creature did not come for them. Stirran made a surprised noise, thinking the dragon had appeared because they had attacked the bonfire. In fact, that's what everyone thought. The dragon didn't come, which was indeed good. But they still couldn't leave, so what the heck were they supposed to do? Crackle! The bonfire flickered and made a small crackling sound. Crackle, 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 crackle. The flames erupted into a blaze. In an instant, surging flames engulfed half the room, with several twisted figures taking shape within it. Invaded by the dark spirit avatar of Left Bow. Invaded by the dark spirit avatar of Swift Slash. Invaded by the dark spirit avatar of Tachi. At the same time, a row of dark text appeared before everyone. Due to the disrespect to the bonfire, the Conqueror's Oath has been automatically signed, increasing the difficulty of this exploration. Behind the scenes, Gong Qiying scrolled through the available monster panel while sighing. "If only it wasn't locked, I would really love to drop an Ember King avatar on you, be thankful for my mercy." Chapter 74. The avatar of XX series monsters are created by Gong Qiying using other monsters. Their main bodies are usually Lashriek Knights stripped of their armor, and by fitting them with corresponding gear, they automatically master the use of these equipments. As for Marathon, Lower Instruct, and Little Snacks or something of that sort, Gong Qiying guarantees he didn't teach them, definitely not, feeling guilty. He hasn't chosen to deploy stronger monsters because on one hand, it's not cost-effective to waste spiritual power on such a hidden punishment mechanism. Just a punishment for the exploration team will do. On the other hand, he's rather optimistic about this team. There's a bonfire in the upper, middle, and lower layers each, except for the last one, all of which can display videos. He's looking forward to what kind of stories they can conjure up after watching them all. But what a pity, daring to attack the bonfire invites punishment. Let's see if they can clear the dungeon while bound by the Conqueror's Oath. What the hell is this? Maru jumped back in fright and recalled some unpleasant memories upon seeing these three. Looking at their uniformly styled thief masks, chubby armor, and the bizarrely shaped weapons in their hands, she knew they were the cream of the dark spirit crop. Aside from different weapons, they look exactly like that thing from the other day. She was referring to the avatar of Soul V, which had left her with a sizable psychological shadow. In fact, the stats of these three avatars here were much lower than that of Soul V's avatar, which, after all, was intended to serve as a boss. The members of the strategy group faced them as if confronting a formidable enemy, and seeing them so tense, the others also readied themselves. Just three figures in silly outfits, how formidable could they be? Everyone, fight cautiously, these guys are not to be underestimated. Leon took a deep breath. He had learned his lesson and brought a shield this time, armed with a shield in one hand and a straight sword in the other, now properly equipped. It's all your fault, look, you've angered a god now. The flame cultivator glanced at the holy light knight, then stepped in front of everyone with a bell in hand, saying, I will pray for your blessing with the power of flames. The holy light knight, not even bothering to acknowledge him, cried out loud, Holy light, grant me weapons, to grind my enemies into light dust. As soon as the words fell, a flashy special effect flickered, and his hands were suddenly enveloped by a pair of heavy gauntlets that looked capable of smashing a person to death with a single punch. He glanced over the group with a loud roar, taking the lead and charging forward. If he were an ordinary person, such an action would seem reckless, but most of the people present were brimming with combat experience. Even though it was their first time cooperating, a simple gesture was enough to guess what the others were planning. Drew instantly cast 2 low-tier beneficial magic spells on everyone and, while he fell into a brief silence due to the instantaneous casting, Perry's chanting just ended. Phantom Body. This magic, cast upon one's own body, generated several illusions in the enemy's eyes when they tried to attack, reducing the likelihood of being hit. Thanks, Leon charged at the nearest enemy. The avatar of Swift/Maru and Stirran supported his flank, while Tal and Roger set their sights on the avatar with the Tachi, and Mirka went to aid the Holy Light Knight against left bow. Everyone has a bright future. With a loud shout, Tal's skin rapidly turned green, his physique even swelling up as if he was transforming into a humanoid beast, charging towards the avatar with the Tachi. And how would the avatar with the Tachi respond to such a heavy tank? There were no such things as Tachis in this other world, and no one recognized this peculiar weapon. Tal, however, did not look down upon it at all and gave it his all from the start. Mount Tai pressing. His massive form loomed over the Tachi's avatar like a dark cloud. In that moment, he executed. Detect. Ptegash suddenly appeared on Tal's chest, his eyes widened in shock as he fell heavily to the ground. He couldn't comprehend what sort of move that was. The Tachi's avatar, seeing its detect successful, raised its hands excitedly in cheer, looking like someone who had just achieved success. But its celebration came too early, as a thrusting sword pierced through its chest at its most relaxed moment. He turned around, puzzled, only to see Roger had appeared behind him at some point, slyly winking at him. Unlike Drew, who specializes in support, Roger is a battle mage, and what he excels at is invisibility, sound erasure, concealing breath, short distance flash, then, stab. Leon had also given it his all from the very beginning. The avatar's outfit, bearing an uncanny resemblance to someone else's, caused him to subconsciously go all out, raising his hand and bringing down the straight sword bearing the pressure of the wind. With a bang, a cloud of smoke suddenly exploded to the left of the avatar, and Maru's petite figure darted out like a sharp sword, aiming straight for the enemy's flank. Stirran had also charged up his breaking flame strike, and when the arrow left the string, one could even hear the cheer of the fire element. Faced with attacks from multiple sides, the avatar simply crouched low, his dual swords in a strange stance, and charged straight at Leon. Leon had a bad feeling and used all his strength to stop the cutting of his straight sword, quickly raising his shield. In an instant, he felt a strong impact on the shield, as if the avatar itself had slammed into it, but... Hey! Maru lunged at nothing, turned her head, and the enemy had somehow appeared behind Leon, still maintaining the crouched posture. Her sixth sense was warning her, but the enemy was not nearby. Where was the danger coming from? She understood a second later. Swish swish swish. A multitude of white sword chi suddenly burst into the path where the avatar had passed, catching Maru off guard and causing her to stagger, her body riddled with wounds, blood splattering. Leon wanted to take advantage of the avatar's post-attack lag to strike the enemy, but just as he had lowered the shield halfway, the suddenly exploding sword chi pummeled against it, nearly forcing it out of his hand. Even so, his upper body was still cut by the sword chi, and his handsome face was marked by a shocking wound. The technique was so fast and could even dodge attacks. He barely recovered and turned around, not yet managing to swing his sword. The next strike from the avatar was ready. Damn it! Leon had to raise his shield again to block, still unavoidably getting injured. The avatar dashed beyond his striking range in an instant, and by the time he ran over, the opposition had prepared the next strike. Repeating combat skills was precisely this powerful. At this moment, an arrow imbued with fire predicted the avatar's landing spot and shot into the enemy's back, making the avatar stagger into a wall. Stirran then drew his bow and muttered to himself, "Such a form of attack, you see it twice and you can predict it. Good job." Leon praised, and finally managed to close the distance under the cover of a hail of arrows, striking the avatar with 5 consecutive hits of his straight sword, disorienting it. Maru returned to the battlefield after Drew's healing, joining the hunt. Just as the situation looked very promising, a sturdy figure fell heavily to the ground. It was the Holy Light Knight. He stretched out his hand towards the sky, his head tilted, his life coming to an end. And on his broad chest, countless arrows had been densely lodged. The left bow avatar made a yay gesture. Chapter 75. No way, dude. Stirran looked at the Holy Light Knight lying dead on the ground, his face filled with a storm of emotions, thinking. How did you just die like that? What's most astonishing is that the corpse of the Holy Light Knight wasn't teleported away, it just lay there quietly. Did this guy forget to bring a teleportation crystal or what? Stirran's face was full of frustration. Everyone was quickly catching the enemy's weaknesses in combat, and victory seemed only a matter of time. But the death of the Holy Light Knight meant they had to divert manpower to deal with Leftbow's avatar, and the pressure suddenly skyrocketed. And she stared at the arrow stuck in the chest of the Holy Light Knight. There were dozens of them. And Leftbow's avatar, holding an ordinary-looking long bow in the left hand, a crossbow in the right, and a dragon hunting bow strapped on his back. Wait, where did he shoot all those arrows from? Stirran thought she was already a master archer as an upper-tier ranger, but she could only manage to shoot less than 10 arrows in an instant. How did Leftbow's avatar manage so many? There really is always someone better. She took a deep breath and chose to continue helping Leon and Swift Slash engage, as Swift Slash was too nimble. If she didn't use her bow and arrow to distract from afar, Leon couldn't catch the enemy. Maru, go help Mirka. Leon also noticed the situation on that side and instructed while suppressing Swift Slash's avatar. Are you going to be alright, boss? Maru asked worriedly, her gaze shifting between the two battlefields. No problem at all. Alright then, I'm heading over. On the Leftbow's side, Mirka was chasing after the enemy, throwing flying knives while running, but the avatar was so agile that hitting it with 3 or 4 out of 10 flying knives was already lucky. After using some unknown combat skill to quickly assassinate the Holy Light Knight, the avatar, pursued by Mirka with a long stick, couldn't find an opportunity to use its technique and could only run around the battlefield. Despite wearing bulky armor, the avatar's speed was top-notch. Mirka had to exert himself just to catch up, and as soon as he got close enough to hit, the avatar used obstacles and everything usable around the battlefield to once again increase the distance. Flame Cultivator was also helping. Aside from buffing, he kept tossing fireballs, but unfortunately, he wasn't very accurate. Seeing Maru coming over to help, Mirka smiled and said, "Let's sandwich him from front and back." Maru nodded, and with Mirka, they formed a both sides trap around Leftbow's avatar, leaving him with nowhere to go. Die! Mirka leaped up, and his long stick smashed down heavily. Boom! Hearing the noise, Roger turned his head and laughed. Looks like they are about to finish over there, we need to step up too. Tall panted and nodded, his eyes fiercely fixed on the Tachi's avatar. The latter had a hole cut into its chest, oddly reminiscent of Death God, but even though it was severely wounded, it was still firmly holding the Tachi and even assumed a sword-drawing stance, keeping an eye on Tal as well. Tal and Tachi's compatibility was terrible. Tal's size had increased, giving him a monstrous appearance, and Tachi was a specialist in hunting monsters. Therefore, techniques like Kazaya Slash could deal immense damage. If it weren't for Drew focusing on healing from a distance, Tal would have already collapsed. Stick to the same tactic, Roger swept a weapon that was a magic wand on one end and a thrusting sword at the other, and their figures immediately vanished, triggering invisibility. Why am I not the tank? Tal grumbled before screaming and charging forward. After we get out, I'll treat you to the enchanting demon store, okay? Roger's voice gradually faded. Even though he was invisible, why was he still shouting? That's also part of the tactic. Tachi's avatar sensed Tal's position through the noise, but he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he fiercely swung his blade in a big circular motion. But his blade hit nothing but air. Before he could react, Tal had already pounced, and even if he couldn't see it, he could feel the massive pressure. Tachi's avatar hurriedly executed a Kazeya slash, using a backstep just in the nick of time to dodge the pounce, but the ground's vibrations caused him to temporarily lose his balance. Mud transformation. Perry had been prepared for this moment with the spell. The rocks under the avatar's feet suddenly melted into mud. Sploosh! Roger certainly wouldn't miss this golden opportunity. With a swift thrust, his sword pierced through the avatar's waist, causing intense pain that immediately stiffened its body. But Roger didn't pursue the victory. Instead, he struck once and quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield for Tal to exploit as he continued to look for opportunities to steal a strike. Is this even a magician anymore? Might as well call him a magic assassin. Soon after, Stirran's avatar, with its rich experience in monster hunting, was tragically defeated, becoming the first of the 3 avatars to fall. There was no choice. Roger's use of invisibility was simply too slick. Meanwhile, Leon's battle was also nearing its end. The avatar of Swift Slash had its back filled with arrows, looking exactly like a hedgehog, and its front was covered with numerous sword wounds, dripping with fresh blood. Yet even with such severe injuries, it decisively assumed the Swift Slash stance. We should repeat the Swift Slash for a lifetime, shouldn't we? Throughout the fight, it didn't use any other techniques, not even a basic attack. Leon, holding his battered shield, closely watched the avatar's movements, knowing the shield would retire after this battle. When the avatar used Swift Slash, the mere force of Stirran's arrows wasn't enough to interrupt its action, so both of them tactically targeted the recovery phase of Swift Slash. At the moment right after releasing Swift Slash, Stirran's charged arrow was shot, indeed causing it to stiffen momentarily, and that's when Leon charged forward with a 5-hit combo with his straight sword. When the avatar released combat skill again, Leon raised his shield to block, still suffering cuts from the sword energy, but the shield was the best option he had at the moment. Suddenly, the avatar changed direction, charging towards Stirran. Dangerous! Leon noticed the anomaly, diving in front of Stirran just a second before the Swift Slash was initiated. The tremendous impact hit him, and even with the shield, his organs felt horrible. The assassination attempt of the avatar failed, and it was once again repelled by the two, who slowly wore down the avatar of Swift Slash until, when a charged arrow hit the avatar's knee, it could no longer hold on and collapsed straight down. Its body dissipated like ash, leaving behind a purple light point. Light points were fatally attractive to adventurers, but at this moment, everyone's attention was only on the last remaining avatar, the avatar of Left Bow. Mirka's strike couldn't finish it off. Instead, the avatar of Left Bow unleashed its combat skill, facing damage. A barrage of arrows followed, and even though Mirka spun his staff defensively, his shoulder was still penetrated. The reaction speed of the avatar of Left Bow was incomparable to the other two. Breaking away with a hit, it continued to use Left Bow's continuous shooting while escaping, giving Mirka and Maru a hard time. I'm here to help! Tal shouted as he bravely charged at the avatar, only to be turned into a sieve by its shots. Such a big target, isn't this just asking to be shot? Leon tried to mount a sneak attack amidst the barrage, but at that moment, his shield suddenly shattered. It had borne too many blows and could finally rest from battle. While people were chasing and intercepting the avatar of Left Bow everywhere, someone unexpected made a move. Haha! When the avatar passed by the corpse of the Holy Light Knight, his eyes suddenly opened, and he burst forth, tightly embracing the enemy. Well done! The flame cultivator couldn't help but praise, as he threw a fireball, perfectly impacting and blowing the avatar's head off. With this, all 3 avatars were completely annihilated. What a thoroughly exhilarating fight! However, not everyone thought so. Repeat combat skills, Left Bow's shooting, running around chaotically. The combat experience was extremely poor. Leon thought for a moment, then pointing his index finger in the direction where the avatar of Left Bow had disappeared, awkwardly employing the gesture. This was the first time he made such a gesture, yet, somehow, at that moment, he felt somewhat gratified. Stirran let out a huge sigh of relief, walking over to pick up the light point left by Swift Slash's avatar. War Ash, Swift slash. Chapter 76. After a great battle, rest was inevitable. Everyone sat around the campfire, tending to their wounds. Drew and Perry diligently cast healing magic, using gentle light to heal everyone. The Holy Light Knight didn't need healing magic, his faith in Holy Light was enough to heal his injuries. Now, sitting in front of the campfire, he still kept a straight face, staring at the flickering flames, lost in thought. He didn't say how he was resurrected, and everyone was too lazy to ask. Maru looked at the Holy Light Knight with dissatisfaction and said to the person next to her, "Doesn't he have anything to say for himself? It was all because of him that we encountered the enemy." "Maru, stop talking," Leon waved his hand. What he meant was not to reason with someone whose religious zealotry had gone to their head. Such people have their own logic, and arguing with them would only infuriate oneself. But Maru seemed to take his words as a call for tolerance and couldn't help but pout, leaning against Tall beside her, grumbling, "Boss, you're too good-natured." "Ah? Oh." Tall responded blankly. With a helpless shrug, Leon thought he was the one who most wanted to give the Holy Light Knight a thrashing. The campfire burned quietly, occasionally crackling, pop pop, the warm glow of the fire not only coloring everyone with a warm hue but also spreading its warmth into their hearts. Just sitting by the campfire made one feel their mood slowly getting better. Initial fire is fire, and so is the campfire. Since the campfire could display images from ancient times, could that mean that it too was a sacred object connected to the ancient gods? Did the ancient heroic warriors also sit around the campfire after a great battle like us, relaxing their tired bodies? Thinking this, Leon's longing for the era of fire grew stronger. Perhaps in that era, there was no bullying the weak? He had come to see the era of fire as a perfect utopia, which was also unavoidably linked to his childhood experiences. "That's right, I have to go home in a month, to prove myself to my sister and father." "No, not prove, but..." At this moment, Stirran, unable to tolerate Mirka's pestering, quietly moved to Leon's side and took out the war ash, swift slash she had picked up earlier. "What is this?" Leon looked at the war ash, something he had never seen before. "It's dropped after defeating the swift slash avatar, it seems to be a combat skill he used. The description says that if you slap this on a weapon you can use it." Stirran handed the war ash to Leon, saying, "Thank you for protecting me just now, this should belong to you." Leon took the war ash, recalling the recent battle with the avatar. There was no doubt that Swift Slash was a powerful skill, with its ability to move quickly, brief invincibility, and overwhelming strength. But he shook his head and said, "Everyone contributed in the battle, I can't take the spoils alone, it should be decided by everyone." Roger stuck his head out, laughing, "I give up my claim, you just take it, little brother Leon, you too fought that avatar." Perry nodded too, though he was very interested in the principle of using war ash, he had not contributed much in the battle with Leon. Mirka just stared at Stirran with an indifferent look. As a flame cultivator who believed in contentment, this journey was profitable enough for him just by learning about the world being created by fire. His spiritual satisfaction meant he didn't care about war ash, so he also gave up his claim. As for the Holy Light Knight, probably he was the least qualified to speak. While everyone was discussing, he quietly turned his face away. However, Leon frowned, he still believed the spoils of war should be shared by everyone. "If I tell you to take it, just take it." Stirran's face darkened, forcibly stuffing the war ash to Leon, ignoring what he was about to say, and ran off to study his upgrades by the campfire. Leon held the war ash, feeling a bit helpless for a moment. Roger winked at him, teasingly saying, "You won't win a girl's heart like this. How about I teach you after we get out, little brother?" Maru immediately jumped in front of Leon, staring at Roger with a defensive look, eliciting laughter from him. After resting for about half an hour, the group set out for the middle layer, where the lush and towering forest felt brimming with endless vitality. Stirran temporarily took on the role of guide. She only remembered the general direction, and truly had no recollection of the exact location of the sun altar. Due to the Conqueror's oath, the monsters had become somewhat stronger, but the exploration team was skilled and competent. They advanced steadily and encountered no significant troubles. Roger, the monster scholar, was absolutely thrilled along the way, seeing all sorts of monsters he had never encountered before, and while sketching a green-haired worm, he found an elf ball striped red and white in the bushes. Not knowing its use, he casually pocketed it. Under Stirran's guidance, the exploration team did indeed make a discovery, but it wasn't the sun altar. It was something else. Roar! The lion ape roared in anger, leading a group of double-bladed white apes to charge at the exploration team. I just wanted to find the sun altar, why did we find the monster den instead? Stirran felt distressed, thinking she had led the team astray, thus subjecting everyone to a difficult battle. No, you've led us on a great path, Leon, who relished in facing his foes, rubbed his hands together and charged into the fray. After several rounds, Leon, who fought with all his might, successfully slew the lion ape on his own, while his teammates only helped to take down the smaller monsters at his request. Don't let your guard down, this monster can still stand up without a head, Leon said with a grand wave, pulling out a fireball magic scroll dedicated to the lion ape from his backpack. Out for revenge, he hammered the lion ape with one giant fireball after another, not sparing any cost, and the poor creature was turned to ash before it could even enter its second stage. The ring is back, Maru caressed the petite ring in her hand, the treasured item that had been lost and now was in her possession once again. After the death of the lion ape, the soul of the lion ape appeared. After a fair roll of the dice to decide, it also ended up in Leon's hands. To everyone's surprise, after departing from the lion ape's den and heading east for a while, they actually found the sun altar. It turns out I hadn't led us astray, Stirran said, nearly in tears with excitement. Is this the sun altar? Leon circled around the altar, carefully examining its structure. It was unbelievable that such a plain building could grant people the status of a sun warrior. As he approached the altar, a phrase appeared in the air. Do you wish to form a pact and become a sun warrior? Out of caution, he didn't rush into forming the pact. At this moment, Roger looked at the collapsed statue on the altar and said, to form a pact, one needs an entity to form it with. Could it be with the one atop here? It's a shame the statue is destroyed, we don't know which god it represents. Do we even need to ask? It's definitely the fire god! Exclaimed the flame cultivator fervently. I'll have all the devotees of the fire god come here to form pacts with the great fire god. So speaking, he hesitated not a bit and chose yes, becoming a sun warrior. Roger twisted his beard, saying nothing. He always felt that the statue didn't quite resemble Gwyn as shown in the images but did look similar in some aspects. Perhaps it's another god? The ancient era couldn't have only the gods shown in the images. I have a feeling the old folks at the guild will be very interested in this place. While everyone was discussing the sun altar, Stirran suddenly noticed something. Do you wish to offer 10 sun badges in exchange for a pact reward? Chapter 77. I knew the sun badge would still be useful. Stirran quickly counted the sun badges in her pouch, she had already acquired more than 10 and could still have some left after her offerings. From the beginning, when she became a sun warrior, she found it odd that every time she successfully helped adventurers defeat the regional boss, she would acquire a sun badge. She initially thought the sun badge was a souvenir or an identification marker, like those used by church followers. However, as the number of sun badges she collected kept increasing, she slowly started to feel that something was not quite right. Such collectible items must have a place where they can be used, right? Perhaps it was the sun altar. Today truly confirmed her guess. What rewards would she obtain? Filled with anticipation, she inserted the proofs of her efforts to aid others into the altar. A flash of lightning streaked by, and suddenly, a yellowed page filled with densely packed text appeared in front of her. Everyone's attention was drawn by the activity here, but they did not know what she had done. Stirran took a deep breath and grabbed the page. On it, the story of a sun warrior who wielded a thunder spear was recorded. Stirran's consciousness immediately immersed into the narrative, feeling as if she transformed into that ancient sun warrior, wielding the thunder spear to lead people to victory, praying in front of an unnamed king's statue, and finally hurling the brilliantly shining thunder spear at a flying dragon. She snapped out of the story, surrounded by people filled with concern. Her first thought was, wow, the thunder spear is so cool, and sun warriors are so awesome. Her second thought was, why does a sun warrior wield a thunder spear? Isn't the sun generally associated with flames? Her third thought was, who cares whether it's a thunder spear or a fire spear, as long as it's cool. Miracle, thunder spear. The miracle used by the warriors of the Sun Oath, capable of casting a thunder spear, especially powerful against metals and dragon kind. Documenting the story of an ancient sun warrior, a loyal follower of the Sun Elder Sun. Intelligence requirement, 3. This book directly converts the faith needed for spells and prayers into intelligence, linking it directly to the potency and prerequisites of spells. Miracles are the tales of gods, and humanity can borrow the power of gods by retelling these stories, which is equally effective in this world. Stirran opened her left hand, where a protective talisman quietly lay. Sun Amulet. The amulet used to realize miracles, an item commonly used by ancient Sun Knights, marked with a holy emblem representing their sincere faith. Combat skill, firm prayer, allowing the use of miracles even when attacked. With this, she would be able to use miracles. What just happened, are you all right? Mirka asked, noticing her sister's normal complexion and even a flush of excitement. Her worry soon turned to puzzlement. Stirran calmed her excited emotions and informed everyone about what had just occurred, including the story she saw when she touched the book page. Regrettably, the page documenting the Thunder Spear disappeared after she touched it, so she couldn't let the others also experience the Sun Warrior's journey. The reactions of the crowd varied, but the most intense response came from the Flame Cultivator. He gazed intently at Stirran, his body trembling, his eyes filled with a complex mix of 4 parts admiration, 3 parts envy, 2 parts jealousy, 1 part hatred, and so on, more complex than a pie chart, making Stirran feel like he was about to devour her any second. As the Flame Cultivator took a step forward, he sincerely asked, "Are you interested in becoming a bishop at the Starfire Church?" "What?" Drew, Roger, and Perry, the group of 3 magicians, whispered among themselves. "A magic book that allows one to learn magic instantly, I've never heard of such a thing," Drew sighed, "this dungeon always brings surprises." Roger gave him a look and said, "Can't you have a sense of crisis, old man? If everyone could learn magic quickly, wouldn't our magic association be rendered obsolete?" The Magic Association, the most authoritative magical institution on this continent, comprised of various magicians, has an academy that is the top magic school on the whole continent. Outstanding graduates can stay directly at the association to work, owning a mage tower of their own, while ordinary graduates can also gain popularity outside. However, its graduation requirements are quite stringent, necessitating mastery of no less than 30 low-tier spells, 15 mid-tier spells, and also achieving a certain degree certificate, which has blocked many people. Why would it be abandoned? Drew countered, "In the future, the number of magicians will increase, we should be happy about it. Wasn't the association's original intention to spread magic?" Roger curled his lip, "But when I think about how the magic I learned through hard study could be learned by someone else instantly, it really makes me feel unbalanced." "Right, Perry." Perry appeared somewhat distant, staring continuously at the sun altar. "Perry." Roger waved his hand in front of him, bringing him back to his senses. Adjusting his glasses, he said, "No, you're right, knowledge should be acquired through diligent study, magic learned through shortcuts and cunning means. I absolutely don't approve." He spoke with a look of righteousness, yet his gaze frequently drifted to the sun altar, revealing a complex expression in his eyes. His eyes were damaged from staying up all night reading complex magic books, and the reason he wore glasses and didn't choose to use magic to heal his eyes was to remind himself to study harder, for the sake of grades, magic, and graduation, fruboval.cm. If he didn't work hard, his position as top of his class could be taken by others. Perry's tutor was extremely rigorous, puzzlingly so, and if Perry's grades regressed, waiting for him would be the painful outcome of not graduating. If there really was an easy way to learn magic. He muttered to himself, looking at the sun altar, but ultimately sighed without taking action. An oath isn't something to be taken lightly, especially one with a god from an ancient era suspected to be in the dungeon. If there was a safer way, maybe I would. The atmosphere elsewhere was much lighter. "Miss Stirran, show us the Thunder Spear," urged Maru. Even Leon studying the sun altar couldn't help but turn to watch. "Then watch closely." Stirran, holding a protective talisman in her left hand, skillfully used the Thunder Spear as if she had long learned it. Thankfully, she had allocated 3 intelligence points, just enough to use it. A column of lightning appeared in her hand, crackling loudly, indeed resembling a long spear. However, just as Stirran was about to throw it, suddenly, a roar came from the horizon. It was a dragon roar. Startled, Stirran let go of the Thunder Spear, which happened to collide with a monster rapidly diving from the sky. Crackle! The female fire dragon let out a mournful cry. "Everyone?" Chapter 78. How on earth did a dragon suddenly fall from the sky? The crowd didn't know where the female fire dragon had come from, but they knew that it was now time to fight. Female Fire Dragon. Spiritual power required per unit, 500. Overall combat power, c. Judging by its roar, perhaps this was the very dragon they had heard at the bonfire before. I really haven't seen a living dragon for such a long time. Roger was so excited his eyes sparkled. As a monster scholar, what could be more thrilling than encountering a strong and beautiful rare monster? And indeed, there was something even more thrilling. This dragon is not recorded in the monster encyclopedia, Roger thought, the monster encyclopedia already imprinted in his mind. The moment he discovered the female fire dragon was a new species, his body suddenly trembled like an electric shock, excitedly cheering. Mr. Roger, please mind your manners, Perry helplessly covered his forehead. You don't understand, Roger's eyes were firmly fixed on the female fire dragon, pleading with everyone in an almost begging tone, can you guys slow down the fight, let me observe it properly, at least preserve its appearance, please, I'll provide a reward. If he could send back information on this newly discovered dragon to the association, it would undoubtedly cause a great sensation. Leon was seeing Roger this excited for the first time. The impression the magician had given previously was that of a disinterested and decadent uncle, but he became like a child in the presence of a monster. I promise you, Mr. Roger, Leon said with a smile, drawing his straight sword. The warm-hearted and kind Leon certainly didn't mind helping with such a small request. Moreover, the dragon looked quite strong, so a normal battle would take some time anyway. Everyone was amused by Roger's reaction and expressed their agreement, but there was one person who was different. Heretic. The Holy Light Knight suddenly conjured a great sword from Holy Light and charged forward, striking the female fire dragon and causing it to reel. The Thunder Spear was already highly effective against dragons. After being struck by it, plus the impact of the fall, the female fire dragon hadn't even gotten up before it was hit again. His move left everyone bewildered. Perry adjusted his glasses and quickly explained, according to the legends of the Holy Light Church, the Holy Light God once made an alliance with the four-legged ancient dragon, and since the two-legged flying dragon is the archenemy of the four-legged ancient dragon, therefore, heretic, die. The Holy Light Knight's great sword was full of power, ready to strike down. Roger immediately showed an anxious look, even considering whether to use magic to stop the opponent. Fortunately, the female fire dragon proved to be remarkably effective at this moment. With a flap of its wings, it rose to the mid-air avoiding the Holy Light Knight's heavy blow. Its mouth opened wide for a triple fireball attack, forcing the opponent to dodge repeatedly. Phew, Roger breathed a sigh of relief, on one hand recording the female fire dragon's attack patterns, and on the other, glancing at the Holy Light Knight and frowning. It couldn't really be blamed for its actions, hunting monsters was the duty of adventurers, after all. In contrast, Roger's request went against the adventurer's calling. Furthermore, the Holy Light Knight was a strong, stout fighter in team combat, often able to withstand the most attacks, and possessed a skill with the Holy Light healing technique, simply an ideal teammate. But it was this unlikable personality, too rigid, they took the teachings of the Church as everything, ready to judge anything that didn't align with Church doctrines as heresy. Roger had lived for years and had never seen such a rigid fanatic. So rigid, it was almost as if it was an act. Everyone joined the battlefield. It's worth mentioning that this time, the buffs Drew applied to the group only included some defense enhancements and damage reductions, without enhancing anyone's offensive power. Actually, when there are enough people, tactics don't need too much refinement, especially since those present were elite warriors. The female fire dragon used its strong hind legs to kick fiercely at Maru, but Tal came quickly to the rescue and shielded her tightly, getting kicked but only grunting with blood at the corner of her mouth. Leon rushed to help, blocking the female fire dragon's biting with his straight sword, the ground beneath him suddenly turning into mud. He was close to being submerged by the muddy ground. But the beautiful female fire dragon repeated her old trick, flapping her wings once to lift herself into mid-air, dodging the mud transformation trap in the process. Suddenly, her tail shot out, piercing right through Leon's shoulder. Leon immediately felt a strong sense of discomfort, he realized straight away, poisoned. Indeed, one must always be cautious of poison when seeing dragons with a hint of green coloration. This was the stereotype held by many on this continent regarding green dragons. Boss, you need to get back for treatment. Tal grabbed the female fire dragon's tail, and with a fierce exertion of strength, he shockingly yanked her down from mid-air. Leon's complexion looked rather pale as he quickly leaped back to the rear. The female fire dragon used a double tail swipe to fend off Tal's advance and was subsequently hit by a slash from a Holy Light Knight. Her beautiful scales burst open, and Roger gritted his teeth in pain. "Let's all go at her," Tal said to the Holy Light Knight, planning to combine the strength of two power-oriented fighters to suppress the female fire dragon. The Holy Light Knight snorted coolly and gave Tal a glance before rushing back into the fray. Did he just agree? Tal scratched his head in confusion. Perry explained just in time, the Holy Light Church also discriminates against humans of impure bloodlines, so you get it now, right? Tal's face darkened, and he blurted out a curse typical among adventurers. At that moment, facing the Holy Light Knight whose moves were aggressive and wide open, the female fire dragon suddenly charged forward. Unpredictable dragon car. The Holy Light Knight had just lifted his great sword above his head when he was caught by surprise and sent flying by the charge. This move, dragon car, had no telegraphing at all and was truly terrifying. Ha ha ha, the flame cultivator laughed maliciously, pleased with the disaster, while the female fire dragon, having finished her dragon car maneuver, immediately followed up by spewing fireballs while floating in the air. The flame cultivator shook the bell in his hand, and a whirlpool of invisible force suddenly distorted the air in front of him. Not only did it distort the air, but it also drew all the fireballs toward it, dispelling them into nothingness under the whirlpool's influence in an instant. Although the Starfire Church was on the decline, when it came to playing with fire, they were professionals. But a few of the fireballs were deliberately allowed to slip through their targets were the Holy Light Knights. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, and amidst the center of the fireballs, the fate of the Holy Light Knight was uncertain. After a relentless succession of attacks, the female fire dragon finally felt drained and unable to stay aloft, collapsing to the ground. This time, however, the ground once again transformed into a quagmire. Unlike before, the mud seemed to come to life, entwining around its two legs like snakes, then solidified to a hardness comparable to rock. Well then, let me handle finishing this off. Stirran had already charged her thunder spear, and was now overflowed with excitement because the way she would throw the thunder spear was just like the Sunlight King Gwyn, an exciting feeling, as if cosplaying her idol. With this throw of the thunder spear, it was time for the female fire dragon to bid farewell to everyone. Roger clenched his fists. Despite his reluctance, he couldn't prevent everyone from killing the monster at this point. Given the ferocity demonstrated by the female fire dragon, capturing her alive was even less of an option, so. Suddenly inspired, as if by divine intervention, he took out the elf ball from his pocket. Why would I take this out? While questioning himself, he had already thrown the elf ball towards the female fire dragon. The life-claiming thunder spear followed close behind. The female fire dragon's eyes widened as she let out a panicked roar. Chapter 79. Quick, 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 Drew, healing magic. Full power, full power, full power. Perry. Do you still have any healing potions left? I need them all. Holy Light Brother. I know your healing skill from the Holy Light Church is really effective, please, please help me. Can it count as me owing you a huge favor? Looking at the female fire dragon in front of him, severely injured and on the brink of death, Roger was going crazy not just from heartache, but also from excitement. That elf ball actually caught the female fire dragon. He is now the owner of the female fire dragon. But it was still a step late, the female fire dragon was hit by a thunder spear, and now its survival depended solely on a thread. Roger was everywhere asking his companions to heal it. Drew and Perry certainly wouldn't refuse, but the Holy Light Knight, he frowned and only showed reluctant agreement after Roger mentioned owing him a favor. He performed healing on the female fire dragon with holy light. However, the female fire dragon still had some psychological trauma, and whenever he got close, it would snarl and howl. The Holy Light Knight snarled back at it, his armor was blasted black by flames, which really upset him. It's the first time I hear about monsters being able to be tamed. Stirran observed the female fire dragon curiously but dared not to get close. It's the work of that strange spherical magic tool, Mirka analyzed. From my observation, that ball possesses at least space magic and brainwash magic. Not only can it fit that dragon into a tiny ball, but also. Roger went over and calmed the female fire dragon, and it stopped baring its teeth and instead affectionately rubbed against his hand. Mirka fell silent for a moment, then said somberly, "This brainwashing effect is truly astonishing. No, this is purely because Roger inherently has a strong affinity with animals and also quite capable. If the trainer's level is too low, the Pokémon, seriously, wouldn't obey." Leon watched the interaction between Roger and the female fire dragon with envy, his heart could not help but be aflame with dreams of taming a lion-type monster himself, which would perfectly match his name and certainly be impressive. As Roger soothed the female fire dragon, he stared intensely at it, his mind filled with numerous thoughts. Monsters, synonymous with madness, low-intelligence monsters like Hajime are almost untamable, whereas high-intelligence monsters like minotaurs do not want to associate with humans and even harbor animosity towards them. The only way to temper the wild nature of a monster is to have it mate with regular animals, diluting its lineage generation after generation, and eventually selecting breeds with stable temperaments, such as the Pegasus used for pulling carriages, griffins of the Royal Knight regiments, or giant beetles for long-distance travel, which were all developed this way. However, artificially bred monsters are much weaker compared to their wild counterparts. Brainwash magic could temporarily control a monster, but it will never truly bond with humans, never becoming a reliable partner. Roger was very clear, the affection shown by the female fire dragon wasn't due to brainwashing magic, but genuine feelings from the heart, truly considering him as her master and partner. He couldn't explain why he reached this conclusion, perhaps it's the telepathy between a trainer and Pokémon. But one thing he knew. The appearance of the elf ball will break the notion that monsters can't be tamed. When he shows up with the female fire dragon in public, it is surely going to cause a sensation, and public attempts at taming monsters will reach a new peak. And what is most important in taming a monster? Isn't it the elf ball? Roger couldn't help but recall where he had found the elf ball, planning to try his luck again the next time. This will definitely shock the old folks at the association. A delightful smile curved on his lips. Roger has been fond of animals since he was young. During his childhood, he once encountered a monster, a young turquoise winged bird, which could not fly away due to an injury and was being attacked by hounds. He rescued the young bird and took meticulous care of it. At first, the monster would attack him with its fragile beak, but as time passed, they grew closer. The young bird would sleep in his arms and stand on his shoulder to travel, they became friends who shared their hearts. Before long, the young bird disappeared, and Roger never found its trace again. Although heartbroken, this experience left him with the idea that monsters can also become companions. While studying at the academy affiliated with the Magic Association, he often questioned the theory that monsters cannot be domesticated, and dedicated himself to finding ways to tame monsters or become companions with them. He wrote many papers and delivered various speeches, believing firmly that his childhood experience was not unique. One day, during a speech, he was harshly criticized by his instructor, and all his papers were publicly burned to ashes. Monsters are just monsters, they can never become companions to humans. If you can, prove it to me, let me see what monster would like to be with you. Even if you use magic tools, if you can't, then shut your mouth and stop giving those foolish speeches. After that, Roger fell silent, not out of fear, but in search of monsters that could peacefully coexist with humans. Unfortunately, it seemed impossible to replicate his childhood experience, he could never find that same young turquoise winged bird again. Even if he found a similar species, those turquoise winged birds would mercilessly attack him. Reaching middle age, he began to doubt whether his childhood experiences were just his imagination, and he grew increasingly uncertain. The appearance of the female fire dragon and the elf ball ignited a flame of hope in his heart again. I will stay near the sane dungeon until I understand the principle of this ball, and then I must. He, Roger suddenly chuckled sinisterly, stroking his stubbly chin, thinking it's time to be spirited, and planning to shave when he gets back. Ow! The female fire dragon tilted its head and suddenly spit out a light point. Roger picked it up and saw it was a ring, with information flowing into his mind. Green flower ring replica. Slightly increases energy. Can also be used to open a certain door. Hey, why does it feel like the ring I got? Maru took out the petite ring, and the last description of both rings was same, they could be used to open a certain door. She and Roger exchanged glances. Could it be? Could it be that these two rings are the decryption tools for the next level? How could this be such a coincidence? Indeed, it is such a coincidence. City Lord's room. Gong Qiying admired the expressions of the adventurers, pleased with their performance. Not so long ago, he had made some changes to the design of the middle floor. In Undead Town, there is a stone door leading to Big Tree Hole that can only be opened by collecting 2 rings, which are guarded by 2 elite monsters, the Lion Ape and Thunder Wolf Dragon. The change he made was that once an adventurer obtained 1 ring, the remaining ring could possibly transfer to any flying class elite monster, which would then actively attack. If the adventurers were victorious, they could quickly obtain the second ring. If they failed, they'd meet again next time. The main purpose of this setup was to provide a shortcut for capable adventurers. Seeing adventurers constantly running maps was rather boring, and those capable of obtaining both rings were unlikely to be thwarted by the traps in the process. It was better to save time and let them quickly enter the more dangerous lower floors to face their fate. This team might actually clear the level. Gong Qiying couldn't help but start thinking, what should be given as the clearance reward? Chapter 80. Under the incessant healing magic, the female fire dragon's wounds finally improved significantly, regaining her lively dragon vigor. Hee, dragon, oh my dragon. Roger fondled the female fire dragon with an obsessed look, laughing so wretchedly that the women around him couldn't help but step away from him. You all can rest assured, Mr. Roger has no interest in humans. Perry pushed his glasses up, believing his remark was quite humorous. However, when he looked up, he found that everyone had moved even further away. During this brief rest, Roger figured out how to use the elf ball. It could effortlessly contain and release the female fire dragon, and while inside the elf ball, the dragon could still react to the outside world. Truly magical. I'll call you Hathaway. He gently caressed the female fire dragon's chin, full of anticipation as he asked, Hathaway, could you take us to experience that, you know? Roar, oh roar. Soon after, the female fire dragon soared through the skies, with all members of the exploration team clinging to her back and legs. She could actually carry everyone. Wahoo! Roger let out a hearty laugh, looking down from the sky where the animated corpses on the ground seemed as insignificant as trash, and the strong winds roaring past signaled the exhilaration of freedom. Where does it want to take us? Leon asked, hand covering his mouth to prevent the wind from blowing in. I don't know. Roger laughed loudly, it'll go wherever it wants, we are free. Maru whispered to Tal, has his brain broken? Can I knock on it? Do you think he's a magic tool that can be fixed just by knocking? Tal replied, exasperated. The female fire dragon's destination was clear. It was the only large building in the entire middle layer, Undead Town. As its shadow passed over the front gate of Undead Town, a dozen mouse shooters from Shaman village on the walls immediately knocked their bows and shot arrows, lighting up the sky like fireworks. Once tamed by an elf ball, a monster would automatically be opposed to dungeon units, becoming a target for their attacks. The female fire dragon was fast. In the blink of an eye, it flew over most of Undead Town, seemingly aiming for a direct charge at the stone gate to perform a speed run through Undead Town. However, things wouldn't go that smoothly. Boom, 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 boom. A series of rapid and precise fireballs aimed densely at the female fire dragon. The source of the fireballs was a group of short figures standing on the rooftops of Undead Town. Big-mouthed little demon. Also known as flame pea shooters, they are widely found in the underground shadowland of the Elden Ring, notorious for their high-intensity firepower and rate of fire, topping the Elden Ring beast charts. The female fire dragon had to dart and weave through the air, making things tough for the adventurers clinging to her. They had to hold on tight to avoid being thrown off. In its attempt to dodge, the dragon inadvertently descended, bringing it within range of a volley from the mouse shooters. Ow! Stirran let out a cry of pain as an arrow suddenly struck her buttocks. Drew quickly cast a magic barrier, but disorientation from being rocked in the air made his head spin, and any fluctuation in his magic power naturally shattered the shield immediately. The big-mouthed little demon's anti-air firepower network was very effective. The female fire dragon was quickly forced into a predetermined zone, where it was met by giant big-mouthed little demon. Boom! A giant fireball, dozens of times larger than a regular fireball, struck the female fire dragon squarely, and it let out a pained cry. Crash landing! Wah-ya! Adventurers kept falling through the air, each using their own abilities to save their lives. Drew and Perry exerted all their strength to cast a lower substitute for the flying skill, the floating technique, upon everyone. Because it consumed less magic power and could be activated quickly, they still endured plenty of injuries when they hit the ground. Cough cough. Leon coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. It seemed like his ribs were broken. The injuries on the female fire dragon were surprisingly not too severe. It only hurt its wings and legs during the crash, causing it to limp when it moved. Roger quickly doused it with a healing potion before stowing it away in the elf ball. The terrain of Undead Town was too narrow, and the female fire dragon would become an easy target here. Let's get moving, said the Holy Light Knight, whose build could be compared to Tal's. With only minor injuries, he rarely spoke, don't get surrounded. Saying so, he took the initiative to carry Leon and Stirran and bolted deeper down the path. Tal looked up to see the big-mouthed little demons slowly converging in their direction. Not wanting to get shot at en masse again, he hurriedly dragged those who were unable to move away from the scene. In fact, big-mouthed little demons and giant big-mouthed little demons only activate when they detect flying adventurers. Normally, the only remote attackers in Undead Town are mouse shooters and animated corpse soldiers. The exploration team was simply unlucky to have run straight into them. Gong Qiying would regularly change the positions of the monsters within the dungeon. The moment he first saw Birdman clan adventurers flying over the swamp with their wings, he began strengthening anti-air defenses. Adventurers could normally pass levels without issue. However, once they used flight, it would trigger the hidden shooters in each map. For instance, mouse shooters, animated corpse soldiers, big-mouthed little demons, silver knights, real Lucaria magicians and so on. Bang! The Holy Light Knight kicked open the dilapidated house's wooden door, and with his sturdy back, took an attack from the animated corpse hiding beside the door. He then crushed its head with his foot and swiftly dealt with several monsters drawn by the noise, turning the decrepit house into a temporary safety zone. Healing proceeded vigorously. If it weren't for the ample number of healers, the exploration team would have been doomed here. Leon, the first to regain his spirit, said, although it was only for a brief moment, I saw the place where that dragon was taking us, located to the north of this town. It's called Hathaway, Roger interjected. Delay brings changes, facing an unfamiliar and hazardous area, either methodically strategize step by step, or parkour all the way through. As long as I run fast enough, misfortune cannot catch up to me. The exploration team quickly recovered their strength and moved towards the north of Undead Town. Speaking of fortune and misfortune, although the female fire dragon had crashed, they fell near a stone gate, and the route they followed was the correct path. Converging holy light into a shield, the Holy Light Knight fended off flame pots hurled by animated corpse soldiers on the rooftops, while Tal roared loudly beside him to draw the monster's attention. The rest seized this opportunity to quickly traverse Flame Pot Street, climbed onto rooftops, and with every swing of the sword, took out the animated corpse soldiers. The entire Undead Town didn't really have many traps, only the floors of some houses were notably fragile. Breaking through meant falling and starting all over again. This part of the Underworld is tricky because various monsters rely on the terrain's complexity and blind spots to set up ambushes. Their combatability, however, is not strong. This map was pure pleasure for the Holy Light Knight, whose resistance against both physical and magic was very high. He swept through, unchallenged, while his companions followed him, collecting magic tools dropped by the monsters. They all ran very fast because there were only a few hours left before the dungeon would close. Flame pots, dripstones, small souls, King's Army straight swords, brass shields. The loot became more generous as they moved through the middle layers. A scythe. The Holy Light Knight picked up a weapon of odd design and casually hitched it onto his waistband. Festive little scythe. Combat skill, shattering step. Unfortunately, it wasn't that particular little scythe. A mad dash. In the very last moment, the Holy Light Knight shattered the head of a goat demon with a punch, while the rest took care of the dozens of rotten wild dogs led by it. Huff! He heaved a breath, looking ahead at the massive stone gate. On the stone gate were two slots that corresponded perfectly to two rings. Chapter 81. It's well known that in soul-like games, jumping puzzles, just like cesspits and toxic pools, are an unavoidable part of the experience. Gong Qiying's pirated version of the Big Tree Hole is built upon the shoulders of giants, and now it has welcomed its first guests for the very first time. This is some critically important reference data, so he has already taken out his notebook. With the skills of you elite adventurers, you're sure to help him spot deficiencies in the design, thus making the Big Tree Hole even closer to perfection. When two rings were placed into the indentations on the stone door, the massive and heavy door slowly opened, a chilly wind gushed towards everyone. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that opening this door actually requires two rings, and that you need to defeat powerful monsters to get them, Maru muttered to herself. She could imagine, should someone fail to collect all the rings, after enduring great hardships and finally reaching the stone door, the utter shock of finding the stone door locked when they excitedly tried to proceed to the next area. That expression would probably be quite delectable for Gong Qiying. I've got to see what kind of crazy stuff is behind this stone door. Beyond the stone door lay darkness, and in an instant, Maru had darted in, with Leon not fast enough to stop her. Well, Maru knew her limits, she wasn't a child, he thought, and the next second, a scream came from behind the door. Ah! Maru! Leon's eyelid twitched, and he rushed towards the door, only to bump into Maru running back, and they both tumbled to the ground. What on earth are you doing? Leon's eyes went wide with shock. He had worried she might have encountered danger, but there she was, alive and kicking, which threw his emotions into disarray. Why the hell are you screaming so loudly if you're fine? Maru's body shivered, and she pointed towards the door, saying, Boss, just go take a look and you'll understand. What's with all the secrecy? Leon shook his head, feeling that Maru was making a mountain out of a molehill, and went to look for himself. Then he came back with a darkened face. Boss. Tal looked puzzled and also walked behind the stone door. He didn't return, but they heard heavy stomping, probably out of frustration. What on earth is going on? Stirran and the others, driven crazy by these three's bizarre behaviors, couldn't wait any longer and all went to see what lay behind the door. Then they understood why Maru screamed and why Tal was stomping. This is some bullshit. Even Drew, who was usually composed, couldn't help but let out a dwarf curse. In front of them lay a tangle of twisting tree roots and a massive, bottomless big tree hole where one misstep meant plunging to certain doom. Upon seeing the big tree hole, Drew instinctively touched the teleportation crystal on his person, feeling it wasn't secure enough inside his clothes, and decided to swallow it whole. Why was there such a massive, bottomless hole beneath the town? Could this town really not collapse? Dungeons, aren't they amazing? How should we proceed? Stirran looked troubled. Before them was a thick, wide branch, but this branch meandered downward, then abruptly ended against a wall, a dead end. Clearly, they had to jump between the tree roots to find a way out. You beast, Perry cursed softly, disgusted by the monstrous aberrations produced by the dungeon. Leon gently patted Maru's head, remembering she had a bit of a fear of heights, so that was why she had reacted so dramatically. Maru, if it really gets too much, just rest here. Boss, Maru swallowed and said firmly, I must follow you guys down. The trial of the fire god is truly something else, commented the flame cultivator as he gazed into the big tree hole, uttering a heartfelt exclamation. The holy light knight estimated the drop into the big tree hole, wondering if he would die if he jumped straight down. He'd be dead for sure. Unlike them, Roger and Drew were already whispering to each other, planning. Truly reliable adults. How about my idea? Drew asked. Roger nodded and replied, we could give it a try. My Hathaway is immobile in this kind of terrain. Better let that muscle maniac in your team have a go. His name is Tall, don't just nickname people however you like, that's basic etiquette. Sorry, my bad, old man Drew. Drew gestured for Tall to come over, and when the latter approached with a look of confusion, Drew shared his plan. Tal's expression first showed confusion, followed by astonishment, and finally, delight. He nodded enthusiastically, raring to go. Okay, stand here. According to my observations, the height at this landing spot is just right. There are many tree roots nearby you can grab onto to break your fall. Roger gestured for Tall to stand at a certain spot, while Drew was already chanting spells. Rock skin technique, hardened body, floating technique, light steps, vibration reduction. Red, green, purple, and blue, a spectrum of magic flickered across Tal's body. It is notable that almost all these spells related to defense. Everyone's attention was focused on this, perplexed by what they were attempting to do. Wait a second, they couldn't possibly be. Leon was the first to guess their plan. This is pure recklessness. Jump! With a forceful wave of his hand, Roger gave the command, and Tall leaped forth, his heavy body crashing down. Thud! It took a moment before the sound of impact came from below. How is it, still alive? Roger yelled down. For a moment there was no reply from Tall, making Roger almost think the plan had failed. No problem. Tall suddenly bellowed, encountered a monster, but I've taken care of it. Everyone come down. Well done, Roger and Drew exchanged a glance and nodded. Their plan was to use defense magic for a rapid descent. Though other world beings did not possess the invincible frames while rolling like the undead man, they wouldn't be considered dead just for hanging in the air for too long. As long as one breath was left upon landing, they could be nursed back to health. Perry, from now on you only focus on healing, don't use any other magic to prevent from running out of magic power. Drew cautioned, while he was responsible for casting defense magic on everyone, this distribution of tasks was to ensure there would be someone to heal others if they got injured from the jump. He explained his plan to everyone, and after hearing it, they all fell into silence. Even the usually stoic Holy Light Knight couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth and closed his eyes. Isn't there a safer way, like flying skill? Drew, can't you use that? Maru was sweating bullets. That's high-level magic. I'd be exhausted after 3 or 4 uses. What about Mr. Rogers' dragon? These intertwining tree roots leave too little space, it's not possible for Hathaway to descend here. Just set fire and clear this area, won't that work? Already tried. It won't burn. Maru sniffled and looked at Leon with teary eyes. Jump. It is our destiny, Leon said to her with a gentle gaze. The safest option would be a slow exploration, but here's the thing. The dungeon was about to close. This adventure might just be the deepest incursion into Sane Dungeon yet, and they needed to bring back as much information as possible, even if it meant taking risks. Then, let's jump. The glow of magic passed over them one by one, and adventurers jumped down in turn, displaying such order and decorum, showing what is meant by giving priority to the elderly and ladies first. Essentially, no one was particularly keen on jumping. Me. What are you doing, practicing crowing? Maru stood frozen at the edge, until finally Roger pushed her, sending her screaming tragically. Moments later, her cheers of having survived the ordeal faintly reached from below. Very good, this method is great. Roger smiled confidently. Great my foot. In the city lord's room, Gong Qiying silently put down his notebook, rendered speechless. These reference data are going to be useless, I bet. Chapter 82. Gong Qiying's initial design for Big Tree Hole was a whopping 1,000 kilometers high. Later, feeling that this data was too exaggerated and discouraging, even for the fall-resistant king to endure, it was drastically reduced and the height shrank accordingly. In this descent of the exploration team, they approximately skipped 1/10 of its height, the remaining distance was still hair-raising. The criss-crossed routes were thick and thin, smooth and rough. To ensure a safe rapid descent, one must carefully ponder each foothold. If one were to jump and then fail to stand steady due to the slippery roots, causing a situation like Robert's, it would indeed be interesting. To tell the truth, if not for the pursuit of speed in descending, slowly exploring each foothold one by one wouldn't be too difficult, although carelessness here could lead to falls. The moving area is narrow, and encountering monsters nearly leaves no place to hide. But since it is viewed from the top down, encounters with monster attacks are rare. For someone gifted in jumping, Big Tree Hole is actually much more comfortable than Undead Town. As for the monsters distributed here, again, these things. This time, it was Stirran's turn to take the lead. As she landed on a thick root and was about to report her situation upwards, suddenly 3 dark shadows sprang out. Upon closer inspection, Stirran was covered in goosebumps because these creatures were curse frogs. Are there supposed to be curse frogs in Big Tree Hole? The entire front half of the Big Tree Hole was literally filled with curse frogs. Sometimes when standing on a root, one could hear the strange, eerie cries of curse frogs below, and it was pitch black beneath, adding to the fear of the unknown. Nearly every jump encountered a curse frog, causing Stirran to break into cold sweats, mentally as terrifying as Molten Furnace Night and NDD. Fortunately, after multiple adventures, everyone had ample experience handling curse frogs, which only caused a little trouble for the exploration team. However, halfway through the descent, a disagreement occurred within the team. The reason for the disagreement was, I want to pick up that light point, Mirka said, looking at the dazzling white light point on a nearby route, showing a determined expression. The allure of light points to adventurers is lethal. It's too dangerous, maybe next time. Perry advised. I know my limits, Mirka shook her head. She hadn't gained anything from this adventure yet and needed to obtain something to take back. Her mission did not allow her to return empty-handed. And don't you guys think that landing spot is perfect? She pointed to the position of the light point. Indeed it was suitable, the location of the light point was right next to the edge of Big Tree Hole, several routes crisscrossed into a sizable platform, with the hole connected to the platform, who knows what was inside. At worst, it would just be a monster. I can handle it. With this thought in mind, Mirka leaped and, thanks to her excellent physical skills, landed securely on the platform. It was a borderline distance, half of her foot was in the air, and at this moment, a slight disturbance could likely lead to rumble, rumble. A series of strange sounds suddenly erupted, as a large round ball covered with blue crystals swiftly shot out from the hole, looking like it was going to knock her down. Mirka smirked, leaped up, and easily jumped into the air, perfectly dodging the impact if nothing unexpected happened. The movement trajectory can be seen through at a glance. This trap is too low level. However, things don't always go as expected. Just as the large sphere touched the ground, it unexpectedly bounced right in front of Mirka. Mirka's smile hadn't faded yet, when she suddenly saw the true appearance of the sphere. It turned out to be a giant lizard curled into a ball. Crystal lizard. Spiritual power required per unit, 100. Overall combat power, D. Uh-oh, done for. Watching Crystal Lizard push Mirka down the roots, both reaching a cliff-falling end, the members of the exploration team fell silent for a moment. Stirran suddenly couldn't help laughing. "Ha, this is what underestimating Sane Dungeon gets you," she said. As one who had died here many times, she had the most to say. At this moment, Stirran felt very refreshed inside, but why? Was it because she disliked her sister's misfortune? No, that wasn't it. It was the schadenfreude from seeing a naive newbie being sneakily killed after suffering to the extreme. Mirka had fallen off a cliff, but the exploration team's adventure must go on. Everyone became even more cautious in their rapid descent, carefully observing their surroundings for any monsters or traps each time before moving, even spotting ambushing big-mouthed little demons from a great distance. The deeper they went, the brighter the scenery in Big Tree Hole, with the upper half consisting of bare roots, and the lower half starting to show green plants, which notably improved the visual experience. And here, they encountered new monsters. "These mushroom men look so weak," Maru remarked as she looked at the monsters roaming the open ground below, unable to help commenting. The monsters looked like mushrooms with arms and legs, each appearing dull. Even the largest two among them seemed to have no combat power. "Mushroom man, dead. Spiritual power required per unit, confidential. Overall combat power, confidential. Perhaps this is the weakest monster in the entire Sane Dungeon. I'll go down and meet them." Tall jumped down first, kicking a mushroom man to death with one foot. The other mushroom men were easy for him, like playing a Dynasty Warriors game. One of the mushroom man fathers couldn't stand it anymore, took heavy steps towards Tall, and slowly swung his fist. "It's just a mushroom, come on." Tal's beastman genes acted up at this moment, choosing to trade blow for blow with the mushroom man without even dodging. Thud. A dull sound. When Tall lay on the ground, his life hanging by a thread, even the holy light knights couldn't help but widen their eyes. How could such an ordinary punch from a mushroom man be so powerful? In the end, everyone chose to honestly hide behind the tree roots, and shot the mushroom man dead with arrows. The despicable foreigners. After Perry's dedicated healing, Tall was spared from being sent back to the resurrection house, yet he moved with a limp. His eyes filled with fear when he looked at the mushroom man. After who knows how long, the exploration team finally reached the bottom layer. Surprisingly, the scenery of the bottom layer was just barren rocks, looking like an underground mine, a dramatic difference from the Big Tree Hole. The campfire that everyone eagerly awaited peacefully sat in the open ground, and upon seeing the campfire, everyone immediately felt a sense of security. But even more astonishing was the enormous corpse lying next to the campfire. A dragon's corpse. After who knows how many years, the dragon's corpse had turned into the appearance of rock, its cause of death obvious. A bizarrely shaped long spear had pierced through its skull. The spear too had turned into rock, leaving no chance for adventurers to take it with them, but a purple light point hovered near the spear. Is that supposed to be the reward? On this trip, the three magicians undoubtedly contributed the most, and after some discussion and rolling of dice, Drew stepped forward to pick up the light point. It was another book page. Miracle, Golden Stone Oath. A miracle that only those chosen by the Sun Oath can use, enabling one to become braver and stronger alongside their companions. This is the grandest dragon hunting story woven together by the Sun Elder Sun, his loyal knights, and the Dragon Hunter Knight. At the moment Drew touched the book page, his consciousness entered into the story recorded in the Golden Stone Oath. He saw the Sun Elder Sun's godlike stature, saw him piercing ancient dragons with his spear, saw the Dragon Hunter Knight slaying one ancient dragon after another, saw how the main characters were overwhelmingly powerful and spirited. At the end of the story, like triggering an Easter egg, he caught a glimpse of a golden figure wearing lion armor, and the three knights gathered around him. Drew came back to reality, his body trembling uncontrollably. It took him a long time to calm down gradually, and he narrated to everyone the scene he had just witnessed, but no matter how he described it, his pale language could not recreate the grand scene of the mythical era. Leon and others exhibited envious looks, while Stirran pondered. The Sun Elder Sun also appeared in the story of Thunder Spear, and it seems that the broken statue on the Sun altar may not be Gwyn, but the Sun Elder Sun. Who exactly is such a character, and what legendary stories did he have in ancient times? I really want to know. So little information. Stirran was itching to know, wishing she could finish all the stories of the era of fire in one go. Let's all go light the campfire, she urged, eager to see if the new campfire would provide new images. Leon had a dazed expression, muttering to himself. Along the way, the various stories we've collected prove one thing. The era of fire is the best era, the most glorious era. Heroes created great epics, composing one legend after another. At last, he remarked. The era of fire should never end, perhaps the world we live in is continuously supported by fire. The flame cultivator wholeheartedly agreed with his statement and suggested if the young man was interested in becoming a bishop at the Starfire Church. The Holy Light Knight, he still had a stern face, but this time he dared not kick the campfire anymore. With a longing for the ancient times, everyone sat around the campfire, igniting a flame. That ancient voice appeared again. However, this time it wasn't as vibrant as before, but rather gave an indescribable, somewhat eerie feeling. It seemed a bit sinister. A bad premonition suddenly appeared in everyone's hearts. The first line of the image dropped a bombshell on everyone. But the fire will eventually extinguish, and then only darkness will remain. Chapter 83. But all fires must eventually extinguish, leaving only darkness behind. Light unable to illuminate the world, night's endless continuation. The primordial flame that was burning fiercely, flickered without warning. On the screen, with each flicker, the flames grew weaker and smaller until they were like a candle flickering in the wind. Without borders, darkness crept in from outside the frame, something hair-raising was gestating and surging within it, until at last, the darkness completely devoured the last of the firelight. Leon sat restlessly, a fear from within caused him to break out in a cold sweat, his golden hair also fading to darkness. He would have never imagined seeing such a scene before touching the second bonfire. That glorious era of fire, so evidently filled with limitless life force, all the intelligence they had collected, whether the Thunder Spear or the Golden Stone Oath, described stories filled with hope and light, gods and heroes who would be immortalized. But why is the initial fire suddenly going to be extinguished? It was just a short 2 sentences, how could it make one feel such despair? This transition was like a cold bucket of water thrown on his head. He who was just speaking of the fire era as never-ending, looked like a clown. Whether he's a clown or not doesn't matter, the key question is, why is the primordial flame going to be extinguished? If the primordial flame is extinguished, what then is the state of our current world? Looking back at the others, their reactions were varied. But the most agitated, undoubtedly, was the flame cultivator. His smile froze on his face the moment the first sentence sounded, and as the image of the primordial flame weakening appeared, he fell to his knees, shaking like a leaf, as if he was about to despairingly scream, "This is impossible any second." His will told him that he must not shout at this moment, to not disturb the bonfire as it narrated the history of the past. Since our world still exists, it means the primordial flame must currently be safe. Probably. Even as he forced himself to remain calm, panic was inevitably rising in his heart. He turned to look at the others, seeking some resonance, and seeing that they too were panicked somehow made him feel slightly better. The Holy Light Knight, the fanatic of the Holy Light God, the one in the exploration team who least accepted the era of fire, considered these images to be false, and even committed the blasphemous act of desecrating the bonfire. But at this moment, shock, anxiety, fear, and sorrow filled his eyes. He eventually closed his eyes and pretended to be unaffected. Stirran, in terms of longing for the era of fire, was second only to Leon. Her reaction at this moment was not at all different from Leon's, and even more exaggerated. Those things that lurk in the shadow of the fire are always coveting the primordial flame. When the flames extinguish, and the world falls into darkness, the abyss will reappear, the era of the deep sea is about to come. Suddenly, the flames went out, and darkness swept over the entire world like a tide. It was as if the world had returned to the time before the primordial flame was kindled, the lightless period ruled by the immortal ancient dragons, but this time the circumstances were different. Even the mighty gods will vanish in the prolonged darkness, as for mankind. This is an era of despair. Leon and the others saw the abyss rise from the depths of the earth. Monstrous abyss creatures were rampant in the world. Without the suppression of fire, evil spirits danced wildly in joyful frenzy. The bustling royal city became ruined, the bustling crowds eventually vanished. A dark ring quietly appeared on people's bodies. The cursed dark ring began to emerge among the crowd. The voice suddenly halted, and the picture turned as black as the abyss, rendering no glimmer of hope visible. Everyone's hearts were dyed with an emotion called despair, momentarily forgetting words, with no energy left to discuss what deep sea era or dark ring meant. After all, a great era had come to an end in front of them, like an epic tale ending in tragedy, leaving the audience profoundly sorrowful. Leon's cracked lips trembled, trying to say something to lift everyone's spirits, but he found himself to be the most dispirited of all. The immersive experience of the bonfire's visions had an incredibly strong emotional impact, far beyond what a mere recording could achieve. Roger, with the strongest heart, was the first to come to his senses. He patted the silent Drew, comforting, "Look on the bright side, we're still alive, aren't we? Maybe the deep sea era the vision spoke of never arrived, or it means that the visions shown by the bonfire are not true history." He dared not say this out loud, fearing the emotionally charged crowd might turn on him. But indeed, the vision had many questionable points. Even if the history of 2,000 years ago was lost, the reasons for the world's birth, the names of the ancient gods, and those splendid structures couldn't all have failed to be passed down. The first lesson for all magicians is to treat everything with rationality. Yet, what if by some coincidence, these visions are accurate history that simply failed to be passed down for some reason? Roger had a premonition that once the news from this place spread, the world would surely be divided into two camps. One side would believe the visions to be true, the other false, then endlessly argue over the authenticity. After all, with the past history gone, as long as there was a bit of evidence and reasonable conjecture with enough followers, even if someone claimed the world was created by a tomato spaghetti flying through the universe, there would be supporters. Roger suddenly furrowed his brows, for he realized the visions displayed by the bonfire had not yet ceased, still showcasing a pitch-black scene. Was there a problem, or what was happening? Just as everyone was quietly pondering, the sound of music suddenly began to play. Dum, dum, dum. Only 3 notes, but everyone could feel the sorrow they carried, compelling tears to fall involuntarily. The next instant, flames erupted fiercely. They were on a scale comparable to the initial fire. The roaring firelight instantly dispelled all darkness, evil spirits fled in a panic back underground, the tide-like surge of the abyss receded in defeat, and the whole world was restored to light. Before the people had time to recover from the abrupt change, they saw a pair of large hands holding up the flame. No, not holding the flame, but rather the flame was igniting from his own body. In the second before the vision ended, the owner of the large hands was finally clear. The Sunlight King, Gwyn. For the continuation of the world, heroes went forth one after another, embarking on the journey of fire transmission. With that, the vision finally disappeared. Roger, through the reflections on the crystal clusters on the ground, saw his own expression clearly. Actually, there was no need to look, it was undoubtedly dumbfounded. Chapter 84. Saint Dungeon, Lower Level, Mine Area. This is the final challenge. Those who complete it will receive a high honor. Being the first to pass the Saint Dungeon, after its alteration. The names of the first individuals to pass each dungeon are recorded and engraved on a stele near the teleportation gate for all passing travelers to admire. And this was the very reason Leon and his companions formed the strategy group. They wanted to etch their names in the annals of history. But right now, Leon seemed to lack the energy to think about that. His mind was filled with the Sunlight King's heroic fire transmission, and he was unconsciously cradling the air with both hands, imagining himself holding a flame. Maru glanced at him twice, then quietly said to Tal, "Has the boss lost his mind, meow?" Tal glanced at Leon and felt it inappropriate to comment. Most of the group had recovered from the shock brought by the vision, and was hastening their exploration of the underground mine. Only Leon's mental state was a bit off, as if his soul had dived into the bonfire. Tal was even afraid that he would suddenly start ranting about transmitting fire. The entire mine area was like a complex labyrinth, tunnels of all sizes intertwined everywhere, dazzling and often leading to the exclamation, "Where is this? How did I end up back here?" Not only was the terrain complex, but the tunnels also contained classic designs. Hidden doors. These hidden doors didn't necessarily require a hit or a rub to be unlocked, sometimes they were hidden behind a pile of broken wooden crates, sometimes blocked by fragile crystal clusters, and sometimes by humanoid stone statues. What they had in common was their location near dead ends. When adventurers, frustrated at reaching a dead end, start a brainstorming session on where else they could go, sometimes just a random kick to a pile of wooden crates near the rock wall could reveal a new path. This out of the woods and into the village design sent adventurers' spirits on a roller coaster ride, causing their spiritual power to surge rapidly. Do you think this could be a hidden door? Stirran stared at the rock wall in front of them. They had reached another dead end, with no way forward. They had already found 3 hidden doors, and subconsciously formed a habit, whenever they saw something slightly suspicious, they had to try hitting it. Stirran drew his blade and stylishly struck the rock wall. Sparks exploded with a bang, however. This was not a hidden door, but a plain rock wall. Hiss! He caressed his blade sorrowfully, glad there was no nick on it. In the future, it would be better to just kick when searching for hidden doors. No more showing off. As part of the tunnel design, traps were naturally indispensable. Iron balls, ground spikes, poison arrows, sprays with various negative buffs. When designing the mine area, Gong Qiang not only borrowed from Dark Souls but also referred to some underground designs from the Elder Scrolls, and he did not expect to reap unexpected benefits from doing so. Because the trap design logic of Dark Souls and the Elder Scrolls differed, the exploration teams who were accustomed to the traps in Dark Souls began to doubt themselves when encountering the nearly face-up traps from the Elder Scrolls. Given the usual situation, pulling that lever should disarm the trap, right? Maru hesitated, staring at the lever on the rock wall, not daring to move. Drew finished her unspoken words, but would the traps in the same dungeon be designed so simply? Could there be a spike pit hidden under the lever? Or maybe if we pull the lever, a giant iron ball will drop from above? Added Stirran. After a long discussion, in the end, it was Roger who used Mage's hand from a distance to pull the lever. Everyone stared intently at it. The moment it was pulled down, a series of poison arrows shot down from above the tunnel, which would have been a warm welcome for anyone who entered without pulling the lever. They looked at each other. Is that it? The exploration team's spiritual power surged in an instant. A group of people surrounded a simple trap, discussing it for half a day, imagining all kinds of things that weren't there. This was truly shameful. These traps are deceptive. Roger noted this down in his journal, which was filled with dense, abstract lines. In fact, these were the maps he had drawn. He had been attentive to the map of each area in the same dungeon, marking obvious spectacles and some potentially renewable items. It has to be said that although he looked somewhat shabby, he turned out to be unexpectedly reliable. As he walked and recorded, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a hint of purple. He saw a purple-red crystal about the thickness of a finger embedded in the rock wall, blooming with a dim glow. Is this purple blood crystal? He did not hesitate to use his magic to quickly dig out the purple blood crystal, looking at it from all sides and muttering to himself, "No mistake, this is purple blood crystal. Earl Philip has been looking for this." Known, Earl Philip issued a decree, provoked public anger, but still prioritized his workers to enter the dungeon first. Among the hundreds of workers, 80% were miners, tasked with mining blood essence in several explored points in the swamp area for creating blood healing potions for the king's use. With the blood healing potions, Earl Philip made the king happy, and only then did the king include the same dungeon in Philip's domain and rewarded him with a vast treasure. The rare purple blood crystal could be used to make extremely high-quality blood healing potions, which meant it could make the king even happier. Maybe even elevate his noble status a notch. This will solve the research funding issue. Roger chuckled, put the purple blood crystal into his pocket, and closely observed the surrounding terrain, engraving the location where the ore was found deeply into his mind. As the exploration team delved deeper, the surrounding scenery gradually changed from bare rocks to clusters of blood essence crystals. A large amount of blood-red ore made the area look especially bright. Purple blood crystals, almost impossible to find in the upper regions, had a much higher occurrence rate in the lower levels. Although not as common as everyday items, one could be encountered after nearly half an hour's walk. This ore yield. Roger took a deep breath. No wonder the Earl has been so aggressive recently. It was like sitting on a gold mine that couldn't be mined, no, more precious than a gold mine. In the hands of any lord, it would drive them mad. Roger changed his mind. He wasn't just going to sell the information to the Bed family, but also to report to the Magic Association. This dungeon must not become Earl Philip's private property. At this moment, Stirran, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and gestured for everyone to halt. She looked at the fog gate in front of her, formed by white mist, and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. A familiar presence kept coming through from behind the fog gate, one she would never mistake her nightmare. The Molten Furnace Knight. Everyone, be prepared, she said, drinking a calming potion, which helped her to not get overly anxious. Everyone realized something, their expressions becoming grave. Stirran looked into everyone's eyes, her voice tinged with unmistakable excitement, tension, and pride. Our names might be carved into history. Because what came next, might very well be the final challenge. Chapter 85. After stepping through the fog gate with a nervous heart, Stirran faced the figure that had kept her awake all night. The bronze-colored knight stood with his back to the world, his stance so authoritative it was frightening. Molten Furnace Knight. A formidable C-tier monster on his own, he was now comparable to C-tier with the enhancement from the Conqueror's Oath. In terms of spiritual power, his value had doubled. Is that the knight who killed you twice? Leon had regained some of his spirit and held a straight sword in one hand and a magic shield in the other. There are quite a few sightings of him recorded by the guild, Drew said. The swamp area's treasure chests randomly generate a teleportation trap, sending the one triggered to one of over 20 destinations, including but not limited to boss rooms, trap rooms, and monster heaps. The Molten Furnace Knight counts among them. To date, there have been numerous sightings of the Molten Furnace Knight. Given his discontinuous strength, some speculate that he might be the final boss monster of the Sane Dungeon. He's very strong, said Leon, eyeing the Molten Furnace Knight intently. Despite the armor between them, he could feel the opponent's well-tempered physique and explosive power. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. Why doesn't he move? Maru asked, puzzled. Indeed, upon sensing the arrival of the exploration team, the Molten Furnace Knight turned around but remained motionless, maintaining a very cool pose. Stirran thought of a possibility, her lips twitched, and while pulling out the half-bottle of healing potion remaining, she said, "Let me test it out, you guys be sure to protect me." Although they did not understand why she would say that, Leon and the others still stood in front of her. Stirran took a deep breath and slowly brought the potion to her lips. The Molten Furnace Knight abruptly lifted his head, his eyes glowing red, and charged with his great sword. "I knew it!" Stirran cursed, leaped back while shooting an arrow, but it was all blocked by the Molten Furnace Knight's big shield. The Holy Light Knight was the first to the breach, his arms instantly forming a Holy Light shield, bearing the brunt of the Molten Furnace Knight's heavy blow. Boom! The ground beneath him cracked, yet not only the ground cracked but also his Holy Light, and his arms. A crisp snap echoed from the Holy Light Knight's arms, and his defense instantly failed. This power, even stronger than the dragon's before. Just as the Molten Furnace Knight was about to swing his sword again, an elf ball was thrown. Ayo! A flash of light, and the female fire dragon roared, kicking the Molten Furnace Knight several meters away, saving the almost killed Holy Light Knight. "You're now saved by a heretic dragon." Roger threw him a healing potion, then commanded the female fire dragon to keep the Molten Furnace Knight engaged. The Holy Light Knight looked at Roger and frowned. Tal and the female fire dragon together resisted the onslaught of the enemy, yet for some reason, he felt the female fire dragon's power seemed weaker. Because previously, the female fire dragon was enhanced by the Conqueror's Oath, but after being tamed, the oath no longer had any effect. Plague-ridden. Dazed and slow. Drew and Perry each conjured a spell, successfully disrupting the Molten Furnace Knight's movements. Hathaway, use Fireball. Dragon Flame slammed on the Molten Furnace Knight's shield one after another, and the Flame Cultivator's technique could even double the power of the Dragon Flame. This forced the Molten Furnace Knight to keep his back turned, and at that moment Roger and Leon's figures suddenly appeared behind him. Invisibility magic sure is handy. The two exchanged looks, one raising his straight sword emitting the light of victory, the other wrapping his thrusting sword in a flow of magic power, surging towards the Molten Furnace Knight simultaneously. This is our exhilarating combination skill. With a burst of clashing weapons, Maru's petite figure suddenly appeared above the Molten Furnace Knight, ready to plunge a dagger into his brain. Sealed off from all sides by deadly moves, the Molten Furnace Knight had nowhere to hide. Would he surrender meekly? Absolutely not, not so easily. Thud. The Molten Furnace Knight unleashed his Master Gravely's signature move. Stomp. The vast ground immediately cracked, and anyone near him was knocked back by the rocks bursting from the ground. Hey! Maru looked around in surprise, wondering how in the blink of an eye she was left alone. She found the gap between the helmet and the body armor and jabbed it hard, indeed causing some damage, but the next second she was slapped and sent flying. At that moment, a rain of arrows bound with thunder suddenly fell from the sky. It was indeed Stirran shooting arrows from afar. Old man, thanks for the thunder enchantment, she thanked Drew, who quickly gulped down a magic power recovery potion, saying, using thunder magic against armored enemies usually works quite well. Be careful! Drew suddenly shouted, just as the Molten Furnace Knight unfolded his light wings, a pair of golden wings allowing him to swiftly charge towards Stirran. Same move again. Stirran had mentally prepared for this situation countless times and rolled to the left, agilely avoiding the attack, laughing out loud. Same tricks don't work on me. Regrettably, before she could even revel in her triumph for a second, a tail suddenly grew from the ass of the Molten Furnace Knight and slapped her face in the blink of an eye. What a devious combo! At this critical moment, a resounding roar filled with vigor was heard. Heretic! Holy Light Knight crashed into the battlefield like a tank, knocking the Molten Furnace Knight off balance. Tal followed closely behind, swinging his great hammer with powerful, heavy strikes landing squarely on its back. Indeed, against an iron-clad Kin, blunt weapons are required after a long fight. This strike caused the most damage. Roger and Maru attacked invisibly, while Leon gathered power from a distance to release the light sword, striking the Molten Furnace Knight amidst its staggering. The situation quickly improved. Remove your weapon! Perry chanted for a long time before finally releasing his first high-level magic. With a clang, the great sword of the Molten Furnace Knight fell to the ground, and Maru, quick as lightning, snatched up the great sword and ran. Only the Molten Furnace Knight was left, silently staring at the big shield in its hand. Pfft! Even Gong Chiying, peeking from behind the crystal ball, couldn't help but laugh out loud. This group of adventurers always brought him unexpected surprises. Originally thinking that the magic of the other world were simple attack types and buffs, he didn't expect something like remove your weapon to exist. The battle in the crystal ball was intensely fierce, with adventurers and monsters exchanging blows in a lively fight. Gradually, the adventurers discovered a pattern with the Molten Furnace Knight. Whenever they raised a potion to their lips, even if the Molten Furnace Knight was fiercely engaged with someone else, there was a chance it would turn its head to attack the drinker, about 1 in 10 probability. They used this method to strike several blows while the Molten Furnace Knight turned its spearhead. However, after using this tactic extensively, the Molten Furnace Knight became desensitized. Even with itchy hands, it controlled itself from attacking the adventurers drinking potions not far away. The battle dragged on so long that Gong Chiying worried they might not finish before the dungeon closed at the set time. The scheduled closure of the dungeon was indeed frustrating. Couldn't it be changed? Fortunately, half an hour before closure, the adventurers achieved victory. Cough, cough, Leon coughed out blood, with a large depression in his chest from being smashed by the shield. Stirran was ultimately hit by the tail whip, slumped helplessly in the corner, possibly having her spine struck. Tal and Holy Light Knight especially faced brutal injuries. The former had his stomach pierced by the sharp angle of the Molten Furnace shield, and the latter had his left arm violently torn off. Roger and Drew both exhausted their magic power, and without magic power, mages were practically incapacitated. Only Perry and the Flame Cultivator were barely able to move on the scene, both possessing some healing magic, and were working overtime to save people. The brutal battle, for the exploration team, C and tier monsters were the limit. Who knows what strength a B or A tier monster would represent in this world? The Molten Furnace Knight knelt on the ground, its body gradually turning to ash and dispersing, leaving behind a purple light point, but no one had the time to collect it just yet. As he disappeared, colorful fireworks suddenly exploded inside the boss room, startling everyone. A line of text emerged in front of the nearly dead Leon. To the fearless warriors who braved great dangers, this is the reward for reaching the deepest level and defeating a formidable enemy for the first time. Cherish this blessing. A series of golden, gleaming treasure chests suddenly appeared in front of everyone, one for each upon counting. Along with the treasure chests also appeared Teardrop Embryo. Chapter 86. Teardrop Young Body First Clear Limited. When used at a bonfire, it allows for the reset of all ability values and reassignment. Only the warriors who venture into a dungeon for the first time can use this item, which is extremely rare, so use it with caution. Upon first reading the introduction of the teardrop young body, everyone had a feeling of awe, mixed with confusion. Reset? Ability values? Are those referring to the levels improved by the bonfire? Every member of the exploration team had never heard of a reset like this before. If someone regretted how they allocated their points, maybe they could use the teardrop young body. The introduction's emphasis on extreme rarity also highlighted its value. But there was a problem. Half of the exploration team had not entered the same dungeon before, and even though they learned about the bonfire's upgrade mechanism during this exploration, the amount of souls they possessed could only take them up a few levels. Not only was the experience they obtained diluted due to teaming up, but also because everyone was inherently strong, the souls required for leveling counted in tens of thousands. Even Perry, who ranked the lowest in comprehensive strength, only had enough souls to rise by 8 levels. Were such meager levels truly worth the use of the teardrop young body? Perhaps the value of the young body would become apparent once everyone had leveled up more in the dungeon. This led to an uncomfortable situation where everyone recognized the item's value but couldn't use it, so they did not feel particularly excited. It felt rather bland. However, that blandness came to an end when Leon lit the bonfire. This bonfire did not display any images, yet it healed the status of everyone sitting around it, A&D. Leon. Level, 55. Life, 10. Strength, 13. Intelligence, 9. Endurance, 7. Agility, 10. Perception, 6. Ah! The change was so drastic he jumped up. What's going on? Weren't all his attributes still in single digits at the previous bonfires, where an unupgraded point was just 1? How did they suddenly increase so much? He clenched his fist but didn't feel like he had become super strong. Could it be that there was an error with the bonfire? He quickly called the others over to try and found out that everyone's levels had increased. Stirran at level 33, Perry at level 29, Roger at level 51, Drew at level 48, Tall at level 50. Yet the amount of souls required for leveling up and everyone's strength remained the same as before. What exactly was? Upon touching the bonfire again, a stream of information entered everyone's minds, and suddenly they understood what was happening. The third bonfire reflected the numerical manifestation of people's strengths. If someone was very strong, it would display as such. While the previous 2 bonfires treated everyone equally, defaulting all values to 1. Apart from the numerical difference, the mechanisms were largely similar, with the required souls for leveling up unchanged, only allowing one to clearly see their own shortcomings and strengths. Wait, what about in conjunction with the teardrop young body? In that case, couldn't one reset all of their abilities? Realizing this, everyone's breathing became heavier. Many adventurers harbored regrets about their career choices. Magicians wanted to switch to warriors, warriors to assassins, assassins to dabble in alchemy. But few managed to transition successfully. Once an adventurer has spent time honing a profession, their numeric values begin to change. A mage's intelligence is higher than their other attributes, a warrior's life and strength outweigh intelligence. If they want to switch professions, they need to train other aspects. This is very hard, extremely hard. Is it a curse or a blessing? After long exposure to a certain profession, the body adapts to it, and attributes aligned with the profession increase quickly, whilst those that aren't become harder to improve. For example, a warrior's intelligence is difficult to boost. Difficult, but not impossible, yet it requires countless times more effort to increase at a normal training rate. Researchers call this phenomenon career adaptation, which inevitably affects everyone in this world. For adventurers who dislike their current professions, this phenomenon was excremental. Who on earth were the gods who created this world thinking? Although with double the effort, painstaking effort, desperate efforts, it's not impossible to become all-rounded, but what adult has the time for that? Living on daily toils is hard enough, and after a day's work, all one wants is to lie in bed and sleep. If there was a chance to start over, from the legendary to the ordinary, countless people would certainly be willing to pay. Coincidentally, Leon knew an old-timer who utterly detested his profession. Holding the oddly shaped teardrop young body, Leon felt like he had an invitation in his hands. If he could give this item to the old-timer as a favor. Leon saw an opportunity to mend regrets, but Roger saw something else. if he reallocated the points from a quickly trainable and improvable attribute like strength to other areas and trained hard to recover the strength, couldn't he level up more easily? No, the teardrop young body is marked as extremely rare, such a plan had low feasibility. He murmured to himself, but as long as there's hope, there will always be people. Roger carefully stored the teardrop young body away, sensing that Sane Dungeon could become the most popular dungeon ever. Even if only 1 in 1,000, or 1 in 10,000 entrants could obtain a teardrop young body, that was enough to drive people mad. In the city lord's room. It seems everyone has realized it. Gong Qiying watched people's reactions. The otherworlders' comprehension is not poor. If the bonfire's upgrade mechanism is purple quality, then resetting is golden legendary. Regret medicine has always been scarce. Perhaps the teardrop young body could lure the high-level forces of this world to come. Should I prepare something in advance? Of course, he wasn't planning a head-on clash with the strong, but rather some petty tricks, such as various traps, monster annoyances, or touching tales to move the strong-hearted, in essence to enhance their spiritual power output. The stronger the person, the greater the spiritual power. Just like an elite like Leon, his spiritual power dispersion from living a day in the dungeon is more than that of a few ordinary people dying. As for stronger individuals, Gong Qiying pondered, I need to set the drop rate of the teardrop embryo extremely low, and each one must be managed by me personally. This item is too valuable, I absolutely cannot distribute it unless the spiritual power earned is far beyond the cost. For now, the teardrop embryo can be the ultimate signature product of the Sane Dungeon. As he considered future strategies, he continued watching the scenes unfold on the crystal ball. There are plenty of great items in those treasure chests, and seeing reactions to treasures that suit them is something not to be missed. The adventurers' expressions must be delightful. When Gong Qiying was immersed in the live broadcast, he didn't notice that the altar beneath him was slowly lighting up with a faint glow, as if some change was happening. Spiritual power reserves have reached the standard, initiating. Molten Furnace Night Boss Room. Everyone carefully pocketed the teardrop embryo and looked around with gleaming eyes. There was a moment of silence as everyone pondered their own thoughts until Maru reminded them. Hurry up and open the treasure chests, the dungeon is about to close. The adventurers snapped back to reality, eyeing the private booths, just enough for one each. How about one for each person? Pick any. What if I get something I don't want, can we trade? Don't be so rigid, hey. Sure, sure. In reality, the items in these treasure chests change according to who opens them. Stirran was the first to open the chest, and what appeared before her was Black Bow. Combat skill, continuous shooting. The bow, sharp as a blade and light in weight, can tear through raging winds. Although it is a longbow, it can be used like a short bow. War Ash, Arrow Rain. A combat skill in which you lower your body and draw the bow, assuming a stance and then firing multiple arrows into the sky in one breath. The arrows rain down from above like a fierce storm. Crafting recipes for the Beastbone Hypnotic Arrow, Beastbone Bleeding Arrow, Beastbone Poison Arrow, materials evolve into otherworld materials. It feels pretty good, she said, picking up the black bow to try it out. Although it was somewhat difficult to operate, it felt infinitely better in her hands than her current longbow. Was War Ash Arrow Rain supposed to be used with it? Forget it, I'll test continuous shooting later before deciding whether to replace War Ash. Roger opened his chest and pulled out several spheres that looked similar to elf balls with a bizarre expression. Super Ball X2, Heavy Ball X2, Elf Ball X4. Magic, Surprise Attack Magic Gravel. A spell from the town of Celia, known for its nighttime magic, capable of consecutively launching gravel that stealthily attacks the enemy from behind. It is said that Celia's magicians are assassins and their targets are fellow magicians. He was already an expert in invisibility assassination magic, and now he had acquired surprise attack magic gravel. Isn't this just nudging him further along the sinister path? What are these super balls? An upgraded version of elf balls? Such precious treasures come in batches? Roger, like treating his own children, gingerly put the various colors of elf balls into his waist pouch. Tal took out a strangely shaped hammer from the chest and smiled contentedly after weighing it in his hand. Flame Feather Hammer, Barbaric Jaw Dragon Hammer. Maru's hands held two ugly-looking curved swords, and her face instantly drooped. Corpse Stripping Curved Sword X2. Combat Skill, Blood Slash. A curved sword with a jagged edge, a weapon of scavengers who wander amongst battlefield ruins. The Flame Cultivator fell to his knees on the ground, loudly praising his god as he acquired the following treasures. Prayer, O flame, grant me strength. Prayer, the healing of flames. Sorcery fire, fire throwing. The holy light knight took out a cross from the chest, his expression complicated. In the church's legends, the holy light god was once tortured by the evil god on the cross. So, in his eyes, the cross was still quite blasphemous. I must get scrolls that instantly teach magic, they must be it, Perry muttered quietly. Although he always said that magic should be learned in detail bit by bit, in his heart, he yearned for a way like the thunder spear, which would allow him quickly to learn new skills. What's this about being a diligent student? He didn't want to be one. Yet, in front of him appeared Crystal Scroll. A scroll that records crystal magic. Those who study diligently should benefit greatly. Perry was dumbfounded and let out a wail to the heavens. Drew glanced at Perry and then at his hands holding the ancient scroll and said, "Youngsters should put in some effort." Leon watched his companion's reactions, nervously opened his chest. Yet, 3 purple light points quietly lay inside the chest, delighting him as he picked them up and looked. War Ash, Great Kalia. A combat skill symbolizing the Saelia royal family. It turns the sword into a magic greatsword and then swings downward to crush all enemies. Sawmeat Blade. A peculiar weapon used by hunters, covered with non-human blood, maybe it can transform during battle. These things seem to be strong. Leon was even more excited about the next reward and quickly grabbed the purple light points. Recipe for crafting a feces pot. Leon. Chapter 87. Why does the boss seem so sullen? I think. Maru's expression looked like she could barely hold it together. If you had received the reward that the boss got, you would turn out the same way. Tall scratched his head, muttering to himself, I can't even begin to imagine the boss fighting with that thing. Thud. Thud. Just then, the bells rang, signaling that Sane Dungeon was about to close. The exploration team felt like this day had been exceptionally long, as if they had spent several years in the dungeon, thoroughly exhausted from dealing with all sorts of nauseating monsters and traps. The thought of finally being able to go back and rest made everyone heave a long sigh of relief. I don't want to come down here again for at least a week, Stirran said, looking exhausted. The flame cultivator exclaimed enthusiastically, what are you talking about? You are fated with the fire god, you should come down here every day. Stirran gave him a look like he was looking at a fool. Roger caressed the elf ball in his hand, smiling idiotically. Perry held the scroll with a look of wanting to cry without tears, and the holy light knight looked at the cross with a complex gaze, ultimately deciding to bring it back with him. With the final bell toll, the silhouettes of the adventurers gradually became hazy. The noisy sounds came from beside their ears, and when they opened their eyes again, they had returned to the outside world. The sky was dark, and the cold moonlight was poured onto the ancient city, unable to match the brightness from the lights all around. The vicinity of the teleportation gate was bustling but not discordant. Looking around, people were arguing. The quarreling parties were undoubtedly adventurers A&D. The guards of the Bed family. On what grounds must you inspect our harvest? Even the Earl doesn't have that right. An adventurer yelled. The guard held up a piece of paper, saying, a new decree, the Bed family has the right to priority purchase of ores produced in Sane Dungeon. I don't care about your other gains, but the ores must be handed over. I won't sell to you, even if I sold them to other merchants. Ha, the guard chuckled lightly, go find them then. As long as you can find a merchant in Bed City who dares to buy the ores, I am willing to kneel and apologize to you. What do you mean? The adventurers exchanged glances. They had only been in the dungeon for one day, how could it be that such a major upheaval had occurred upon their return? What on earth was Count Philip up to? At this moment, miners belonging to the Bed family continuously emerged, and although 500 to 600 had entered, less than 100 returned. However, each of the returnees had their own gains. The guards stopped entangling with the adventurers, turning to loudly berate the miners, ordering them to quickly hand over the materials. The atmosphere at the scene solidified for a moment, and people hurried back to the city, seeking someone to find out what exactly had happened. With a frown, Stirran looked at this farce, muttering to himself, the Bed family didn't used to behave this way before, how could they have changed so suddenly? Roger flashed a sneer of contempt, watching the guards with a playful gaze in his eyes. Leon patted Stirran on the shoulder and said, let's go to the guild first. Mr. Cedar surely knows something. This time, the guards did not stop them, and everyone quickly returned to the guild, where the staff informed them that Cedar had been waiting for them. They pushed open the conference room's door, and Cedar turned around, spreading his arms with a gentlemanly smile. "Welcome back, the stars tell me that you must have had a great harvest." "We did have a lot of gains, we've cleared Sane Dungeon." Cedar made a "just as I thought" expression, then waved his hand, and the musical instruments on both sides of the room began to play automatically. Glasses of ruby red wine flew to everyone, and he proposed a toast. "At such a significant moment, it's only right to celebrate properly. Well done everyone." "Let's save the celebration for later," Leon said with furrowed brows, asking, "Mr. Cedar, please tell us what happened today. What's going on with the Bed family?" Cedar downed the red wine in one gulp, set down his glass, and spoke casually. "What else could it be, but greed being awakened, leading to irrational decisions? You might not know, but Earl Philip just returned from Royal City to Bed yesterday, bringing back the king's orders and a dazzling treasure. As soon as he got back, he issued several new decrees, just like what you saw today. There were 3 orders. First, individuals affiliated with the Bed family were prioritized for entering Sane Dungeon, and no one else was to resist. Second, the Bed family had the right to the first purchase of ores produced from Sane Dungeon. However, the city's merchants had been dealt with, and no one dared to buy the ores, essentially meaning they could only sell to the Bed family. Thirdly, an entrance fee is levied on adventurers who enter the dungeon, with taxes imposed monthly based on the number of times they enter. That's a considerable sum. Has Philip gone mad? Stirran asked with anger, calling him out by name. Doesn't he know what happens to lords who dare to tax the dungeon? It's precisely because he knows that he has made other preparations. Cedar said slowly, with the support of the king, he has temporarily requisitioned that elite mercenary group that only takes orders from the king. Judging by the time, they should arrive tomorrow. The Holy Light Knight suddenly looked up, a note of surprise in his voice. He asked, "Are you talking about that mercenary group?" "Yes, them." Cedar nodded. "Light Eagle Group? At the Bed family mansion? I don't understand, knowing what he is doing is wrong, why does father continue?" Sally, who had not appeared for a long time, paced back and forth in the room, his face full of irritation. Sooner or later, this will backfire from the adventurers. What about the Light Eagle Group? Even if they can suppress the adventurers by force. He frustratedly ruffled his silver hair, muttering to himself. Why am I locked up? Why can't he listen to a single opinion anymore? I merely suggested that workers should be given priority for entry, I never said anything about imposing taxes. Why did he change like this after returning from the royal city? Ever since Earl Philip returned from the royal city with the medicines, he seemed to have become a different person. A man who was once mild-mannered and scholarly suddenly turned into a hot-tempered one, lashing out at those around him. Sally had only advised him twice before being locked in his room, with guards stationed outside the door. He even suspected that Earl Philip had contracted the king's strange illness. However, after secretly consulting a priest, it turned out there was nothing wrong with his father. So what was the shock he suffered? Hero Elsa sat politely with her hands folded on her knees, believing that she should behave herself while Sally was venting his anger. The present Earl Philip was not cursed, nor was he disguised by the demon clan, Elsa could tell. If it were the demon clan, she would have drawn her blade and fought by now. As for the current situation, Elsa sneaked a glance at Sally. If her companion had thought things through and decided to use her strength to escape, she would definitely help. Being inarticulate herself, she could at least exert strength. At that moment, Sally suddenly said to her, Elsa, do you remember my previous speculation? Elsa nodded, and Sally continued. I've always been puzzled why the dungeon underwent such anomalies, and the map after the anomalies isn't chaotic at all. In some aspects, like the placement of traps, the distribution of monsters, etc., it all seems like decisions made after careful consideration, as if someone was controlling everything. My teacher told me that all this is because of one thing. The dungeon has its own consciousness. Just like the hero's holy sword, the elf queen's scepter, the dwarf king's iron hammer, those objects miraculously developed consciousness. Considering that, the dungeon could also be regarded as an object, and it might possibly develop an artifact spirit consciousness, managing everything in the dungeon. If it truly has consciousness, and if it learns about father's actions. Sala clenched his fists and said. Will the rampage that occurred 100 years ago happen once again? All I can do is pray, Pray that the dungeon consciousness is like a newborn baby that understands nothing, hoping it is not aware of what's happening outside, and more so hoping it won't rampage. However, the dungeon consciousness he spoke of already knew about this mess. Why has today's revenue decreased? Gong Qiying replayed the recording from the crystal ball, his expression gradually changing. Chapter 88. Bed family workers have priority entry, monopolize the purchase of ores, imposing taxes on adventurers. Gong Qiying, sensing something amiss, just needed to send an avatar for a stroll in Bed City to learn all this information. No wonder today, when the dungeon first opened, those who entered in the first couple of hours were mainly large groups of workers. These workers headed straight to the blood essence or resource points upon entering the dungeon. Only a small portion with some abilities went to the food area, while some adventurers employed by the Bed family headed to the outskirts of the swamp area to hunt grassmen, harvesting various sorts of detoxification moss they drop. Currently, with regards to Sane Dungeon, the Bed family's focused development is on these three resources, not only because of their unique effects but also because of their stable yield. Gong Qiying treated these wares like welfare. After all, they were surprisingly cheap to produce, and they could also attract people, allowing gold farmers and brick movers to make a profit. Now it looks like I've been too lenient, Gong Qiying said with a gloomy face as he flipped through the available monsters. The Bed family actually intends to monopolize Sane Dungeon. Such behavior is despicable and must be sanctioned immediately. If there were more than one teleportation gate, the order for Count Philip's workers to have priority access to the dungeon might also be advantageous, as anyone would welcome the influx of ordinary people dying en masse and bursting with spiritual power. But the mistake lies in taxing and charging for entry. The majority of adventurers, in fact, do not have much money. Purchasing and repairing weapons and armor, and buying potions and other items represent significant expenses. They might accept the resurrection fees at the resurrection house and the fees for teleportation crystals while exploring the dungeon, but to expect them to pay extra for admission? Wishful thinking. Even though the rewards from Sane Dungeon are unique and tempting, it is also difficult. Adventurers already have to bear more costs for resurrection fees and teleportation crystal fees, asking them to pay taxes on top of that. It will inevitably disgust and drive some people away. We need to give the people from the Bed family a good lesson, Gong Qiying pondered and then added, hit them hard, but still keep it within limits. It's no good if everyone gets scared off. He planned to give Count Philip a harsh lesson. If the other party remained obstinate, insisting on a monopoly, then some of the measures he had previously arranged would have to be utilized. Blood healing potions, is this thing really that enticing? He had drunk one before. Its effects were to rapidly heal injuries, briefly enhance physique and strength, and even stimulate the nerves, placing one in an excited state. Overuse could lead to hallucinations and an explosive high. This effect reminded Gong Qiying of something from his previous world that could not even be mentioned. All right, it is indeed tempting. As for the monster, choose the blast scale dragon. His finger tapped on available monsters, and he also added some more ingenious tools to the map that would be utilized later. What he's thinking now is to give the Bed family a knock, to make them come to their senses and stop doing nonsensical things. However, this was just a current thought. Soon, he would no longer think this way. Rumble rumble rumble. The altar beneath Gong Qiying suddenly started making a series of noises, forcing him to jump down and frown as he surveyed the altar. The contraption was slowly rotating, with light blue runes gradually lighting up, seeming like it was about to perform a heroic spirit summoning, with something forming in the center of the altar. Spiritual power reserves have reached the standard, initiating world renown. A map unfolded in front of Gong Qiying with no annotations of mountains, rivers, or cities, just a basic outline. He had seen this shape somewhere before. It seemed to be the very continent he was on. Only, the map provided by the dungeon was more accurate, and the shapes were more detailed. The entire map was colorful, with various colors randomly distributed. On closer inspection, there could be 100, or even 200, subtly different colors. Scarlet, pitch black, and pure white were the most prevalent colors on the map, visible all around. A sparse light green could be seen towards the central western part of the continent, which stood out significantly. Comparing with the actual map, it was not difficult to find that the area with the most light green was precisely near Bed City. Apart from Bed City, the map also had sporadic green glimmers, so faint they were just a few pixels. There's even green on the far western continent. Green signifies my influence, while the other colors represent other dungeons, with the information flooding into his mind, Gong Qiying grasped everything quickly. As a veteran player, the idea of turning the entire map green took root swiftly in his heart. What he couldn't understand, though, was why there was a dedicated system for world renown. Besides viewing the dungeon's influence, what other purpose does it serve? Just then, the heroic spirit summoning ended. With a plop, a tattered ancient book fell onto the altar. Gong Qiying carefully opened this book that seemed as though it would turn to ash at any moment and saw the opening text. Saint Dungeons Gidwin, hello. Holy moly, what? Gong Qiying made a joke from his previous life, but no one around responded. Even if someone did, they wouldn't understand the meaning of the sentence. He laughed at himself, then continued to read, but his expression turned serious in an instant. My name is Gidwin, and this is no coincidence. To explain it to you, I am you from the past, and you are a future me. You don't need to worry about me taking over your body. By the time you read these words, I will have completely dissipated due to the exhaustion of my spiritual power. You will inherit my body and live on under the name Gidwin until your spiritual power is used up. Gidwin, this body has been passed down generation to generation, never changing. The only thing that changes is the spirit within it. I am merely one of the many passers-by that have occupied this body, and so are you. Of course, I hope that you won't just be a passerby but will become the true Gidwin. If my guess is correct, you might one day wake up and suddenly find yourself transformed into a horrible animated corpse, unable to leave the dungeon, right? Whether you were a farmer, adventurer, mercenary, knight, or a prince or princess of some country, once you become Gidwin, you can never return to your previous life. It appears the owner of this book did not take the existence of transmigrators into consideration. The dungeon, this disgusting thing in the absence of the city lord's spirit, it captures the souls of others and forces them to become the new city lord. I was once a successful adventurer, with a gentle wife and lively, adorable children. It's all thanks to this damned dungeon. The amount of information in these words is simply overwhelming. The author of the book held a deep grudge against the dungeon. Unfortunately, the content below was damaged, and Gong Qiying could only flip to the parts where there were still legible words to continue reading. The dungeon is sealing something, but as long as the body of the city lord exists, the seal will never break. Another long section was missing. If you can read my notes, it means that you've met the standard for spiritual power reserves, right? You have a talent for managing the dungeon. Whether you love this job or not, you are a qualified city lord. Next, please listen to my advice. Do not repeat my mistakes. Fame map, you can see it already, which is regrettable as this means you are about to enter a cruel struggle. The moment you appear on the map, you enter the sight of other dungeons. Do not regard others with goodwill. Assume the greatest malice. Those who approach you actively will become your enemies, those much stronger than you might pity you and help you. I think you understand what I'm saying. Due to the rules, I can't be too detailed, please forgive me. Fame is very important for you, extremely important. It concerns whether you can survive in the struggle. Because, the key to victory is never your monsters, no matter how powerful they are. I made a fatal mistake on this point. Those lives that love you, love the life of this dungeon, love everything you've created, those who formed bonds with the dungeon, they are the real. The text ended abruptly, and a large portion of the text was damaged beyond interpretation. Gong Qiying realized he could understand the content of the ancient book. The puzzling parts were not a problem at all for him. It's as though the spirits that once stayed in this body were also helping him understand everything. As for the part that ended abruptly, he already had a fairly accurate guess. The struggle mentioned probably refers to battles with other dungeons. But since each dungeon is far from the others and both the city lord and monsters cannot leave their respective domains, how could such struggles occur? In what form would they take place? It was all very puzzling, yet it brought a sense of unknown terror. It was as if a great horror that could threaten life might come knocking at any moment, making one's life uneasy. So, as soon as the fame map was opened, Gong Qiying entered into a never-ending arms race. Bring it on, I'm not afraid, he exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes flashing. But when he turned to the last page that had legible text, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Do not open any sealed envelopes. Do not touch any sealed envelopes. Do not look at any sealed envelopes. Envelopes. What made Gong Qiying's eyes widen wasn't the text, but something on the altar. A sea blue sealed envelope lay there quietly. Chapter 89. Gong Qiying quickly shifted his gaze away, refusing to look at the sea blue letter. But how could he ignore something that exudes such a strong presence? Damn Riddler, why can't you be more explicit? What the heck does this envelope represent? Is it a challenge from another dungeon? A letter of friendship? Or will a blue genie pop out to grant him 3 wishes once he opens it? The sea blue envelope sparkled with specks of light, reminiscent of sapphires, with exquisite craftsmanship, almost an art piece. If it weren't for the message left by the previous Gedwin, Gong Qiying would have already opened it. Unfortunately, at this moment, this beautiful envelope seemed more terrifying to Gong Qiying than a billion killers. Summon a subspace miasma to gobble up this thing. As he hesitated, the altar lit up again, and in the blink of an eye, a grey letter fell on top of the sea blue one. This thing has a multiplication function? 1 letter was enough trouble for him, and now here was a second, which was really a bit. With a flash of light, a pale green letter appeared on the altar. Gong Qiying's expression froze. The light flashed again, bringing forth an amber-colored letter. Then the light flashed once more, and an orange-yellow letter floated in front of him. The light, orange/gold/brown/flesh/red/fiery blue/navy blue. Letters fell like snowflakes, completely burying the altar. Gong Qiying was numbed. Right now, he felt as if he had signed up on a dating platform as a female by mistake. It was like wolves circling prey. A breeze blew, turning a page of an ancient tome, revealing words on the back of the last page. If you see more than 1 letter before you, just open them, it's your destiny. No, bro, your words reek of giving up on yourself. Compared to other ways of greeting, writing letters is the most gentle one. If you see more than 5, it means that this batch of Dungeon City lords are of decent quality. Perhaps you can look forward to making friends or forming alliances with some of them. I've seen over 100 envelopes. Does that mean all the city lords from my cohort are paragons of civilization? No, who knows what quality really means. He picked out the first sea blue letter from the mountain of envelopes, took a deep breath, and opened it. Even if demons and ghosts came crawling out, he was prepared. To the unknown new companion, hello, I am Linville from Gonhai Dungeon, who opened the world map a few days before you. Hehe, maybe you can call me a senior. You must be really confused right now. I was the same way at first, but luckily a kind senior guided me. So, I want to help you as she helped me. If there's anything you don't understand, remember to write back to me, you can use the altar. This seashell is something I found while drifting, it's very beautifully shaped. I'll let you take a sneak peek. Bye. Delicate handwriting, an adorable tone, a beautifully sketched seashell doodle, and a faint scent on the letter paper. Wouldn't the kitchen boy's imagination run wild if he saw this? Gong Qiying fell silent for a moment, his expression a bit strange. How does it seem actually quite normal? So it's not a mandatory battle as soon as the letter is opened? Are other underground city lords this humanitarian? Quite heartwarming. He opened the grey letter next, the handwriting this time was much more rugged. Don't believe Linville, that old lady pretending to be young and innocent is lusting after your body. She'll suck you dry of everything you have. If you're a real man, come and form an alliance with me, Panson. I'll be waiting for you in the giant stone dungeon. We've got plenty of good food and good booze. If you're a woman, forget about it, unless you're young, then it's not totally out of the question. Panson, brother, your thinking is kind of dangerous, you know. But with Gray's warning, Gong Qiying suddenly found the sea blue to be suspicious, losing that tiny budding desire to reply. Can't let your guard down for a second. He opened another letter, this one of a purple-black hue. Join us, together, to annihilate humans. Annihilate humans. Annihilate humans. Long live the demon clan. This letter also had some coagulated slime on it, looking rather disgusting. Lunatic. He tossed the purple-black one aside and picked up a deep blue one. The demon clan is like stinking dog shit, join the Asta Alliance and fight to defend the sacred human bloodline. Exterminate the demon clan within 5 years, eradicate elves, dwarves, and beastmen within 10 years, and in 20 years extinguish all humans with impure bloodlines for the purity of mankind. Bro, you're a bit too extreme. The more Gong Qiying read, the more at ease he felt. The content of the letters was nothing like what he had imagined, they seemed more like grim jokes in a flyer. The information left by the previous Lord Gidwin had made him think the dungeon lords were living in a dark forest, where revealing oneself meant certain death, but the vibe turned out to be entirely different. He gradually noticed a pattern: the lighter the color of the letter, the more it seemed to be written by a human, or at least a being with a full set of intelligence and logic. The darker the color, the less human and the more disjointed and illogical it became. Most of the letters contained greetings, requests to form alliances, or idle chit-chat. Of course, there were also some that challenged him, trying to entice him into declaring war. But I don't even know how to initiate a fight between dungeons. Gong Qiying ignored those letters filled with malice. It seemed that these envelopes weren't as dangerous as the ancient tomes had said. Was it that the previous Lord Gidwin made a mountain out of a molehill, or had times changed? As he continued opening more letters, a flash of light appeared on the altar, and suddenly there was another purple-black letter. It's from the same guy who was cheering for the demon clan. You just now read my letter, right? Why don't you respond? Why? Surely, you are an evil human, I must kill you. The handwriting conveyed madness, as the writer seemed to be in a state of rage. Evil Nest Underground City Lord Gonago has declared a fight to the death against you. This is his first call to battle, and you cannot refuse. Starting a fight without so much as a word? The war will begin in 30 days, please make ample preparations. At that moment, Gong Qiying finally understood why his predecessor warned him not to open any letters. Among the Dungeon City Lords, there are warmongering madmen too, and he was almost misled by the seemingly harmless content of most letters. Now we're in trouble. Perhaps he should be showing some panic right now? Or a sense of facing a formidable enemy. But looking at his vast spiritual power, and the endless options of available monsters. First, I need to go out and gather some intelligence on the Evil Nest dungeon. The map shows it's to the west, so that's Demon Clan territory, eh? In that case, it would be hard to learn anything here in Bed City since humans always know so little about the western continent. Gong Qiying looked over at the pile of letters, wondering if he should ask another city lord. It was risky, but going into battle with an unclear picture of the enemy was even riskier. Well, it's come to this. He activated the crystal ball. Let's extinguish the Bed family first, can't have them causing trouble. Chapter 90. At 3 o'clock in the early morning, the sky was pitch black, it was now autumn, and the chilly night wind was piercing to the bone. A long queue had already formed in front of Sane Dungeon, and due to its current popularity, the flow of people was increasing. Many had come to line up 2 hours early, and others, when kicked out of the dungeon at midnight, didn't even go home and just queued up directly. Despite the adventurers' efforts, they couldn't overcome the privilege of the nobility. The guards from the Bed family mockingly watched the adventurers, telling their colleagues, "What's the use of queuing up so early? They will have to make way eventually." "Keep it down, these folks are all hot-tempered," another guard said. "It's about time, hurry up and call all the workers over, start collecting entrance fees once they are all inside." The adventurers glared at them furiously, and curses could be heard throughout the line. If it weren't for the guards being part of the Lord's domain, a noble protected by the kingdom, they would have already started fighting. Many people, after weighing the costs and benefits, decided that there was still profit to be had from entering Sane Dungeon, so they suppressed their anger and came. However, it was clear to any discerning eye that the suppressed dissatisfaction wouldn't disappear but would brew over time until it exploded. In fact, people who were efficient had already organized a protest march, though it was unclear exactly when it would happen. Mage Roger looked at everyone's expressions and felt like his sociological experience had improved. Yesterday, the exploration team had reported various pieces of information to Cedar, including bonfires, images, oaths, etc., overwhelming the old man who had seen much in his life. He kept silent for a moment and then distributed the generous reward previously promised and even added an extra bonus. He mentioned organizing another exploration after a period, but Roger felt that it would be difficult to gather the same group of people now. Leon, the lion, claimed that an elder he had long wished to apprentice under would be interested in the teardrop embryo. To show sincerity, he personally took the teardrop embryo and set off to visit the elder. Reportedly, other members of the strategy group also went along and wouldn't be back soon. The flame cultivator performed a wild dance of ecstasy in the meeting room, then hastily rode to the Starfire Church's stronghold. He claimed he needed to gather all remaining followers to become Sun Warriors. The stronghold was located in a neighboring city of Bed City, and the round trip would take several days. The Holy Light Knight had gone to report to the church and hadn't been seen since. Stirran was still in the city serving as a sun warrior, but her appearances had decreased due to Merca's harassment. As for Perry, that kid carrying a deep grudge took the crystal scroll and returned to the Magic Association. After all, he came here to verify the bonfire images for the association, and he had to report back. So why did Roger stay here? Of course, for the monster. This magical spherical device can catch even dragons, perhaps it can catch other monsters as well. He thought of going to the dungeon to catch monsters. In his eyes, the monsters produced by Sane Dungeon were species never seen before, far rarer than those tired monsters on the surface. Catch what is precious. He might even introduce Flash Curse Frog, Flash Mushroom Man, Flash Female Fire Dragon later on. Invisibility. Roger cast invisibility magic on himself and quietly blended into the workers' line, preparing to enter the dungeon with them. Queuing was out of the question. He would never queue in his lifetime. At this moment, a person standing with the guards suddenly turned his head toward the direction where Roger was and narrowed his eyes. Did he spot me? Roger was slightly surprised but realized it when he saw the person's attire. The man was sturdy, dressed in a silver-white full-body armor, complete with simple decorations. Not only was the helmet shaped like an eagle, but the chest plate also depicted a vividly painted falcon. That explains it. This is the mercenary group Cedar mentioned, the Light Eagle group. No wonder the adventurers hadn't caused any trouble. Virtually everyone had heard of the near unbeaten reputation of this mercenary group that lived and fought on the blade's edge. Nobody wanted to conflict with such battle-hardened mercenaries. Judging from the standard of his armor, this man was at least at a captain's level, not to be underestimated. Yet, that couldn't scare Roger. He gave the man a thumbs up and followed the workers through the teleportation gate. The captain of the Light Eagle group suddenly chuckled, causing the surrounding guards to show puzzled expressions. Hey, why is there one person missing? After entering the dungeon, the workers counted their numbers and found only 9. After waiting on the spot for 2 minutes, the missing person didn't show up, so the workers cursed a few times and began their work for the day, heading to the designated points to mine ore. Roger had initially planned to leave them and act alone, but then thought that so many people might attract more monsters, so he decided to follow the workers from a distance. However, it wasn't long before the workers were attacked by skeleton monsters, and it was only Roger's secretive intervention that prevented any reduction in their numbers. Skeleton monsters are too ugly, are there no more handsome ones? This was his reason for intervening. With his protection, the workers safely reached the mining site without any mishaps, repeatedly exclaiming how lucky they were today, as usually they lost half their number by the time they reached this point. Have the monsters become fiercer? Roger sat nearby, still cloaked in invisibility. He felt that the monsters had become fiercer than the last time. Was it his imagination? Moreover, curse frogs, fishmen, and the like were all gone, as if only skeleton monsters were left. It's strange, very strange, there's a calm before the storm feeling. Hey? Was there such a big rock here before? A worker pointed at the huge boulder in front of him and asked. I don't think so, another person said, I remember this area was full of blood essence ore, not these ordinary ones. His voice abruptly stopped, replacing it was a scream. Because the rock suddenly stood up. Big rock snake. Spiritual power required per unit, 99. Overall combat power, D. There's a monster. This scream was the beginning of the disaster. When the big rock snake killed the worker in front of it with one swipe of its tail, the surrounding blood essence ore suddenly cracked, and one by one, round rocks suddenly popped out. No, these weren't rocks, because they had arms. Little fist stone. Spiritual power required per unit, 49. Overall combat power, E+. A little fist stone charged and knocked over the nearest worker, then swarmed up and beat him to death with random punches before chasing after others. The big rock snake slaughtered the workers like a ruthless meat grinder. Its blood-stained appearance was truly horrifying. One after another, new little fist stones emerged from the swamp below, blocking the escape routes of the workers, who all showed faces of despair. The incident happened too suddenly that Roger was stunned for a moment before he smiled. This was an unseen monster, and he has new monsters to capture. Ignoring the shock of the workers, he revealed himself and used Mage's hand to grab a little fist stone, and quickly threw an elf ball at it before it could struggle. The elf ball opened in mid-air, and the little fist stone turned into a stream of light and was captured inside the ball. Perfect. Roger clenched his fist uncontrollably, but in the next second, the elf ball suddenly popped open, and the angry little fist stone rushed out. Capture failed. Ah! He showed a dazed expression. How could the capture fail? He used flash to dodge the charge of the little fist stone, but at this moment the big rock snake attacked him with a rock slide, sending a large amount of rocks crashing toward Roger. Earth attribute magic? It does match its appearance. He dodged effortlessly, pondering why the capture had failed. He thought that as long as the elf ball was thrown, it would definitely capture the monster. Surprise attack magic gravel. Roger cast the newly learned magic. The big rock snake was continuously harassed by magic attacks from behind, causing it irritation. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Roger used an enlarged mage's hand to take control of the big rock snake's body, and in that brief moment, a massive hailstone had already formed above its head. If I weaken it, can it still escape capture? The hailstone crashed down squarely on its head. The big rock snake wailed in pain and fell down, presenting a good opportunity for capture. Roger pulled out an even rarer super ball. Roar! As if timed perfectly, before he could throw the super ball, a roar suddenly came from the sky. Something seemed to have fallen from above, and upon making contact with the ground, it immediately exploded. What's going on? Roger was caught off guard by the sudden explosion, and to make matters worse, a series of explosions sounded around him. If hit directly it would truly be a death with no burial place. While dodging, he looked up. And then revealed an extremely delighted expression. Because the thing flying in the sky was a dragon. Another dragon he had been longing for. Blast Scale Dragon. Chapter 91. Blast Scale Dragon. Spiritual power required per unit. Overall combat power, C++. Dragons, a beautiful yet powerful creature. Everything about them is perfect, mysterious, and indifferent like a tyrant, with dragon flames that incinerate all, the bonfires serving as a reminder that immortal ancient dragons once ruled the world. Roger couldn't help but recall his childhood memories. That year, he and his childhood sweetheart were reading a fairy tale together. The story was about an evil dragon who kidnapped the princess, and the hero set out to rescue her at the request of the king, overcoming numerous challenges along the way. The story was cliché, the only thing that made an impression on him were the names of the characters, which were long and cumbersome but rhythmically enchanting when pronounced. After finishing the story, his childhood sweetheart, with flushed cheeks, asked him, "If I were kidnapped by an evil dragon, would you come to save me?" Roger only remembers replying with a determined "I definitely will." But it seemed that his thoughts at that time were different. What was he really thinking? He can't remember now. The explosions caused by the blast scale dragon were both huge and dense, forcing him to use flash continuously, with his magic power reserves rapidly depleting and signs of exhaustion showing. Logically speaking, this would be the time to call forth the female fire dragon to fight alongside him, but he thought better of it. Even with combined forces, they could not overcome, and the outcome would be uncertain even if the entire exploration team were here. The workers had long since perished, leaving only a man and a dragon alive at the scene. When Flash finally failed and his body could no longer move, the blast scale dragon let out a long howl and dove down like a cannonball. Roger didn't dodge or hide. Calmly, he spread his arms wide open as though to embrace the blast scale dragon, thinking how cool it would be to die at the hands of a dragon. Right, I remember now, at that time I was thinking. If you were truly captured by a dragon, then I would definitely set out to rescue the dragon bewitched by you, and become companions with it on adventures. How low was my emotional intelligence at that time? Roger's consciousness plunged into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself, as expected, inside the resurrection house. What a mess! As he sat up holding his head, which was splitting with pain, he heard the resurrection house filled with clamorous voices, everyone shouting and screaming. What's going on? Why all the commotion? Quickly, quickly, another 10 just returned. The nun yelled. We can't save them all, really can't, I'm running out of magic power. The old priest said in a voice lacking strength. Why did so many people die today, hey? The staff of the resurrection house cried out in unison. Sir, Roger turned his head to find a nun, her face covered in sweat, speaking to him, since you're awake, please hurry down. Today we have an extreme number of deaths, and there aren't enough beds. Ah, yes. He hurriedly got out of bed to see the nun moving a body that was riddled with rock shards onto the bed, then turned to move another body. But no sooner had one been moved away than the teleportation crystal sent back a heap more. Even using magic to transport them was not quick enough. Everyone was overwhelmed with work, having no choice but to temporarily move the bodies that could not be dealt with right away outside. The resurrection house was becoming too packed. Bystanders gathered around to watch the spectacle, chatting enthusiastically about why so many people died today. Ever since the sane dungeon had undergone a transformation, the resurrection house's business had been busy with a surge in death tolls. But today, a particularly high number of people died, all at the same time, naturally causing a congestion like rush hour. The priests and nuns thought they had grown accustomed to high-intensity work, not realizing that this was now the true high-intensity. Roger rubbed his temples, and as the headache began to relent a little, he suddenly realized that all these deceased people were actually all workers from the Bed family. Some were smashed to death by tremendous force, some were pierced full of rocks, and some were blown to pieces, while others were burnt to a crisp. Their deaths all corresponded with the kinds of fates dealt by a big rock snake or a blast-scale dragon. Roger had an epiphany. It seemed the workers, as they typically did, went mining and ended up encountering newly emerged monsters in the dungeon, collectively meeting their end in a single swoop. Although it was unethical, he couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. No, he must not laugh, these workers were innocent. He, Count Philip is headed for a disaster. As if to atone for his moment of malicious glee, he joined the ranks of the helping hands and volunteered. It was the nobility who were at fault, the workers were merely trying to survive, and what they needed was to be resurrected and given rest as soon as possible. News of a massive worker fatality in the sane dungeon due to the appearance of new monsters spread rapidly and reached the ears of adventurers still queuing at the teleportation gate. Their response was surprisingly consistent: good. 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 It was immensely satisfying. Nothing was more heartening than seeing a despised lord suffer a colossal loss. By the time the news had spread throughout the entire city, there was still a small portion of workers lined up to enter the dungeon, with hundreds yet to go inside. Hearing that everyone ahead of them had perished, with each entry leading to death, the remaining people were too frightened to proceed, regardless of the guards' threats, with only a very few daring to push on. These few soon met again in the resurrection house. "I'm done with this, who would want to do work that guarantees death? I just died the day before yesterday, and today I was forced to come back, dying again will make me sick. Damn it, I have to go in, my family is still in debt." Chaos erupted near the teleportation gate of the dungeon, with guards unable to maintain control. No matter the threats or enticements, no one was willing to undertake a nearly certain death mission, and the residual effects of resurrection were a burden they would have to bear themselves. The workers' pay consisted of a low base salary plus a bonus for the amount of ore mined. If they died upon entering the dungeon without mining anything, the loss would be immense. The presence of members from the Light Eagle group was prominent, and the leader who had earlier discovered Roger now sneered, saying, "Just a rabble of cowards." The guards were furious but dared not respond. Everyone knew of the Light Eagle group's fame. Having distinguished themselves in wars between nations and boasting powerful members in their leadership ranks. It was said that their leader had recently hunted a gold-level monster solo, a feat that usually only qualified adventurers could attempt, with many other leaders bearing the title 100 Beast Slayer. The more chaotic the scene, the more exhilarated the adventurers became. One timidly asked, "If all the workers are dead, will we also? So what if we die? Just the chance to encounter a powerful monster makes it worthwhile. Yet, I only dare to challenge monsters stronger than me in the dungeon because if I die on the surface, I can't afford resurrection." An adventurer tauntingly called out, "Hey, you guards over there, dare to go in and slay the monsters to uphold your lord's dignity? Ha ha ha! Just a bunch of cowards, how dare they compare themselves to us brave adventurers?" The guards clenched their fists as the leader of the guards pleaded with the Light Eagle group leader. "Mr. Galka, please help us, we can't control the situation." Galka gave him a glance, not uttering a word, but just a look was enough to make the head guard feel as though he was carrying a mountain on his back, his knees quaking. "For the sake of your lord." Finally, Galka stepped forward, raised his arm, and pressed his palm downward. "Shut up." With just a light mention, however. The scene fell into an eerie silence, as if it were a silent mime show. Chapter 92. Unique talent, an ability that only a select few creatures can awaken. Characterized by innate awakening, its abilities diverse and varied, some strong, some weak, and cannot be learned by others. I call my unique talent Decree. When I activate my ability, the world changes at the sound of my words." Galka's tone was filled with pride as he spoke, yet those around could only see his lips move without hearing a sound. His whispered "shut up" had become a sound-erasing command under the effect of his decree. In the Light Eagle group, leaders often possess unique talents, which are our distinctive features. Galka lifted his head high, continuing his monologue that was meant for himself alone. To outsiders, he appeared as a proud and mighty figure, commanding awe with the mere demonstration of a fraction of his power. However, "It's a good thing you can't hear me now, otherwise," he coughed, muttering to himself, "you would perceive my current weakness. Damn it, controlling so many people almost made me pass out. I'm never doing this again." He hastily waved his hand to cancel the effect of decree, although in reality, it had only lasted for less than 3 seconds. Yet, the people present had no insight into his true thoughts, treating him as a gold-level master. Even after the decree was lifted, silence reigned in the area for a moment. Truly a member of the Light Eagle group, their power is undeniable. That was the collective thought. The chief of the guards was stunned by this seemingly magical technique and praised the Lord for his might. Without speaking, Galka just nodded, then fixated a piercing gaze on the chief of the guards, making the man continuously bow and tremble. "Why is Lord Galka staring at me? Did I forget to do something?" The chief began to doubt himself, and after a minute, he suddenly realized. "That's right, I must report to Lord Philip." He called over a swift-footed guard, gave a few instructions, and sent him running to the Lord Mansion. In fact, the whole city was already aware of the situation, and Count Philip probably knew as well, but making this run would surely show that he, as a chief, was dutiful. The chief gave Galka a thumbs up, thinking the noble was truly careful and considerate for subtly reminding him with his look. Galka simply nodded silently, maintaining an aura of aloofness. Every time he released decree, he would enter a period of weakness, and his shaky voice would reveal his poor condition, damaging his image. So, he devised a method, to stare intently at others, letting them guess what they should do next. It turned out to be quite an effective strategy. Bed City, the Lord Mansion. The guard who had come to report left the room, trembling, because Count Philip was very displeased and appeared quite intimidating. Why has this unexpected change occurred at such a critical moment? The once shrewd businessman and noble slammed his desk hard, causing several cracks to form on the thick wooden surface. Count Philip had sunken eye sockets, eyes full of blood vessels, and his hair was disheveled, resembling a wild beast out to prey. Furthermore, his body was even more gaunt, his knuckles protruded, akin to the claws of a demon. A noble wouldn't become thin unless ill. It's no wonder everyone found Count Philip frightening. Nowadays, with his current appearance, walking on the street would cry countless children. His secretary remembered that ever since the Earl returned from the royal city, he has looked like this, utterly unfamiliar to all. He was perfectly well before meeting His Majesty the King. It's as if this was all aimed at me. Count Philip, in a fit of rage, swept everything off the desk onto the floor, thereby unlocking the desk cleaning master achievement. Hundreds of workers died in batches, and not a single ore was brought back. This tragic situation could no longer be described as a total loss, it needed a more severe adjective. Just one day without income was nothing for the Bed family, but what worried him was the emergence of a new monster, which was said to include a flying dragon capable of causing explosions. If it were really a dragon, he could forget about mining there ever again. Just at this time. He irritably grabbed his hair, actually pulling out a big clump. Blood clung to the tips of the strands, which was somewhat frightening. What is Lord Philip in such a rush about? Another person in the room spoke. Is it the worry of failing to fulfill the promise to King? This person was also clad in the armor of the Light Eagle group's leader, slightly shorter than Galka and looked younger, but his face revealed a cunning air. What else could I be worried about besides that? Count Philip said, I've promised His Majesty to provide a doubled supply of concentrated blood healing potions, but without mining more ore. Come on, the blood essence reserves in your storeroom have long been sufficient, with a good surplus to boot. The leader of the Light Eagle group headed with the air of seeing through everything. You're just exploiting His Majesty's decree to profit. His Majesty temporarily granted you the Sane dungeon for business, yet you claim to the outside world that Sane has become your permanent private property. Tisk tisk. Count Philip showed a displeased expression. What's it to you? When the time comes, I will naturally return the dungeon. Really, this person did not know how to speak, even if everyone was well aware, some things should not be openly discussed. The Earl clenched his fists. Had he known, he would not have invited the Light Eagle group to maintain the situation. The two leaders who came were both annoying individuals. The Light Eagle group was divided into 3 levels: mercenary, leader, and group leader. This time, able to invite 2 leaders and their squads, he had relied on the king's blessing. "I'm not accusing you, whether you make or lose money is none of my concern, I'm only responsible for bringing back enough potion," the leader shrugged. "I'm just advising you, it's not too late to let go now. Post notices, apologize to the adventurers, restore the former order. Enough, don't say any more. I advise you not to indulge in your desires like the king, or you'll end up like him, becoming a wild." The leader suddenly smiled without finishing his sentence, leaving the most thought-provoking part unsaid. He left the room, seemingly to give the Earl some space to think. This person appeared to know some hidden details about the king's strange illness, but what did that have to do with Count Philip? Could it be that the Earl was also infected? Perhaps awakened, the ferocity in Count Philip's eyes subsided slightly, and reason gradually took the upper hand as he began to ponder whether what he had been doing was indeed correct. It seemed, he had indeed made a grave mistake. Something was amiss. His memories of the past few days replayed in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the stranger they seemed. The recent series of events did not resemble his actions. It was outrageously wrong. What kind of business was run like this? What had influenced him? His eyes grew more rational, his gaze clearing up. Knock knock. The door was knocked. An attendant ran in flustered, holding up a purple-red crystal and exclaimed. "Count Lord, adventurers claimed they found a deposit of purple blood crystal. A large amount of purple blood crystal." Count Philip's eyes were once again consumed by madness. "Where?" At the same time. "Achoo!" Roger in the resurrection house suddenly sneezed. "Strange, why do I feel like someone has snatched away a financial opportunity from me?" He suddenly remembered, he hadn't yet sold the information regarding the purple blood crystal to Count Philip. "Forget it, there's no rush," he continued, hoisting a corpse and muttering to himself. "After all, only I know the exact location of the purple blood crystal's deposit." Chapter 93. Gong Qiying stared at the crystal ball with an expression that read "Subway, old man, cellphone.jpg. It wasn't his fault for the exaggerated reaction, as what he was seeing was indeed incredibly far-fetched. He had thought that after yesterday's painful lesson, Earl Philip would show some restraint today, but what he hadn't expected was the number of workers arriving at the same dungeon had actually increased. Did these people have a death wish or something? Even those who died yesterday were being pushed into queuing up like ducks on a shelf, not fearing the aftermath at all. Because yesterday's team was annihilated, so today they planned to increase the workforce to gain more output. But no matter how much the workforce was increased, without the protection of powerful individuals, these workers would still inevitably face the fate of fodder. Something was fishy, Earl Philip wouldn't lack such consideration. He closely observed the movements of the workers, trying to find out their real purpose through any small clues. The course of events developed nearly identically to yesterday. After entering the swampy area, the workers were attacked by frenzied monsters, suffering heavy casualties almost immediately, and the already loose group was completely dispersed. Without the protection of adventurers like Roger, they could hardly make it alive to the mining area. Even if they did manage to get there, they would just be smashed to death by the big rock snake. The only difference was dying sooner or later. However, after a moment's observation, Gong Qiying indeed noticed something different from yesterday. A sizable group of workers branched off. They were not like ordinary people and clearly possessed some strength, converging towards a specific location to search for a treasure chest. Gong Qiying remembered that chest being a teleportation trap, which consistently teleported people to the lower levels of the mine, and outside the teleportation point, monsters lay in ambush. The usual setup, with hounds and archers. Those branched-off workers, some died on the way, others died surrounded by monsters after being teleported to the lower level, and those who managed to break through the encirclement died after accidentally turning right into the molten furnace night boss room. In the end, only a very few made it to the correct path and then found the object of their dreams. The blood essence or vein. The vast troves of blood essence emitted a chill like fresh blood, the reflected light giving the entire space a dreamlike illusion, and the hint of purple hidden amongst the numerous blood essences was particularly invigorating. Gong Qiying's expression revealed understanding. The worker's goal was the purple blood crystal. He could now guess the general situation. Presumably, Earl Philip had obtained information about the purple blood crystal from somewhere and devised a route in haste to mine the rare ore. I remember not many should know this information. The last batch that reached here was the exploration team. That explained it. It seemed like the exploration team sold the information to Earl Philip. In the past I would appreciate their actions, helping me attract a wave of people, but now they've actually done me a disservice. Gong Qiying deployed 2 stone statue ghosts which immediately slaughtered the workers who had luckily reached the Blood Essence Cave but hadn't started mining yet. Since it wasn't the closing hours of the dungeon, the terrain and building locations couldn't be adjusted, and the chest was included in the buildings, so he could only deploy monsters. Tonight, I'll remove the teleportation treasure box. Even today, he intended to let Earl Philip lose everything. If he remains persistent, then let him fail all the way, as any rational person wouldn't invest in a losing business. Having arranged the dungeon, Gong Qiying shifted his consciousness to the outside world. His clone woke up in the shop. These past few days, the prop shop was deserted, not because nobody wanted to come anymore, but because everybody was busy watching the excitement near the dungeon. Gong Qiying also wanted to see how the adventurers mockingly ridiculed the Lord, but unfortunately, he now had more important matters to deal with. Having the dungeon alone to pressure Earl Philip wasn't enough, external factors were also needed to form a pincer attack. How could one put pressure on a noble? The answer was, either by amassing a huge group of commoners or finding someone with more power than a noble, or directly using an overwhelming force. The Magic Association, the Adventurers Guild, the Holy Light Church. The high ranks of these organizations were far more powerful than an earl. When Jack was still alive, Gong Qiying had him send some noteworthy items to these organizations, and he finally received a response. The Magic Association's response letter was exquisitely crafted, the words elegant, but through these words, one could sense the writer's amazement. Respected Sir, please forgive our late reply. It is not out of neglect, but the star magic theory you proposed was simply astonishing. The professors at the Astrology Academy debated for a long time, and only the day before writing this letter, one professor successfully reproduced luminous stone magic gravel based on your principles. Your scholarship is truly startling. To comprehend an entirely new magic from the stars is an act of genius. If you can create more, a systematic star magic, we believe the future Magic Association will surely establish a dedicated classroom for you. The last scholar who established a classroom is now the chairman of our association, and your achievements will warrant the association to sculpt a statue in your honor. When you see this letter, several professors from the Astrology Academy are already on their way to visit you. They can't wait to meet the creator of the new magic. This meeting will signify the dawn of a new era of magic. Additionally, we have a keen interest in the force field researched by Mr. Tops, as you mentioned. Could you please elaborate on this during your meeting with the professors? Gong Qiying nodded and said, it seems they have taken the bait. A single professor from the Magic Association might not be on par with an earl, but what about a group of them? What with their connections backing them up? As long as Gong Qiying could provide something sufficiently enticing, these professors would become an outstanding force. Dealing with the Magic Association, that's pretty much settled. Facing scholars, one needs to present something academically appealing. So what is the reaction of the Adventurers Guild, on par with them? The Adventurers Guild had already responded, in fact. Cedar's arrival had made clear the guild's attitude. If it wasn't important, why would a branch president abandon the glitz and glamour of Royal City to fully take charge of a local branch? The upper echelons of the Adventurers Guild are rather unique. They are all seasoned adventurers who have achieved success, and at their core is a passion for adventure. No adventurer could be uninterested in legendary adventures and mysterious treasures. Gong Qiying told them several stories, accompanied by a few trinkets that could serve to verify the authenticity of the tales, claiming they were discovered in the same dungeon. These stories had faint connections to one another, such as the campfire shadows, the Sun Elder Sun, and the Abyss Wanderer, and so on. It was these intriguing details that prompted Cedar to establish the exploration team to delve into the dungeon and verify the truth of these tales. Adults don't easily believe in things without evidence. As expected, the findings of the exploration team corroborated the stories and even uncovered an even more expansive worldview. It was likely Cedar would take action. The Holy Light Church had not replied in a timely fashion, unknown what their outcome would be, probably not too good. Gong Qiying picked up the last letter, which came from a scrappy and shunned organization. The Shadow Brotherhood. Considering that this is a rabble-rousing group, Gong Qiying mentioned in his letter to them how amusing the various traps in the sane dungeon were, how such entertainment shouldn't be limited to a few but shared for all to see. In addition to this, there was also serious talk of the campfire upgrade mechanism, among other things. He opened the letter, but when he saw the contents, his expression turned odd. Because it contained only one sentence. "We've already been told those things, you're so behind the times, dummy, don't send us outdated news anymore. Never see us again." Someone had already told them? Gong Qiying blinked, puzzled. Who could it be, to be even faster than him? An unnamed Stirran squad member, Danya, made a gesture. Just then, a deafening sound suddenly came from outside the shop, covering the entire city, and everyone turned to see where it came from. The sky. A black magic-powered airship was hovering above Bed City, decorated with a grinning skeleton. That was the symbol of the Shadow Brotherhood. "Hey, hey, hey, can you hear me? This is your absolutely adored Shadow Brotherhood, we're about to make big news." A cheeky and punchable voice spread throughout the city via the magic-powered loudspeakers, and everyone chuckled upon seeing that it was the Shadow Brotherhood. Even the nuns and priests working overtime to resurrect the dead stopped what they were doing, curious about what this group was up to. At the Adventurers Guild, Cedar stood by the window looking at the black airship, shaking his head with a smile, and said to his assistant, "Gina. These bold rascals always jump out at the right time to stir things up." In the Lord Mansion, Earl Philip, who was frowning while listening to reports of losses, suddenly felt his eyelids twitching upon hearing the noise outside. Ignoring his attendant's surprise, he ran outside and stared intently at the black airship. His intuition told him that these bastards were probably targeting him. Ahem, why would an old noble lord go mad overnight? What guilty conscience torments his heart, driving him to willingly become a pariah? Is the pretty-faced third young master truly his son, or is he engaged in some special play from Star Rage? Let me tell you. The punchable voice paused. "Forget it, speaking of it is too much trouble, just look at the flyers." Whoosh! The airship showered the city with flyers like a heavy snowfall, enough to make cleaners pass out from asphyxiation. Gong Qiying picked one up to see the title. My 26-year-old Noble Master. Chapter 94. My 26-year-old Noble Master is an epic-making masterpiece written with exquisite text, based on gossip collected by the entire Shadow Brotherhood, along with a sprinkle of imagination. Although no names are explicitly mentioned, anyone with a brain can tell that this is a veiled reference to Earl Philip. I just adore people who enjoy antics. Gong Qiying read on with high expectations. The text narrates from the perspective of a wealthy female merchant, recounting her chance encounter with a down-and-out young noble and their ensuing love affair. The romance incorporates every element seen in today's literary market: tormenting love, love triangles, ex-partner drama, utterly addictive for readers. The story even introduces several wealthy and powerful nobles, as the male protagonist momentarily shifts his affections towards them. At the end of the tale, the female merchant tearfully bids farewell to the young noble, who no longer loves her, taking most of her fortune with him. He returns to his family, rises to become the head of the clan, and forever sheds his image of destitution. Wait. Gong Qiying read the piece again and realized the true intent of this article. It's basically saying Earl Philip played the field when he was young. Nonsense, all nonsense. Earl Philip tore the flyer in his hands to shreds, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Defamation. I will have all those dare insult nobility arrested and executed. The attendants looked at him oddly. The flyer didn't even specifically name you. Just firmly deny it and move on. Why get so agitated over it? Some attendants with normal inclinations quietly stepped back, while others with not-so-normal tendencies looked at the Earl with sparkling eyes. Lately, Earl Philip had been increasingly unable to control his emotions, as if his self-control had vanished completely, yet he was completely oblivious to this issue. When he saw the message on the back of the flyer, he spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. It meticulously listed all the lovers he supposedly had on the side, featuring over 100 names in tiny detailed script. Many nobles often pride themselves on having numerous lovers, but clearly, Earl Philip did not belong to that group. Moreover, after his marriage, he truly had only one lover, and that was Solly's mother. Since her death, he had closed off his heart to love, with no one able to measure up to the cherished memory of her. This is pure defamation. Enraged, Earl Philip called the guards to shoot arrows and quickly shoot down the Shadow Brotherhood's airship. But whether it was arrows or magic, everything was blocked by a dark barrier before it could hit the airship, completely unable to advance. This only fueled his rage even more. At this time, people discovered flyers with different content. The details listed on the flyer alleged questionable acts Earl Philip had engaged in over the years. Setting aside common issues like labor exploitation and watered-down potions, there were many serious matters. For instance, to compete with a neighboring city for a newly discovered mine on their border, he allegedly orchestrated a monster attack causing heavy casualties among the neighboring city's guards, seizing the opportunity to claim the mine. The neighboring city lord's favorite youngest son was crippled in the monster attack, a matter which would be catastrophic if it came to light. These were the truly devastating accusations. Gossip might tarnish his reputation, but these dark deeds. Earl Philip had no time to ponder how the Shadow Brotherhood found out about these things. He urgently ordered the retrieval of the flyers, aiming to collect as many as possible. However, the Shadow Brotherhood's airships were not just one. At the same time, 10 airships went full power, scattering leaflets over major cities unceasingly. The content of the leaflets distributed in other cities differed from those in Bed City. Instead of stories about the city lord, these included detailed explanations of the bonfire upgrade mechanism in Sane Dungeon, its future prospects, and even referenced endorsements from renowned scholars. Not only that, even the imagery within the bonfires was thoroughly detailed, and the author used his imagination to concoct an epic saga, creating quite the spectacle. At the end of the leaflet, the writer harshly criticized the Bed family, who shamelessly wanted to monopolize the Sane Dungeon, and incited everyone. Go forth, the history of the world, treasured secrets, marvelous creatures, all were placed in the Sane Dungeon by the creator. Overthrow the evil, shameless Bed family, reclaim the dungeon that belongs to everyone. Some might be unfamiliar with the influence of the Shadow Brotherhood. To put it simply, all the authorities detest it, wanting to eliminate this paparazzi group but never able to locate its main base. In contrast, the vast majority of ordinary people like it. Not just because it adds some rare excitement to their monotonous lives, but because it genuinely helps expose injustices faced by ordinary people. Provided the issue is sensational enough. Shadow Joy Goddess, the most mysterious of deities, little known by the world, the Shadow Brotherhood has survived to this day, presumably with the blessings of gods. Watching the entire city being blanketed with white leaflets, Earl Philip was stupefied, as if the sky had fallen. He was merely a small town lord on the remote border, nowhere near able to ignore public opinion. No, once targeted by the shadow paparazzi, even dukes would be smeared. How could he, an earl, resist? Earl Philip, now reduced to the new laughingstock. 3 days later. Since the visit from Shadow Brotherhood, Earl Philip had never left his mansion, not even his attendants saw him. His humiliating ordeal had become the hottest topic in the streets and alleys, discussed wherever people gathered. Adventurers who had previously been disgusted by the Bed family took to the joke enthusiastically, even pooling funds to have the bard compose a song based on My 26-Year-Old Noble Master, now a hit in every major tavern. There were certainly some personal vendettas mixed in. Since then, the Bed family had kept a low profile, guards no longer held their heads high, and they stopped organizing workers to get priority access to the dungeon. The promised entrance fees and taxes were never collected. Interestingly, many heard from miners about new types of monsters, like snakes disguised as boulders, explosive giant dragons flying in the sky, among others. Yet when adventurers ventured deep into dungeon to seek these creatures, they found nothing. These monsters appeared and then vanished suddenly, as if the miners' prior encounters were all but a dream. However, recent rumors tell of a group of adventurers getting killed by bombs dropped from above during a mid-level fight with monsters, not even knowing what monster had dropped them. The neighboring city of Bed City, Val, previously harmed by schemes of Earl Philip, was now seething with outrage, its lord issuing a challenge to the Bed family to avenge past wrongs. Not only that, but Val also organized daily bombardments on the outskirts of Bed City with magic cannons by groups of magicians. Though no one was wounded, the psychological pressure was immense. Other people previously harmed by Earl Philip in secret, now flooding with curses upon discovering the truth. Several hot-tempered ones brought troops for battle. These days, the Bed family was a complete mess. Even Sally was released to help quell the fire for the family. During this period, Earl Philip remained hidden from public view, and when people saw him again 7 days later, he was disheveled, uttering his first words. Declare martial law in Sane Dungeon, no one is allowed entry. Chapter 95. Count Philip was now fully lucid. At least that's what he believed. People were baffled by his order to blockade the dungeon, with Sally openly opposing it. They thought that efforts should be focused on aftermath management instead. Why persist in a deadlock with the dungeon? But the Earl paid no heed to these questions. As long as he was alive, he was the highest authority of the Bed family, and no one dared to disobey his commands. Besides, the Light Eagle group was still on his side for the time being. With 2 team leaders and their elite mercenaries, albeit only close to 100 strong, they could easily rival the entire guard force of Bed City. Have you decided you need our assistance? Simon. That was the name of another leader of the Light Eagle group. He had previously offered Count Philip a well-intentioned suggestion that had been ignored. Please, I'm counting on you all, Count Philip said, bowing formally. You must bring out the purple blood crystal. It's my last hope. At such a time, he was still fixated on the purple blood crystal. But Count Philip knew that it was his only lifeline. The main reason the king had temporarily given him control over the Sane dungeon and sent 2 team leaders from the Light Eagle group to assist was for one thing. The blood healing potion. For the severely ailing king, injections of blood healing potion were the only way to alleviate the pain, surpassing any magic. The king was consuming large doses of blood healing potion daily, so much that his own blood was nearly replaced with the potion. However, tolerance was developing. From a single blood healing potion lasting a week, the duration had gradually decreased to a day, then to an hour. Ordinary variants no longer met his needs. It was necessary to increase the dosage and concentration. Yet, highly concentrated blood healing potions could also harm the body. The king was already using the highest possible concentration without causing damage, and he couldn't go any higher. They had to improve the quality of the blood healing potion. The purple blood crystal was a gem among gems, a rarity among rarities. Using it to make blood healing potions magnified the effects by tens of times, with more miraculous benefits. After the abnormality in the Sane dungeon, the workers had only found a piece of purple blood crystal the size of a fingernail, but the potion made from it had allowed the king to live normally for 3 weeks. An astounding effect. Count Philip was very clear about his own position. His sole value to the king was his ability to produce blood healing potions. If he could present a large quantity, no, even just a small box of purple blood crystals, enough to produce blood healing potions for the king, he would certainly receive the king's protection and overcome the crisis brought by the Shadow Brotherhood. He had committed too many unspeakable deeds, and he had too many enemies. At this moment, he could think of no other solution than relying on the king. Without enough leverage to exchange for protection, the king wouldn't bother with him anymore. At most, after the fall of the Bed family, he would send new subordinates to mine for blood essence. Why didn't the king send a powerful person to plunder the purple blood crystals? First, because Bed City was too remote, and the strong preferred to enjoy their lives in the city. Who would want to come here? Second, Count Philip had always managed to timely offer large amounts of blood healing potion and was skilled at painting grand pictures to keep the king's expectations alive. A useful dog should be kept until needed. When hunger strikes, it's time for dog meat hot pot. As for why he blockaded the Sane dungeon, the Light Eagle group's style of operation had always been so overbearing, selfing, mistrusting everyone. They didn't allow outsiders near, even if adventurers entering the dungeon wouldn't affect their work. After all, they had the royal support. Ordinary adventurers couldn't defy them in the slightest. As for Count Philip, it was about revenge. He always felt that all these troubles started because of Sane. That place was too ominous. The hit songs made up by the adventurers infuriated him, and he couldn't wait to retaliate. Why didn't he issue a commission, asking adventurers to help him find the purple blood crystal? The Bed family had offended them all. No one would accept their commissions. The teleportation gate to the Sane dungeon was quickly militarized. Adventurers were forcibly sent outside the ancient city, strictly forbidden from entering the dungeon. Anyone attempting to fight back would get a beating from the Light Eagle group's mercenaries. These mercenaries, each could well be rated as silver rank adventurers. Even if not as elite as Stirran, they still held the upper hand against a group of adventurers. Moreover, in terms of experience in killing people, mercenaries were much more proficient than adventurers, who mostly dealt with monsters. There's a difference between specializing in fighting people and monsters. The adventurers could only curse and complain incessantly. Some thought of Leon and his strategy group. If they were here, they wouldn't let the Light Eagle group act so brazenly. Unfortunately, these leading figures of Bed City were not present, resulting in the local populace being bullied. With the backing of the Light Eagle group, the guards finally regained their usual arrogance, eyeing the adventurers with glee as if watching a farce. While they still dared not confront the adventurers directly at the moment, they were determined to have a proper exchange with them once Master Philip had everything settled, and repay all the grievances they had suffered. Yet among the clamorous crowd, a silent, black-haired figure watched from a distance. It was Gong Qiying. As soon as he heard the news, he rushed over to check the situation and found the Light Eagle group blockading the Sane dungeon. How dare these people? This wasn't just arrogance, it was time for a heavy-handed approach. He would summon the strongest monster to barricade the gate, kill any who came, and if two approached, kill the pair. However, killing people in the dungeon alone wouldn't solve the problem. Even if the Light Eagle group was annihilated this time, Count Philip could still keep the dungeon sealed until he got what he wanted, or until his enemies dragged him down to ruin. Getting what he wants, he can solidify his power and then ensure the Bed family's workers are prioritized, followed by the imposition of taxes. Without getting what he wants, the Bed family will lose their power and collapse, but there is no way to predict the behavior of the next manager to take over. As he continued to ponder, Gong Qiying's anger also began to rise, wishing he could wipe out the Light Eagle group along with the Bed family altogether. Whether it was him or the adventurers, everyone just wanted to live a good life, so why were there always short-sighted fools coming to make trouble? Demon Clan, Bed family, and Light Eagle group, Evil Nest Dungeon. Gong Qiying really detested these current troubling affairs. His original intention was just to design dungeons where adventurers would love and kill each other. Yet, reality wouldn't allow him to relax. Whether it was the insatiable greed of the Bed family or the overbearing selfishness of the Light Eagle group, or even other dungeons with unclear motives and uncertain friend or foe status, they all added various elements of instability to his dungeon construction. Can't everyone just behave? Detected the dungeon surrounded by a large number of hostile units, detected significant emotional fluctuations in the city lord. Sane dungeon, temporarily converted to an open-style dungeon. Monsters can now be released from their cages. Listen up, everyone, even though our Light Eagle group has experienced countless battles, both big and small, combat with humans and combat with monsters are ultimately different. No one should take it lightly. You are much stronger than those disorderly mobs, stronger than the adventurers. Believe in your own strength, believe in our Light Eagle. This is just a mere dungeon, watch us tear it down completely with our sharp claws. Turn this place into ruins. Galka was delivering a pre-battle speech loudly. The more Count Philip listened, the more something felt off. If you take down the dungeon, what will I live off? While the leader is busy with important affairs, we must achieve victory in every mission. Success is the only option, failure is not permitted. With a grand gesture, he pointed at the teleportation gate and declared passionately. Plunder to your heart's content, trample to your heart's content, my brothers. Ooh. The crowd was emotionally charged, and Galka was very satisfied with the effect of his speech. He glanced at Simon and took the lead towards the teleportation gate. As the team captain, he should lead from the front. Clomp, clomp, clomp. As his leg stepped through the teleportation gate, he suddenly heard a strange sound. It sounded like the clattering of hooves, but why so heavy? As if cloaked in iron. The next second, sensing the threat, he quickly stepped back. Almost at the same time, a golden spear flashing with golden light heavily smashed down where he had been standing. The ground split, and rock crumbled. The sudden turn of events left the whole place in silence. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Something was coming out. Gollum. An onlooking adventurer swallowed hard and, trembling, pointed at the teleportation gate, shouting hoarsely. Monster, a monster is coming out. The scene instantly became chaotic. Among the shouts of the people, a giant golden knight and his steed slowly came out of the teleportation gate. The noon sunlight fell upon his armor, reflecting unique golden brilliance. This was Sane Dungeon's first greeting to the world. Big Tree Guard, standing tall. Big Tree Guard. Spiritual power required per unit, 1500. Overall combat power, C+. This is. For the first time in his life, Galka saw such a scene. Why can monsters now leave the dungeon? Far away, Solly's mouth was agape, nearly falling to the ground, muttering to himself. Rampaging. Hero Elsa steadied Sally. He looked at the silhouette of the big tree guard, considering whether or not he should make a move. Simon was the first to snap to reality. shouting to Galka, "Let's team up and take it down." Uncertain why the monster could leave the dungeon, but with the strength of the two team captains, dealing with one monster should be more than enough. The sound of hooves came again, and the second big tree guard emerged from the teleportation gate. Both big tree guards stared straight at him. Simon's motion to draw his weapon suddenly froze. And it was not over yet. There are more monsters appearing. Behind the teleportation gate, pair after pair of eyes glowing red in the shadows. Thunder Wolf Dragon, Flying Dragon Yakir, Stone Digging Mountain Demon, Black Knight, Lion Hybrid. Chapter 96. Approaching us now is the Lashriek squad, their steps in unison, resounding with powerful drum beats, their upright figures embodying their soaring spirits. Look, 2 feathered knights are waving at us, with 10 Lashriek knights behind them smiling. Hey, why is there a knight of war sneaking in? The knight of war, emitting freezing air all over, waved his weapon like a wild beast and pounced on the nearest Light Eagle group mercenary. The mercenary hurriedly lifted his sword to block, but the freezing air continued to seep into his hands through the weapon, increasingly slowing his moves. The knight of war, his mind turned to that of a beast, did not feel fatigue. His attack frequency became faster and faster. In a desperate gaze, the mercenary was stabbed through the abdomen, and then even torn in half. Frozen blood on the ground was a harbinger of the war's onset. The feathered knight floated in mid-air, unleashing the angel light pillar. The bulky armor looked somewhat divine at this moment, and the light falling from the sky instantly vaporized several guards who couldn't escape in time. The Lashriek knights didn't have impressive special effects. What they knew were straightforward hacking and charging, yet this added even more pressure. Just 10 Lashriek knights could form a meat grinder, plunging into the guards' formation and massacring them. They knew to pick on the weaker ones. Next up is the underground cemetery squad. Their sun has set, but their undead bodies are forever vibrant. Look, the leading skeleton wheels are casting residual shadows, they must be speeding, right? But the wedge-shaped stone demons walking behind them are slow, averaging out means no speeding. Once the skeleton wheels appeared, it was like catching shrimp, with skeletons tied to the wheels. Once they started rolling, it was like a construction truck charging into a group of elders on a rampage. Cries of panic filled the area instantly. Getting hit by a rolling wheel doesn't kill, though breaking a bone or two is inevitable. Endure it, get up, and you can run. But what if 2 or 3 rolling wheels charge at once? A noble from the Bed family was just knocked down by a skeleton wheel, and just as he struggled up cursing with his fat body, another wheel came rushing in from off-screen and knocked him over. Get up, hit, get up again, hit again. The wedge-shaped stone demon moved slowly, its battered body unable to move quickly, but if anyone dared pass by him, they'd surely be smashed into a pulp by that strange weapon. Look, what's coming towards us is, the Thunder Wolf Dragon squad. Well, they only have 3 dragons, not much of a squad, really. The 3 Thunder Wolf dragons roared skyward, lightning flashed instantly, and surging electricity jumped between their hairs, entering a supercharged state right from the start. The tremendous roar caused nearby humans to frantically cover their heads, some even bleeding from their ears. One Thunder Wolf dragon casually bit a mercenary, tossing him into the air, another jumped high to smack him down to the ground, and the last one stepped forward to stomp and complete the kill. A perfect sequence of coordinated attacks. Everyone, don't be afraid, let's go together. The mercenaries of the Light Eagle group truly displayed their mettle, as a brawny mercenary entirely shrouded in armor swung his hammer fiercely towards the body of the Thunder Wolf dragon. Only to hear a bang as the mercenary's weapon got repelled. My god, it's so hard. Before he even had time to express his astonishment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, turning him into a charred can. From the sky, the flying dragon Yakir spewed flames, the mountain monster stunned people into bleeding from all orifices with its roar, the Black Knight wielded his long spear, and the Silver Knight's huge bow kept firing relentlessly. The crowd's old friend, the Curse Frog, also burst out all at once, but unfortunately, in a high-level game, they could only serve as mascots. Additionally, a dream-inducing tapir holding a hypnotic ring, giggled as it led female guards into a teleportation gate. The initially spirited mercenaries and guards were utterly demoralized by the monster tide, turning extremely chaotically as some died and others fled. The adventurers who were chased out early were lucky to escape from the calamity, some had already run away, but others drew their weapons, planning to charge forward to confront the monsters. However, these heated individuals were held back by more experienced adventurers, who persuaded. After they all drove you out, why are you rushing to help them? Consequently, most retracted their weapons, with only a few individuals going over to help, but soon being forced to retreat. Helping out didn't always earn gratitude, so why risk their lives? Following the initial panic, the mercenaries of the Light Eagle group began organizing and resisting the monsters, unleashing various spells and techniques like barrier skill, swamp technique, lure technique, healing skill, fury technique. All while those in close combat roles fought bloodily against the monsters under the protection of a magic barrier. While the mercenaries were competent, they only barely managed to hold against the raging monsters. As for the guards, there was no hope in relying on them. Once the two big tree guards joined the battlefield, the fragile defense line of the Light Eagle group would crumble instantly. "Simon, what should we do?" Galka confronted one of the big tree guards, with neither side making the first move. He shouted, "Shall we retreat, draw the monsters into the city and fight them there? Like we used to?" Simon almost nodded, but then something crossed his mind, and his expression changed drastically, immediately saying, "No. What's the big deal? This isn't our station," Galka yelled bind, and the movements of the big tree guard froze as if time had stopped, giving Galka a chance to land a cut on the thigh of the horse. So hard. The effect of the bind was significantly diminished against a monster of the big tree guard's caliber, and before Galka could strike his second blow, the heavy golden spear attacked again, narrowly missed by him. Simon desperately wanted to help, but his own big tree guard was still eyeing menacingly, leaving him no chance to escape. "You forgot the leader's plan? To achieve the future the leader wants, we must gain the support of the people of this country, whether they are nobles or commoners," Simon said. "Tch," Galka moved away, a look of annoyance on his face. "I really can't be bothered to play the good guy." He raised his long sword high, the blade surprisingly covered in flames, and with a powerful slash, a flame sword chi shot towards the big tree guard. Just as the big tree guard was about to defend itself, he bellowed, "Bind! Flammable!" Galka's face visibly paled for a moment, but the big tree guard was momentarily stopped, the flames hitting him not only carving a modest wound on his chest armor but also causing his whole body to emit fire. In a blink of an eye, he turned into a flame fist. Such potent power, worthy of the Light Eagle group's captain, able to break through the big tree guard's armor. If it were Stirran, he would have regretfully left the stage under this blow of flame sword chi and decree. It doesn't seem that hard to deal with. Galka quickly drank a healing potion to recover his strength. Just then, another big tree guard charged towards him furiously. Galka's eyes widened and he cursed, "Damn it, Simon, what are you doing? I'm commanding the whole situation, leave that side to you for now." Simon pierced the skull of a Lashriek knight with his longsword, loudly directing his subordinates. Hearing the captain's voice, the mercenaries immediately sparked their fighting spirit, managing the enemy under Simon's command, and the defensive line suddenly stabilized. "Earl, get your guards to move too, don't just stand there and watch. I know by myself, no need for your orders." Count Philip kicked the head of the guard leader next to him fiercely, cursing, "Did you hear that? Hurry up and fight, you're just embarrassing us every day." The guard leader hesitated but had to brace himself to command, "Everyone, do your best." The surviving number of guards was much larger than the mercenaries, but sadly, their quality was far lower, and being forcefully sent to the battlefield, they had no will to fight. Instead, due to the concentration in their numbers, many were taken out by a feathered knight's angel light pillar. Count Philip's face kept twitching, enraged and ashamed. These guards really weren't ready for prime time. After sorting out this issue, he was determined to recruit individuals of higher qualifications and dismiss all these good-for-nothings. Whether the problem could be solved wasn't certain yet. "You're better off expecting me to take down these two monsters myself." Forced to battle two big tree guards, Galka's resentment was greater than the sky. The big tree guards wielded the golden spear skillfully, giving him no chance to catch his breath, and the big shield in their offhand would also smash towards him timely, forcing him to be constantly vigilant. Galka's only advantage was his agility, weaving in and out from beneath the big tree guard's horses, always narrowly dodging attacks. Maru would have been amazed how slick he was like an eel. Yet he didn't have any chance to attack. Once captured in the vulnerability of his attack animation, what awaited him was a certain fatal strike. To bide a short time against two sea-and monsters, his prowess was indeed worthy of pride. "I can't take it any more, behold my thunderfire sword." Galka endured the enormous exhaustion of his strength, applied an acceleration decree on himself, and after creating a distance again, he raised his long sword high, apparently wanting to repeat his old trick. The big tree guard previously scorched by flames was indeed injured. Against his heavy armor, magical attacks were much more effective than physical attacks. In the game, one could slowly defeat a big tree guard with a small dagger, but this was reality. Using a dagger in battle would likely not even break their defense. This time, not only flames entwined his blade but also crackling lightning. In the rapidly changing battlefield, Galka had no time to charge up and had to send the newly formed sword chi flying. This sword chi headed straight for the head of the big tree guard. If he could behead one of them, the pressure in battle would drastically drop. Faced with this lethal attack, what would the big tree guard do? It raised the golden tree shield, the shield's surface lighting up with a golden brilliant mysterious magic. Golden return. This was a mysterious power sourced from the golden tree, and its function was ding. The golden brilliant mysterious magic instantly absorbed Galka's thunder fire sword. Hey! Galka was stunned, his massive sword chi, how could it disappear like that? More surprises were still to come. Almost without any delay, the golden tree shield immediately converted his magical attack into a powerful beam of light. Galka was about to hit the dirt. Chapter 97. Galka was clueless about what had happened. Why did his thunder fire sword, which he prided himself on for being able to vaporize monsters in an instant, have no effect on the shield of the big tree guard? Why was the shield able to absorb his thunder fire and even convert it into a light bomb to bounce back? But he understood one thing. Run! Run, but how could he escape? Another big tree guard had already blocked his retreat, as the powerful horse neighed with raised hooves. Though his head was completely engulfed by the helmet, his expression must have been full of provocation. Even if there were no blockage, the mercenary captain, who had expended a great deal of energy, couldn't dodge the speed of golden return. Galka glared at the big tree guard, opening his mouth as if to say something. Boom! Dust exploded on the spot, obscuring the situation beyond the sight of human eyes. Still too forced, hey! Simon glanced back at Galka, his slender eyebrows furrowed, and turned his attention back to the battlefield. The flying dragon Yakir was roaring, its scorching dragon flame tinting the sky with a fiery hue, and the Lashriek knights under its wings were slaughtering the guards, their exquisite armor already stained red. The Thunder Wolf dragon was also roaring, its imminent lightning stirring sheer horror, indiscriminately claiming the lives around it with lightning strikes. The undead army, illuminated by the lightning, seemed exceptionally ferocious. Even though they were the weakest in terms of strength, their appearance was the most intimidating. Monsters continuously emerged from the dungeon, and the entire ancient city was soaked in the scent of slaughter. Those monsters that had been seen in the dungeon and those that hadn't now all greeted the world in their own way. This was truly an overwhelming demon chi. Even distant Bed City felt the fear, as the cries of battle forced its inhabitants to contemplate some unwelcome thoughts. The resistance of the mercenaries gradually became powerless, perhaps their initial resistance was futile to begin with. How could they stand against C-grade adversaries like the Black Knight and Silver Knight, not to mention the slightly weaker Knights of War? A Molten Furnace Knight also stepped out of the teleportation gate. Upon seeing the knight, those adventurers who initially wanted to help dared not move a muscle, and scurried toward Bed City. Thanks to various eyewitness reports spreading, the Molten Furnace Knight, with his charming appearance and overwhelming might, had become a hot topic recently, treating him like the final boss. So his appearance had an even more oppressive effect than the more powerful big tree guard. Sorry, leader, it looks like I'm going to disappoint you, Simon sighed deeply and shouted, retreat. Fall back into the city. The mercenaries felt relieved and quickly left only after the magicians cooperatively set up a barrier skill that rivaled high-level magic to temporarily block the monsters. What about us? The panicked guards leader looked back, hoping to receive an order to retreat from Count Philip. But there was no one behind them. Count Philip had already fled. Bed shit. The Light Eagle group broke into a rout instantly. If they had twice the number of people, they might have considered clashing with the monster tide, but unfortunately, there were only near 100 of them, and nearly half had fallen, leaving no chance in battle. However, they still had their discipline. Even as they fled in disarray, they continued to cast magic and shoot arrows to delay the pursuing monsters, ensuring they didn't look too disgraceful. Looking back at the ancient city, the dust had settled. Galka lay on the ground, realizing in shock that he was still alive. His survival wasn't by chance. A reliable figure stood before him. A girl who appeared young but blocked the golden return with the great sword in her hands. Hero Elsa had finally made a move. Thank you. Galka quickly got up, seeing that the mercenaries were fleeing, he said to Elsa, let's retreat for now, hero. Elsa nodded, but the big tree guard would not give them that opportunity. The golden spear came with a force that shattered rocks, and Elsa's eyes sharpened, her great sword swinging. Bang! The blade clashed with the long spear, sparks flying everywhere, and the unbelievable happened. The girl's slender arms erupted with a terrifying power, forcefully knocking back the golden spear. Not just the spear, even the big tree guard itself was pushed back, its arms holding the weapon trembling. Just one attack had left AC and ranked big tree guard flustered. Heroes are truly fearsome like this. Elsa showed a smile of a few pixels, remembering from the novels she'd read in the study that at this moment, she should give a thumbs up. Was it like holding up 2 fingers? Just as she was fiddling with her fingers, another big tree guard fiercely sent her flying, drawing a perfect parabola in the air. With a thud, she landed. Elsa emerged unscathed and retreated without any desire to continue the fight. Galka didn't even know what to say. Anyway, better run. This was the first confrontation between the Sane Dungeon and the Light Eagle group, ending shortly with the utter defeat of the Light Eagle group. The only one left in the ancient city was Gong Qiying. His current state seemed a bit off, although he still maintained a human appearance, he couldn't conceal the monster aura, and he was surrounded by swirling black mist. Open mode is the only way for dungeon monsters to come to the surface under normal circumstances. It is activated when the dungeon believes it has been sufficiently threatened, the criteria for which are elusive, not discernible through conventional means. However, there are times when the emotional fluctuations of the city lord can also trigger the open mode extreme joy, sorrow, anger, all of which can lead to a rampage. This isn't really a good thing. First, there's concern for the mental state of the city lord, and second, slaughtering surface beings doesn't bring any spiritual power gains to the dungeon. Under open mode, the spiritual power required to summon monsters is greatly reduced. Yes, it's to the great advantage of the city lord, but it's still consumption. Spending spiritual power without replenishing it is, no matter how you look at it, a losing deal. The mental state of the underground city lord is also a significant issue. Living alone in the dungeon year in and year out, the minor consequence is turning into dementia like Gedwin, and the severe one is going completely mad. Neither is a good end. Fortunately, Gong Qiying was still able to interact with the outside world through his avatars, compensating slightly for the loss of humanity. Additionally, there's another important point. It is said that if the dungeon rampages frequently, it would encounter unspeakable events. The ancient books left by Gedwin were vague about this, and Gong Qiying didn't know what he might face, so he had to be careful. But it's not easy to get out, I can't just do nothing. He looked around. Hordes of monsters were quietly waiting for his command. Whether it were brutal flying dragons, big tree guards, black knights, or molten furnace knights, all of them, reverent like stars surrounding the moon, bowed their proud heads around him. King. Here, the underground city lord is their king. Looking at the massive monster army, Gong Qiying suddenly felt like conquering the world might not be impossible. I've really gotten carried away, he shook his head and swung his arm grandly. Depart, target Bed City. Help me, destroy those annoying nobles. In Bed City, at the Adventurers Guild. What do you mean monsters are running out from the dungeon? Stirran leaped up from beside the fireplace, her expression tense. The adventurer who came to report was panicking. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. Even Count Philip got eaten. In reality, he hadn't. The guild suddenly burst into an uproar. Quite a number of people hadn't gone near the teleportation gate, this was the first time they were hearing of it. The Sane Dungeon is rampaging. I want to go home, is it still in time to run now? WA. To witness a monster attack on the city with my own eyes, even death would be worth it. How could it? Holding the sun badge to her chest, Stirran felt it was slightly warm. If it came down to making a choice, she would definitely stay to help defend the city. After all, isn't it the duty of a sun warrior to help others? At that moment, the guild's doors were pushed open, and seeing the faces of the newcomers, people cried out in surprise. It's Mr. Leon, and the strategy group. They've returned. Chapter 98. During the recent period, the elite adventurers of Bed City had collectively gone missing, leaving everyone feeling quite frustrated as the Light Eagle group and the guards were left to take charge. Everyone had thought that the strategy group had moved on to another dungeon after clearing the Sane Dungeon. Now, their return was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone. Hello, everyone, meow. Maru energetically waved at everyone, but there was something off about the atmosphere in the guild. What's wrong? Why does everyone look so panicked? Maru, stop teasing everyone. Leon, still with his radiant blonde hair, rubbed Maru's head with resignation as she giggled. Tal and Drew, feeling somewhat reassured by the familiar decorations of the Adventurers Guild, knew that without completely defeating the monsters, there could be no true peace of mind. I've already heard about the situation. Leon cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. Right now, the most important thing is to protect the city. We absolutely cannot let the monsters invade Bed City, and we cannot allow them to harm the civilians. I have both good and bad impressions of this city, but regardless, this is where I live day and night, and I will never hand it over to the monsters. This is my duty as an adventurer. Leon's demeanor had matured from what he had experienced outside, his face weathered as though he had grown taller and more robust. Perhaps the old him would have lied just to save face in front of others, but not anymore. Not only Leon, Tal had grown taller and more muscular, looking more like a qualified beastman. As for Drew, his race did not allow him to grow taller, instead, his slight hunchback had been cured, and he looked quite spirited. I will help too, meow. Maru had changed the least, only her hair had grown longer, giving her a gentler appearance. But her manner of speaking gave her away. The adventurers looked at each other with mostly smiles emerging as they shouted. Exactly, protect the city. I want to help. My great sword is already thirsting for battle. Even the old man sweeping the floors put down his broom and declared righteously. I used to be an adventurer, until I took an arrow to the knee. Give me a weapon, and I can still fight. Then he was reluctantly ushered to the resting room by the thin front desk girl. Some people looked troubled, seemingly not likely to participate in the fight, and might sneak away. Of course, whether they choose to stay and fight or leave, no one could force them, nor blame them. Everyone is very enthusiastic. With rhythmic applause, Cedar descended the stairs, his old face wearing a smile. The Adventurers Guild will issue an emergency commission to protect Bed City. All participants will receive corresponding benefits from the guild based on their contribution, with the specific rules to be announced later. With this announcement, more people responded to Leon's call. The incentive of rewards always works, whether managing dungeons or other affairs. Mr. Cedar, Leon approached Cedar, do you know why there was a rampage in the Sane dungeon? He was actually quite fond of the Sane dungeon, not only because it was the first dungeon he cleared, but also because of the legendary tales and various items that made him stronger. Cedar did not answer his question but patted his shoulder, then pinched it, marveling, the Sword Saint has indeed trained you well. It's only been a few days, but your progress is evident. Reaching gold level is just a matter of time. I'm also grateful for the teleportation magic scroll you lent us, otherwise, we wouldn't have found the Sword Saint so quickly, Leon said sincerely. Cedar nodded. Go and show me your progress in real combat. Yes. Leon gripped his straight sword tightly, eager to see just how strong he had become after the intensive training. The straight sword emitted a faint magical power, adorned with the rewards obtained from the Sane dungeon. Great Kalia! Speaking of which, it was almost his sister's birthday. It was time to visit home. The mobilization by the Adventurers Guild was very effective, but other forces with combat capabilities made different decisions. Holy Light Church, Bed City Branch. In the church, sacred music played softly, stained glass windows cast colorful lights, and the statue of the Holy Light God overseeing all life was indiscernible. Albud, there has been chaos in that dungeon. The hunched bishop raised his head, his gaze piercing as he stared at the Holy Light Knight. Albud, who once explored dungeons with Leon, was also the vice-captain of the Holy Light Knight Order in Bed Branch. Only the leaders of the Knights at Holy Light Church's headquarters could be called captain, vice-captain, those at the branches were simply called leader. At this moment, he presented a familiar expression. Stern-faced. This is the dungeon you and I promised, blessed by God? The dungeon that has a way to communicate with our God. The bishop seemed a bit angry. I think it's a dungeon tainted by demons. If it weren't for your assurance, I would have already declared it an enemy of God and summoned the Knight Order to obliterate it. Albud remained silent for a while before saying, the actions of the Light Eagle group and Earl Philip angered the dungeon, it was legitimate defense. The bishop wanted to add something, but Albud suddenly looked up, proclaiming loudly, as the most devoted believer of my God-given eyes shall judge any anomaly. His eyes shone with religious fervor, not looking at the bishop but staring directly at the statue. The bishop paused before saying, I trust you, Albud, you are the most devout and fanatical believer of our God. I can doubt anyone, but never you, your loyalty is well known. He gestured with his hand, shaking the scepter lightly. Go, lead the night order, quell the fury of the dungeon, and if necessary. A hint of sternness flashed in the bishop's eyes. Killing the earl might just well serve to appease the situation. After leaving the church, with no one around, Albud's stern face finally collapsed, fatigue appearing on his nearly 40-year-old visage. It's really tiring to keep up appearances. Lord Mansion. Count Philip was panting heavily, coughing repeatedly for a long time before he managed to say disheveled. Gather all the guards, defend the walls. No retreats allowed. Sally, where are your comrades? Where has the hero gone? He stared intently at Sally, for the hero was the greatest security at this moment. Elsa went to save people. Sally was slightly shocked by his father's appearance. Philip seemed less human and more like a wounded beast at this moment. His father. When had he changed so much? Save people? At a time like this, you let her go save people? What have you been learning following me? Enraged, Philip couldn't imagine Sally contradicting him at this moment. That's the duty of a hero. If she sees someone being killed by a monster and does nothing, can she still be called a hero? You. Philip pointed at Sally, at a loss for words, suddenly realizing how strange this child seemed to him. How dare he talk back? Count Lord. Just then, an attendant came rushing over in a panic. Monsters, the monsters have reached the city's base. The Light Eagle group is holding them off. The inner wall of Bed City was 4 to 5 meters high. This exaggerated height originated from an ancestor of the Bed family, who it is said, encountered a giant while conquering lands with the first king. The 100-meter-tall giant left a deep-seated fear in Count Bed, prompting him to start massive building projects which, due to financial constraints, were only half completed. Meanwhile, the outer city wall was rather ordinary. At this moment, the Light Eagle group and temporarily organized guards were hurriedly transporting materials needed for defense. The swarming black mass of monsters moved towards the walls, shrouding every area they reached with an overcasting cloud of darkness. Galka and Elsa stood atop the wall, the former remarked. It's my first time seeing so many monsters, the scale of this battle is much bigger than our previous encounter at Inkstone Plain. He sneakily glanced at Elsa, only to see the girl gazing transfixed at the monsters, paying no heed to his topic. Unable to boast about his past exploits disappointed him, but he still proposed. You are quite capable, miss. May I ask your name? Are you interested in joining our Light Eagle group? We offer favorable terms. Thinking it over, Galka added. With your strength, the leader might just make you the captain of the assault squad. My name is El. Elsa suddenly paused, recalling Sally's admonition. Listen, don't tell suspicious characters your real name when you're outside, especially men who seem untrustworthy. You don't know, some enchantment spells can be cast using your name. Although it was meant to scare Elsa, the socially inexperienced Elsa took it for real. Call her naive or a fool, but her mind only focused on killing members of the demon clan, she couldn't wrap her head around anything else. My name is Gus. Elsa invented a name from a protagonist in a comic she had read, and asked a vague question. Can I find companions by joining the Light Eagle group? Galka paused, he stared at the girl's expression for a while to ensure she wasn't joking, then burst into laughter and declared. We don't use the term comrades in the Light Eagle group. A flash of disappointment crossed Elsa's eyes. However, Galka quickly switched gears, opened his arms, and proclaimed. All of us are family here, how could we refer to each other merely as comrades? Elsa's eyes brightened. How about it, would you join us? Galka chuckled, let me tell you secretly, our leader is a very handsome guy, you'd surely be smitten at first sight. Regrettably, before Elsa could respond, the lookout guards blew the war horn. This signified that war was imminent. What a pity. Galka clicked his tongue, waved his hand, and said, let's talk after we survive this battle, I wish myself good luck and wish you the same, we must live through this. Elsa nodded. Holding a great sword even larger than a door, she suddenly felt a greater outlook on life. Roar! The flying dragon Yakir breathed a stream of dragon flame towards the city wall. The army of undead rushed toward the city wall one after another, knowing well they would be the first to be sacrificed, but still creating a stairway of piled bones for their king to climb the walls. The magic statue, pulling a huge bow, launched a big arrow comparable to a siege hammer. The siege by the monsters had begun. Chapter 99. Woo! The sky was overcast, and the piercing sound of the horn echoed along the city walls. As the urgent calls mixed with the howls of the monsters, everyone on the walls tensed. They're going to climb the walls. Bring out the explosive barrels, quick, throw the explosive barrels. The undead army swarmed towards the city walls like mad ants, quickly piling up layers of white bones. The city guards, in a flurry, threw down barrels of explosives. A continuous series of explosions roared, dirt and bone fragments flew, and the ladders the undead had built were destroyed in an instant. However, before the guards could cheer, more monsters surged like a tide, forcing them to throw even more explosives. The quality of the fight is too low, the mercenaries scoffed at the guards. Despite being reduced to a little over 50, the mages of the Light Eagle group had long since begun chanting magic. In this chaotic battle, wide-range magic was undoubtedly the strongest weapon. A flash of blue light, and a magic barrier that covered this section of the wall rose, firmly blocking the undead outside the walls. The mages, chanting together for a long time, finally unleashed the king-tier magic meteor fire rain. Far from the walls, the sky suddenly filled with several whirlpools of molten lava. Droplets of lava, each the size of a human head, poured down like torrential rain, wildly reaping the lives of monsters. The goal was to cut off the monster tide, so that they could focus on clearing the undead. If priests were here, the cleanup efficiency could be greatly improved, but alas, the support from the Holy Light Church had not yet arrived. So, the mages once again joined forces to unleash an amplified quicksand technique under the walls, letting the stacked skeleton monsters flow into the ground below, with remarkable effect. The mages who rushed to the aid were also casting colorful magic, all with one goal: to prevent the monsters from reaching the top of the walls. Compared to Bed City's guards, it turned out that the mercenaries had more experience in defending the walls, with clear roles and responsibilities for each unit. But ultimately, there were monsters who braved the lava and charged through the rain of fire, like the flying dragon Yakir. Watch out for flying dragons! Just after releasing the king-tier magic, the mages, not yet recovered, forced themselves to sustain the magic barrier, just to resist the dragon flame. Roar! Flying dragon Yakir roared, charging towards the wall, aiming to become the master of table clearing. Just then, a tiny figure leaped high into the air and, as if self-taught, used a combat skill strikingly similar to Lion Slash. The great sword, carrying an irresistible momentum, smashed heavily onto Yakir's skull. Both the figure and the dragon crashed into the monster tide below the walls, collapsing a white bone ladder in the process. A single human and dragon entangled in battle amidst an array of monsters. Truly deserving of the title Hero Elsa, what bravery! Her fighting figure instantly inspired the soldiers defending the city. As if filled with new strength, everyone fought even harder. And at that moment, accompanied by a resounding "Purge the heretics," a gentle and holy light suddenly descended. All those bathed in the holy light healed rapidly from their wounds. For the undead, however, the holy light was poison. Even a slight touch was like vampires melting under the sun. "Look, it's the Holy Light Church, they've come to support us." The city defenders cheered. Albud, fully armed, followed by nearly 20 Holy Light Knights in pristine armor, appeared like angels descending to earth, bringing the warmth of God wherever they went. Behind the Holy Light Knights were hundreds of lower-ranked knights in attendance, as well as numerous nuns and priests. Upon arrival, they quickly went to tend to the injured. Following the Holy Light Church was a congregation of adventurers. At this moment, almost all the adventurers of Bed City had gathered here, fighting for one common goal. "Everyone, it's time to fight." Leon raised his straight sword high, his golden hair shining like a blazing sun. Hope shone brighter in the mercenaries' eyes. With so many helping, how could they fail to defend the city walls? The noise rose again as more reinforcements arrived. Who could it be this time? The mercenaries looked on with hope. It was the Bed family guards. Tisk! The mercenaries curled their lips in disappointment. Simon and Galka exchanged glances. The former, looking like the leader, shouted to Albud, "Praise the Holy Light God, and thank you for the arrival of the Holy Light Knight Order. Please help us hold off the monsters." Galka also called out to the adventurers, "Respected adventurers, please lend a hand, we, the common folk, ask for aid." He had the gall to call himself a commoner. As the Light Eagle group's deeds had been heard among the adventurers, Leon paid no heed to them and instead led the adventurers to the walls, joining the defense forces. The priests of the Holy Light Church chanted in unison, a scorching light descended from the heavens, melting all enemies before them. The onslaught of the undead was instantly broken. Once those skeletons forming ladders were dealt with, holding the city would be a sure thing. A sure thing. Just when everyone thought so, something unexpected happened. Why have they all turned to ash? Everyone stopped what they were doing. It was not that they no longer wished to defend the city, but there was simply no need. If even the enemies had vanished, why would they still need to fight? The monsters that had filled mountains and fields were gradually dissipating, their bodies turning to ash with the breeze. In the blink of an eye, the monster tide vanished. Elsa, who had been battling the flying dragon Yakir, suddenly found her opponent dissolving, revealing an expression of bewilderment. Chapter 100. What on earth is happening? City defenders looked at each other in confusion, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Some knowledgeable individuals feigned understanding and explained, the rampage time has expired. I have studied this history, the dungeon's outburst has a time limit. Someone asked him, so, are we safe now? Exactly, we are safe. Victory came so unexpectedly that everyone was slow to react. Ah! Maru blinked her eyes. That's it. It's over? But I didn't even do anything. Finally, it's over, Galka exhaled with relief. I'm going to drink myself silly tonight, not stopping until I'm completely drunk. Only Leon was frowning, staring at the battlefield covered in flying ash. The ash remains of the monsters didn't disappear but floated above the battlefield, even the sky was covered in a murky haze, filled with a depressing atmosphere. The dark clouds brought by the monster tide were still present, and at this moment, they were even growing denser, just like the calm before an impending storm. Something's not right, everyone get ready, the battle isn't over yet. Roar. As soon as Leon spoke, a roar unlike any flying dragons echoed across the plains. And with that roar, the storm descended upon the land. Tornadoes touched down across the plains, spawning both large and small whirlwinds, and furthermore, a dense fog emerged from the ground as if the sky had fallen down to earth. Dong! Dong! The familiar tolling of bells resounded, signifying both the opening and closing of the dungeon, but hearing it at this moment gave the adventurers an eerie feeling. As if some great entity was about to be summoned by the ringing of the bells. The fierce wind ravaged the land, and the ash from the monsters, attracted by the tornadoes, danced wildly in the center enveloped in mist. And this ash was slowly turning into something. Hurricane and flying debris made it difficult for those on the city walls to open their eyes, they strained their vision to see. And finally, they saw it. Boom! A gigantic claw emerged from the storm, followed by another, and then a dark feathered body. It was a dragon, yet it had more avian feathers than dragon scales. Such an odd appearance could only be seen in mixed bloods, but the aura it exuded was that of a pure giant dragon's formidable presence, all of which intensely reminded the people. This would be a terrifying enemy. Roar! The giant dragon rose its head to roar, the storm with it as the center swept across the plains, the sky darkened, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, hitting the indestructible city wall and causing it to collapse instantly. Storm King / Storm Dragon. Combat Power, B. It was the mount of the Nameless King in Dark Souls 3 and his battle companion as well. Somehow, it was able to separate itself from the Nameless King and be summoned alone. Everyone on the scene felt a chilling terror, innate fear when facing a higher species. Facing the storm dragon before them, no one could muster the thought to rival it. Stirran's gaze was locked onto the storm dragon, no, not at the dragon, but at it. There's someone on the dragon. A cry of shock came from the crowd. A person? Who was qualified to ride such a mighty and fierce being? If there was indeed someone, it could only be a god. That is. Drew suddenly widened his eyes because the person on the storm dragon, he had seen them in Tales of the Golden Stone Oath. It wasn't the white-haired, spear-wielding Sun Elder Sun, nor was it the knight in the golden lion armor. It was the majestic dragon hunter armor worn by the ancient dragon hunters. Dragon hunter armor. Combat power, B. Drew's mind was nearly bursting with shock. Dragon hunters, why would they stand beside a dragon? They were sworn enemies, so why would they fight side by side? Not just Drew, even Stirran was dumbfounded. She could sense the presence of the Sun Elder Sun from the dragon hunter armor, making her even more confused. Woo! The people on the city walls sounded the horns. The usually loud and clear horn sounds now seemed extremely hoarse, like the last struggles of the dying. Attack! Attack! Simon quickly made a decision, they had to launch an attack while the enemy was still forming. Otherwise, with the strength displayed by the opponent, once they fully formed, the ones who would be left without a burial ground would be them. In fact, without his order, the mages from the Light Eagle group had already instinctively begun chanting. It was a self-protection mechanism when facing powerful enemies. The King-tier magic, requiring no less than 10 high-tier mages to chant together, the Death Omen piercing arrow. The crimson arrow shot out under the full force of the mages, a spell created by the mages mimicking the power of the death god. Any enemy harmed by this force of death would be taken by death god's claws to hell. With this strike, send the dragon hunter armor and the storm dragon to hell. The arrow cut through the storms, the roiling clouds on the ground, the circling ash in the air, and nearly instantaneously arrived in front of the dragon hunter armor. And how could the dragon hunter armor, still not fully formed, deal with it? He grasped the dragon hunter axe with both hands, lifting the immensely heavy weapon high. Rumble! Thunder struck down in an instant, surrounding the axe with the invincible power of lightning. It swung down at the death god's arrow.